So how does he get
Well,
past
you
that?
don't. I'm a vegan, but I never been to the vegan room. That's a personal choice, lifestyle and stuff. I don't even like to talk about with people about it, except if they ask me, you know. But it's so rare when they ask me. So yeah, but um these people on internet, if they hear you are this or that, oh, they have to be against you. You know, like why would you do that? Why would you live like that? Why would you? I don't know. Not everyone is a billionaire, or not everyone likes Ferrari. Not everyone likes Gucci, Armani. You can give me any of those all you want. I'm not gonna take them. What I don't like, but they have to pick on you. Yeah, they don't have a life and they don't know better. They cannot accept there are people that are different than you. You know?
Yeah, it's quite odd that someone's going to be, I disagree with
Yeah,
X, a topic, just fill it in.
yeah,
Atheists,
yeah,
flat earth, vegans. I
yeah,
disagree with this. You're like, okay, well, sure.
yeah.
What is it? What exactly is what's the person saying? What are they advocating for? So
Yeah.
like vegans advocating for a cruelty free diet. And they don't, but they said, no, that's not what they're advocating for. Okay, what are they advocating for? It's like some other thing. Some sort of moral superiority about their diet. I'm like, okay, well, I just talked to a vegan. They told me they're advocating for cruelty free. They're not talking about
Uh,
getting rid of all,
those are
you know,
not even real vegans. Yeah, those are just this group of people. Just like in flat Earth, the FES, the Flat Earth Society, controlled opposition. To draw a bad image uh, on these kind of people. So, yeah, this is my view, how I see it. 'Cause I don't know. As a vegan, I don't advocate for anything related to diet.
Well,
Good morning.
good morning. Good morning, crazy ghost. I gotta go to work and avoid the girl that rejected me.
That sounds really fun. Can you tell me more about this?
Yeah, you know that girl that you always flirt with at work, but she won't leave her home for you, but she just flirts. So I'm like, let's hang out. But then she won't ever hang out. So I'm like, forget it. And then she blocks me and everything. So now I have to avoid her at work because it's fucking. She was texting me good morning and good night every day. We were like in love. And then all of a sudden, she won't hang out with me. She was just leading me on for attention and self validation. Well, fuck her. So now I got to deal with that. And it's been like 5 days I haven't seen her. And it's been like the longest time.
Yikes. Just play it as Mr. Cool, like the Fonz. No jump
Yeah.
on the shark.
Just work on yourself. You'll get back.
Yeah.
What's happening on the plane?
Oh, not much. I'll be right back.
Oh, no problem. Kind of quiet in here. Superfluid. Helium-4.
What's up, Sonny?
Did you hear me mimicking you?
The magic word.
Superfluid helium. Never mind. There's a couple people that sound almost just like you. I don't know if you heard them.
No, who?
I forget who was it the other day. I wasn't paying attention to the name. I think it was
Sasha?
no, Sasha does it. Yeah, Sasha does an excellent job. But I think it was dang. I just can't remember.
We'll catch him.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll show up again soon.
I just finished cooking.
What are you cooking?
I made some champignon mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with fried in with red onions,
Nice.
walnut oil, and a tomato sauce.
Walnut oil? Did you say?
Yeah,
Yeah, I bet that's good. I never tried that.
very good, very tasty. Yeah,
Yeah.
and healthy.
I found a trick. Actually, most people probably know this with coconut oil. Coconut oil has a high burn rate, right? So it's something like
Yeah,
over 400 degrees or something. So
yeah,
it's higher than like vegetable oil and butter. Butter will burn. But so it's a
yes,
good way to cook pancakes
yes,
because you
yes.
can get them to a nice temperature without burning the oil. I love that.
Yeah.
And then when you eat,
Uh,
like some people don't like the flavor though of the coconut oil. I don't notice a difference that much, but
yeah.
I just put real butter on it anyway and real maple syrup.
Mm. I actually cooked now in like very high temperature, and this one also doesn't burn. And
Right.
even afterwards, you can still feel that walnut taste, you know?
But that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And in food, it changes. It's not like nuts, you know? Yeah. You should try if you find.
I'll look for it. It's probably in a health food store. So, what do you use this sauce you're making? It's like a red sauce, right? Or it's a mushroom sauce, eh? But it's got tomato. So, do you put it
Yeah.
on anything, or you just eat it by itself?
Sorry?
Do you put this sauce on top of something else?
No, just like
No,
that.
just like that. Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah.
curious. Sounds good by itself.
Yeah. I like to keep it as simple as possible, you know.
Hmm.
When I add too many things, then I don't like it anymore. And yeah, I had some these spices. Yeah, chili pepper. Uh, uh, this one
Nice.
habanero, the hot ones.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
I
in English if it's called sofran.
Sofran,
Sofrain.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Zofran.
a stem from a flower. Yeah, but it's very, very. It has a intense smell. You know, aroma.
I used to live next door to like this community garden, this organic garden, and I got to know the people, and they let me take care of this organic garden. So I used to have like all kinds of really fresh herbs, like fresh basil, and got to experiment with several different
Right.
varieties of plants. You know, tried to grow some corn. They one year they tried to grow corn. They grew some melons. The melons require a lot of soil. I think they're so large,
Yeah.
take on so much water.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
For the melons, you have to make like a nest. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah. My grandpa taught me how to plant them.
yeah. So there used to be a habanero. One of the bushes was a habanero. Quite
I
hot.
want to try. They made the new very hot chili in USA now.
The
The
ghost pepper or something.
Pepper X.
Pepper X.
Yeah, it's super hot, that one.
It makes me think like they just wanted to keep it secret what they mixed it with, I guess, or they don't even know
Well, yeah,
anymore. Yeah.
I don't. You can buy the seeds, you know.
Right.
They sell, yeah. But I, it's in the category of Carolina Reaper, you know.
Hey, I want to ask this person flying space because it says Cambodia. Are you from Cambodia, flying space?
Oh,
Oh no, that's in the Heretic Lounge. Never mind. I forgot. He's got his own thing down there. I wonder what they're doing down there. Oh.
would you?
Right below this channel, Heretics.
Initially started making a soup, but when I saw this, how it's coming out, I changed my mind.
I bet that would make a good soup also.
Yeah,
Very strange weather with the clouds. Raining here is pretty rare. I mean, it doesn't rain that much here, but we've gotten a lot of rain this year and last year. But in the winter times. But what is strange is having no sunshine for like 4 or 5 days now. That's pretty odd. Like we usually and it will come out like in the afternoon for a few minutes or maybe an hour, but then it's just going right back to cloudy, completely clouded over.
yeah.
This has been going on for about a
Um,
month.
But I just got out and I thought in the sky it was the sun, but it's actually the moon. It's pale and it's a bit cloudy, and you see it
Ah,
through clouds.
and
Yeah,
and it's in the daytime.
yeah. It's still daytime.
So you're in Romania.
Yeah, it's 17
17C.
o'clock.
That's pretty freaking
Yeah,
cold.
but thank God the winter is gone. Over. No more freezing. What is space-time?
Let's talk about space time. What is space time anyway? So is it space or is it time?
No,
Oh,
it's an
it's neither.
oxymoron.
It's neither and both at the same time.
It's an oxymoron.
Exactly.
I bet you if I ask Neil deGrasse Tyson what is space-time, he's gonna give me such a long bullshit story about everything and nothing in the same time.
Yeah, that's what we're good at.
Yeah, and I wish I let him give his answer, and at the end I will say, no, it's an oxymoron. That would crush him, would hurt his feelings.
Yeah, I bet your place smells good now.
Oh yes, I I opened the door, balcony, so but it still smells in the
Does it
house.
burn your nose with that with that habanero in there?
No, when I'm cooking, sometimes, yeah, uh,
Sometimes.
it depends. If you boil it in water,
Oh yeah.
if you throw it in boiling water, it's gonna steam a lot, and it will burn your face. You know, I happened a few times.
You'll come out looking sunburned, huh?
Yeah, but it unclogs all your orifices, nose, ears, everything. But when I cook it in frying in oil, uh, it doesn't. It dissolves a lot more in the oil because capsaicin uh, gets dissolved in oil and alcohol. So whenever you eat very spicy, very hot, to kill the burn, the best is oil and alcohol. But for children, milk will do the best.
Yeah, that milk will clear off the palate
Yeah,
oil.
but milk you can't give to men. That's for children only. Coming after work at home, I joined Discord here, and there were two guys, a glober and a flat earth pretender.
Wow.
Yeah, and at some point they were arguing each other like, "Hey, you calling me a racist? You are being racist, blah blah."
Wow.
I jump on them. You guys stop this bullshit. Yeah. Mmm, delicious. But I'm not gonna eat yet. First, smoking and Red Bull.
I'm looking over at FED. See who's over there.
Mm.
Got a
Is
few people over there.
Huey live?
I think Tuesday he has a show on. Doesn't he have I think he has a live show every Tuesday. So,
Yeah, I sometimes catch him.
so this is probably the before show. They're all sitting in the after show. A few. Let me see. They got 7 in there. Yeah.
Yeah. in preparations.
I think QE said that he's having a show today, this afternoon. I think at 2:00.
Ah,
But did you see the show last night? It was goofy.
was it
Had
a
this,
QE show?
I didn't.
yeah, it was a treatment, and
Right.
yeah, QE punching way up.
Oh, I think I saw the one on refract. We were listening to the one on refraction here yesterday. That's not the one you're talking about, though? No, this is the treatment. They do specific characters at one at a time. Uh,
Yeah, it was pretty good. I only caught like half of it because I was doing a bunch of stuff, but yeah,
any,
it was
any,
just that there is no scientific explanation for life spontaneously coming to an into existence. It would be
exact.
impossible and improbable.
Yeah,
But look up to
I know, honestly. If you're gonna say
stars.
if you're gonna say some nonsense like that, they might as well just start over. Because
one of
Yes,
my
and chat
favorite.
somebody one of these G6 guys was like making fun of Jedi for some religiosity reason, and so I was like, and he said that he had scientific reasons, and so I was like, okay, what is your scientific reason for life spontaneously, randomly coming into
uh-huh.
existence? And he says, chemicals mixing. I was like, okay, well, show me chemicals mixing and life
Mutant daily
spontaneously
life.
arising.
Yeah, let's see that. I want to see
I
that
want to
myself.
see. I want to see also chemicals triggering intelligence. Yeah,
I
it would
think
be
we
a
all
good one.
had experiments from when we were younger that just turned into goo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or epic fails.
I'm gonna put some grass with some water and some dirt and a rock in a jar and see what happens.
I I once took. I was sports in sports shooting, and I took a couple of shells, but you can pull out that ignition uh, capsule, which the hammerhead hits it. You know,
Right.
those are a very very powerful explosive, and it has a burn rate, a very fast burn rate. But when you fire those, they do bang, they sound like as you fired the gun, but they don't have all that power because it's a very, very tiny amount of that explosive.
So they're just loud.
Yeah, it's brittle, the explosive, and if you crack it, if you try to shatter it like glass, then it explodes. Yeah.
Right.
And I took those and I hacked a gun which was a lighter. So I drilled those the first time when I did precision holes and stuff. Yeah, it was crazy. I had to actually um, make my own like tiny lathe, you know, using motors, bearings, an axle, so I can drill that precise.
Hmm.
And when I made it, and then I took from the fireplace furnace black ash, I gathered in a bag, and I was filling the gun pipe with that black ash, and with those shells, when I was firing, it was making a cloud, huge black cloud of dust, of ash. Yeah. I was, but when you were firing, it really sounded like a real gun, like boom, boom. I shot at friends. They were getting black with ash, all face and body. For, at a distance like 2-3 meters away. Yeah, 10 feet. It was fun. Yeah.
That was fun for them having to wash all their clothes. Oh, damn.
Yeah. One of their mothers came to my parents and, hey, your child is playing with a real gun, shooting at
Oh,
my son, and he got him all ash, like he burned him. I was like, oh my god. Then my dad came, what did you do? And I told him, and wow, laughed. Yeah,
they
yeah,
the inventor in you like came out.
yeah,
Well, you know what? That's what happens when you have space to work on things like that. Like I would always be making things like, but then they just basically gradually started taking away or making space so expensive that no one could afford to have shop space anymore. You know, I,
yeah.
actually, you could close off. I probably could do it. Close off a part of my whole apartment. You know, make a little box in there, put a little CNC machine in there. I've seen people do it in their
Yeah.
apartments before. This guy was turning
Um,
this one guy where I used to live was turning that CNC machine like 24/7, man.
well, I can give you some tips and hints. Depends what do you want to make.
The
Big
whole thing is
one
I
or
really don't need it. I really don't need it. So like what I do best with is hand tools. And
yeah,
because I'm
something
an
like
ingenious like
hand mill and also like hand lathe,
yeah, exactly. So what I do
yeah,
is
manual.
I find ways to make my own tools.
Yeah.
So I just
If you
make
want, if you want something very high precision, then I
right.
can show you directions on from the Chinese, from Made in China or AliExpress. But it's
Right,
better
right.
to search like Chinese manufacturers and buy directly from them or other websites because AliExpress is kind of expensive now. It
Right, right.
it's not like before. But yeah, so a set of linear bearings and the ball screw bearing, uh, which this represents the axis, one axis. You can find one between $50 to 100, and they are very. I mean, I recommend the HGR Model 20. So the linear bearing, the track is 20 millimeters wide, and that is high precision steel, CNC machined. It's bearing precision, very straight, and they have no play. They are for CNCs. They move uh, front and forward, but no sideways or up or down. You know, and yeah, I
You can build a
recommend.
whole machine with those parts. Interesting.
Yeah, I actually I am making one now, but the trick is um, when you look on internet at these CNC machines and stuff, they all give you the axis, yeah, and then straight to the axis they attach the stepper motor, uh, Nema or whatever brand.
Hmm.
And I don't recommend that. Um, there is in China cycloid gearbox. This is a gearbox which has zero backlash. So whenever you change the direction of spin, those teeth, they always remain engaged, so they are not moving freely a little bit backwards until they engage again. Yeah,
No slack in them at all.
yeah, yeah. It's zero. Yeah. And these gearboxes, they are mostly used in robotics, in robots, for the joints, and that's
Ah,
why the robots, they are so stiff, when they are not moving, you when you put your hands on them, they are like solid steel, they don't move one cow, yeah. So those gearboxes, they have a very high ratio reduction, between 1 to 50, 80 rotations, 100, 180, and 1 to even 300, and 400 rotations. So at one
so
end,
are those used for the X and Y axis?
well, yeah, this is what I recommend you to actually. First, the ball screw bearing, you connect it to one of these gearboxes, yeah,
I see.
and then you attach the motor. So when the motor makes 300 rotations,
Right.
then that bearing is traveling only one complete spiral, you know.
Uh,
So, so you are dividing motion in very, very, very small increments. You know, yeah.
right.
Uh,
Right.
step, the stepper motors, they have like most of them about 200 steps per rotation. When you use a stepper motor. Stepper motors, their problem is they don't have high RPM. They can have high torque and all that, and they have this precision, 200 steps per rotation. But if you want smaller increments, you won't be able to get that. You'll need gearbox reducers and stuff, and if you use belts or gears, you will have some backlash, and that's not good when you want to work with precision. But yeah, with such a tool,
That's very, very high precision you're talking about. So it requires like a very specialized purpose. Like to build something like with that much precision, you
yeah,
want something that's very, very high precision for a reason, right? So
yes,
uh,
we you can work at nanometric precision. I mean, a nanometer is 1 millimeter, a billionth of a millimeter, you know. So it's very small. But at these sizes, you need microscope to see.
yeah, the closest tolerance I ever worked with was like 3/10,000s. That's pretty crazy.
3,000. Can you convert that in millimeters?
Yeah, let me see.
What are we talking about right now? It just joined and I think I'm kind of out of the loop.
Let me see. So 1/10,000th. Oh, I just had it. Is 0.254 millimeters. So one
Well,
quarter
oh, that's a quarter of a millimeter. Wow,
quarter of 1 millimeter. Yeah.
that is huge.
Yeah, compared to what you're talking about, that is. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, even at
But
work,
you but
right now,
I used to be able to see in the machine shop with my bare eye the
yeah,
what is
yeah,
it, the 128th I could see the 64ths of an inch.
yeah,
I can still see it with my glasses, but I used to see that with my naked eye. It's 15,000s.
yeah.
15,000, so I could see that pretty well back in the old days when I had good vision.
Yeah, I worked even with microns, and I did
Yeah.
measurements in nanometers.
What's the difference
How
in microns and tenth and
a
micro
nanometer?
mi-
Well,
micrometer? Hold on, a micrometer.
well,
Oh,
those
they just took the decimal out. They just
Sunny,
took the decimal. Yeah, go ahead.
that 1,000 that you said, which is 0.25 millimeters, yeah,
Right. Yeah, 2.5. Yeah.
that is 250 microns.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
just see that. I'm on one of these graphs. So they
yeah.
just took the decimal point out.
So I worked where I had tolerances like 2 microns.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
At those precision grades, yeah, I was working with milling, um, no, grinding stones, but I was, we were shaping them with diamonds. So
Yeah, yeah. Then you get into millionths of an inch.
yeah.
when they're
They
doing
go there. Yeah.
precision surfaces of flatness and things. See, we talk about flatness in the machine trades. That's
Mm,
what, by the way, someone had a question. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about
yeah.
precision tooling, precision machine tools like milling machines, lathes, boring mills, like very high precision. Now the CNC. I used to work with machines that ran on tape.
Oh wow.
I
Yeah.
ran some original NC machines that ran on big spools of tape.
Yeah, I
Programming.
worked on NC too.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are nice. I actually in Romania we had quite many of them made
yeah,
by
yeah.
us, Romanian brand make. And man, those machines are badass, you know.
Then I worked on this freaking huge machine that was $1 million machine.
Yeah,
The column on the machine I ran, it was two of them. They bought twin machines and they could transverse all the materials
yeah,
on tracks from one place to another from one of the machines. So they were a dual machine setup, and they
yeah,
used house movers moved those suckers into the shop. I watched them do the whole thing.
yeah.
Anyway, that was one of the machines I worked on. The column weighed 11,500 pounds.
Wow. Yeah, they are heavy. It's a lot
11,000
of forged steel.
weighed more than my dad's boat. The column in that machine.
They are iron, cast iron, and then those
Yeah.
surfaces of work and alignment, they are polished, you know.
Yeah, and then a little work with a coordinate measuring machine. That.
Yeah, but those machines, once you start working on them, uh, they warm up, and only then you are getting in those tolerances what you want to achieve. When you start the machine like after night in the morning, if the machine was off throughout the night, you have to wait like half hour for the machine to warm up.
Mm.
And yeah.
Yeah, so I went to a class, a coordinate measuring, and all those classes. They're very interesting because a lot of people, some if they don't get formal training in coordinate machine measurement and
Yeah.
tolerancing, then they don't understand the concepts of flatness. What it actually requires to have
Yeah.
flatness is an amazing thing. Like, so they have granite surfaces. They have to grind those, like, right?
Those are grind.
Precision
You
grinders.
take three granite stones
Yeah.
and you grind them among each other, and that's how you achieve a flat surface, the perfect flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. By grinding granite, one granite stone to another, they will be concave and convex. One will be convex with the other concave. You can never get a flat, but when you rub them with a third one, then they start getting flat.
That's an interesting process.
Yeah. This is very good information to know. Not
Hmm.
many people know this, uh, how to achieve a very flat surface
Well, also,
without machining.
I think it helped us because, see, we're used to using our eyesight. So I think it helped us with this conversation because no one could try to trick me into thinking that if I was looking at something and it was a straight line that I perceive that is a freaking straight line. My eyes can perceive it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And absolutely
And
so.
Sunny, actually, this the discovery of achieving flat stone surfaces,
Hmm.
um, it led to all this super high precision technology, mechanics,
Yeah,
everything.
right.
The mechanics was born out of it.
I wonder when they first discovered that with marble or whatever they use. Granite? They use
With marble too, you can
marble.
use it, but when you work with on a marble table,
Yeah.
it will be fragile, so you have to
And those things
how do you
weigh like a tremendous amount. Like they have to remove walls and stuff to put some of these marble benches into shops and quality assurance offices and things like that.
been no metal tooth gears without these flat stone surfaces.
Yeah, and some of the more complex gearing systems, where they use what do they use, cylindrical gearing and things like that.
Yeah, elliptical gears, elliptic
Elliptical
tooth.
gears,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Those have a very small angular contact, so they are low noise, low friction, and yeah, they can withstand much higher RPM. Yeah.
Right. That's why they use some of the highest precision gearing with the machine tools themselves because they have to, right? Yeah.
Well, I bought like in the 2000s from USA. Um, 4 gears, but they were cemented. Um, the surface was heat treated, and then the gear teeth were rectified. So these are high precision gears. Inner diameter was like 20 millimeters, and outer diameter about 45, something like that, or 50. And they are angle, 90-degree angle gears. They transmit rotation at 90-degree angle with elliptical teeth. You assembly them something like what you see in a differential, but the differential they have straight tooth gears. Um, they are 45-degree angle gears in a differential, but the teeth they are straight, conical shape. They are not elliptic. But yeah, the differential um, doesn't. Those gears they don't spin with uh, very high speeds, like in the gearbox of the machine. but in a gearbox, the gears they have um, elliptical teeth.
You guys have an engineering background and you're still flat earthers?
Say what?
You guys have an engineering background and you are still flat earthers?
Yeah, because there's a difference between a flat surface and a curved surface. We're able to tell the difference.
Did you say at the end?
Well,
Could I say again? I said that because of our background in machine trades, we know the difference between a curved line and a straight line. There's no fooling us. You can't. It's like of something. If it just doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Like so.
Well, I also have a bit of background in that, so and I believe the Earth is round.
well, you believe, but have have you tried to measure if it's really round?
No, I haven't. I'm convinced by the proof that has been laid in front of me.
You are convinced by the lady in front of you?
By the proof that has been laid in front of me,
Ah,
yes.
lady in front of you. Uh, yeah, when usually it happens to all of us when we were young children, yeah, and we didn't know much. An older guy came and he said, "Hey, I'm your teacher." And when you go to the sea and you see the horizon, that straight line called the horizon, which the very word defines, is defined from a horizontal plane, not curved, horizontal plane. He was telling me that it looks straight, but it's actually curved. And the curvature is so big that you see it flat. So he taught me to lie to my senses. Yeah. So this is the first thing what I see when I go to an ocean or a large body of water. Now we can also do measurements, not simple observations, because just observing something is not enough. And when we do measurements and we find that the curvature that is believed to exist, you find that it's not there in the measurements, then I'm sorry. I can no longer believe it because that will be a blind belief.
What measurements have you done? Sorry,
Many
did you hear
kinds.
me?
It's very simple.
Laser, yeah,
Yeah,
with
you do your own
using
drop over distance. You just do a drop over distance
yeah,
test. Yeah, because there has to be an elevation change over water. The water needs to be curving at the prescribed rate.
yeah.
I'm sorry, drop over distance? What's that?
That means over a certain distance, like let's say a kilometer or however many kilometers, just use use 5 miles. 5 miles would be a good start. There's supposed to be 16 feet of vertical elevation drop, a decrease in elevation. It means a lowering from your line of sight with a curve, with a hump of water in between you and the object you're viewing. So this drop over distance has to be there or there's no curvature. It's as simple as that. That's it. That if you go do this yourself and you take the numbers they gave us and go look, you can find yourself that you can see so far that it would make the earth so preposterously huge. It would be absolutely it would verge on the ludicrous, like literally millions and millions of miles in diameter. Like the whole heliocentric model, just by going out and looking at long distance observations yourself of 10 miles and more, if you live near the water like I do, it like for me it becomes more clear in my mind every single day because of what I see. There's no going
You
back
do
after
know,
that. Sorry,
you
go
do
ahead.
know that there's refraction as well, right? Because you're perhaps calculating the geometrical horizon, but there's also
Well,
refraction to be taken into account, which
Yeah, but
extends
refraction,
your
hello,
okay.
but listen, refraction doesn't make the horizon jump 10
uh,
times further than it's supposed to be, though. Cannot do
it,
that.
it, it depends on the
Uh,
refraction index.
um,
If
sir,
above
sir,
water, it should be
refraction,
bigger. Go ahead, sorry.
refraction will not extend the distance to how far you see. When you have a higher refraction index in the air, that means your visibility is reduced.
Yep, you're
No,
reducing. That's all it's doing.
no, it's not reduced. It's actually
Yes, it
increased.
is. So
No, refraction,
provide a source and a citation then for what you're saying, because the type
yeah.
of refraction you're saying, we want the evidence that that actually exists. So if you could go get us a citation where somebody's actually
Okay,
saying that,
give
and I could
look.
give you one right now as a hostile witness, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University. Go look at what he says about it being a construct. That it's a mental construct, doesn't exist in reality. This supposed refraction that the anti-flat earthers have made up on their own with they have no source or citation from anyone using the methods and ideology that they're trying to put forth. They don't have anyone that's doing it in reality.
I just posted a link from a university, San Diego State University, which
Uh-huh.
explains the horizon and
Yeah.
refraction and how it affects it.
Yeah, and look, that's Andrew Thomas Young. So you need to provide the part where it's saying it can project the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be beyond the
Um,
geometric horizon. You don't have that.
I think it says here that you, depending on the refraction index, and I assume that I mean I don't assume, it should be clear that over water it would be higher, right?
Well, also
Sir,
Hold on. Andrew Thomas Young also puts in the beginning that he's presupposing a globe of certain size. So there's that.
Yeah, but it would explain how, like, assuming that it is a globe, right? It would explain
No, that's what's
how
in
the horizon.
contention. Listen, we're not assuming it's a globe because that's what's in contention. You don't use the thing that's in contention to try to support your
yeah,
case. That's
when
what's in
No,
contention,
no,
the globe. So
hold
you
on a
don't
second. You,
presuppose the globe. That's illogical.
but you are
sir,
using your observations as a counter argument for why it is a globe, right? And I'm
no,
saying that.
no. You said that we have to assume it's a globe. but
Yeah,
your assumption
let's
is
pretend I didn't say that.
against your observation. So if
Yeah,
you observe it flat and straight, why would you assume that it's curved, distorted?
because we know it's round from other sources, and you're actually saying that it's not, right? And
No, that's not true.
the
Listen,
reasoning.
listen, bro.
Let me finish my sentence, right?
Okay, go
The
ahead. Then
reasoning
take
you're
my
using,
defense.
the reasoning you're using to claim that it is not, is that because you see the horizon a bit farther than you expect it to be, right? And
A bit
the refraction
farther.
thing would
Okay,
explain
let
why
me.
you would have that observation.
I know what you will explain, but let me tell you. Let's assume that both of us are on the beach, yeah, and we are lying down in the sand on our bellies, yeah, and you lift your head up and you look across the ocean, and you will see the horizon in front of your eyes, in the distance over the ocean, yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're sitting on the beach
Okay.
and I'm looking at the
Now,
horizon.
yeah, when you are laying down on your belly, that means that when you lift your head up, yeah, you are approximately 1 foot above the surface of the water. Your eyes, yeah, are 1 foot above the surface of the water. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, according to the globe Earth model numbers that they give us, with a radius of 3,959 miles, yeah, the arc curvature around the sphere is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Curvature drop in all directions. Now, according to this, yeah, everything when you are laying on your belly at the ocean, everything which goes beyond 1.225 miles in the distance from you will start to disappear from the bottom up because it's going behind the curvature hill. Yeah, a hill is a very good representation of what curvature is. There is no refraction that can make you see behind a hill.
Yeah, plus also this part. As a sailor, I can go sail to the islands offshore, 26 miles, to see them the whole freaking entire time, all the way to the shoreline, the whole time, and then go on shore and touch that shore, and it never switched from a mirage to the real thing in the middle.
Yeah.
Like
Why?
I've sailed to islands hundreds of miles away, coming from out out in the ocean and coming on to these islands, and
Yeah.
you would never even be
So,
able to see them at all that far away because
so my best,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
most of the times
my,
the lighthouses are low to the ocean. Mostly they're not usually above 400 feet because then you're getting up into the clouds when they get fogged, and they'll get fogged in, so they put them so they're not
yeah,
that high up, and you can see lighthouses up to like 300 miles away have been noticed. Go ahead, get sorry.
thank
First
you.
of all, how
So
tall is
my
the
advice
lighthouse?
to you, sir, my advice to you
Hold on a second. How
before,
tall is the lighthouse? maybe 15 meters, 20.
No, they're up to like 400 feet.
What's that in meters? I don't know.
About 100 meters, 100 meters.
400 feet.
100
Meters.
meters, yeah, 300 feet.
100
400
meters.
feet.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
maybe
tall, right?
150. 150 meters.
120
Yeah.
meters would
Yeah.
put the horizon at 40 kilometers. What's that in miles?
40 kilometers, but people are seeing these lighthouses at hundreds of miles away. I mean, the most common ones are like 60 miles away for, let's say, Lady Liberty at New York Harbor, right?
There are multiple questions there. One, are they actually seeing the lighthouse or the light?
Light.
The light, but it doesn't matter because if the if the
From
lighthouse were
that,
not there,
yeah.
if the lighthouse were blocked by an obstruction, then you wouldn't see the light.
Not necessarily, because as it scatters through the air, you would see like the air around it would be lit up, right? And you would see it during the night.
Then when did it switch? Because the sailors can see it from daybreak to dawn to nighttime, and see the same lighthouse as they're traveling towards it. And then when they get
They-
there, it didn't freaking all of a sudden switch to the real thing. From a mirage to the real thing. See, that's why you don't have a
So if they
citation
see it
for
as a
is your version. Hold on. It's not yet that refraction is wrong or that it doesn't exist. We're not saying it doesn't exist. We're saying the kind of refraction that you guys are saying it is not that kind. Not whatever kind you have in your mind there, not that kind.
Yeah. Before advocating for the globe Earth, I would, and you invoked refraction. I would suggest you kindly to actually do make further research into what refraction is,
I
because
know
there are
I
5
know exactly
types
what
of
it is.
refraction. And when we talk about refraction, we have to be specific. We have to know which type of refraction are you talking about.
What do you mean 5 types? What types?
Yeah,
Stooping, looming. Let's see. I'll just pull them up.
Towering,
Towering. Isn't there?
stooping.
Yeah. The 5. Let's see. Here we go.
And terrestrial refraction, 7/6R, of a radius that no one can account for.
No radius.
well,
Yeah,
link?
that's not a problem.
We
That's a
have a
big problem.
link. We have a link for the types of refraction.
Yeah, I'm trying to
well,
find a good one.
I don't recommend links. I recommend actually books about it.
And anyway, they're only bent at the interface between two transparent materials of different densities. You didn't have a density gradient in the air.
You do because of
No, you
pressure.
don't. So, okay, another citation then.
That's
He's talking about Snell's law. Snell's law.
Yeah. So, are they talking about Snell's law
Yeah,
or are they not?
you have
Or are you they're talking about the looming is stooping. I'm trying to find a good definition.
we have pressure gradient on the vertical, not on the horizontal. Yeah, and the
That's correct.
observations we are
Read the
making them
patterns
on
for
the
that.
horizontal, not on the vertical.
Yeah.
So
14.7 psi is at sea level, so it's from
Yeah.
the horizontal plane upwards.
Yeah. So you are looking through air, which has 14 psi homogeneously.
Are you guys looking for the link, or what are we waiting for?
Yeah, I got it right here. I was just looking up a good definition, so I wanted to find. Here's the link. Towering and stooping. Inferior mirage, superior mirage, late mirage. Mock mirage. There's 5 image mirages, Fata Morganas.
That doesn't really sound like science.
Well,
Which one?
it comes from your expert, San Diego State University. It comes from Andrew Thomas Young.
I
Yep.
don't know. We're talking about mirages. It's not
You're
the kind of
hilarious, man.
refraction I'm used to, because I do work with refraction, and
You don't work with refraction that boosts that bumps the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed
Oh,
to. You don't have that.
well, which type, which refraction are you working? Air refraction or liquid refraction?
well, different dielectrics. I'm working with microwaves, and the effect where wave bends when it passes from the electric with less permissivity than the other one, it's going to bend. Or, for example, if you have a wave that's half in something denser and half in air, it's going to bend towards the denser thing, right?
Yeah, when
So, hold on a second. So
electromagnetic.
not geometrical then.
What do you mean, not geometrical bend?
Yeah, it's
You're
a
talking about
change
the
of
horizon,
medium.
correct? We're talking
Yeah.
about the horizon, correct?
No. I'm talking about waves now.
Yes, but
No,
the
he's
claim of
talking
refraction comes
about
into
his.
what?
No,
Right,
he's
and
talking about what
it's
he's
why
working. Yeah, so he's
it,
not talking about this refraction.
So he's not talking about the horizon. So stooping and
Yeah, and
looming and
he's
towering
talking
is
about the
irrelevant.
refraction of microwaves, not of light.
yes, I don't know
Okay.
of any of those categorizations, but light will follow the same rules, right? If you're going to
Well,
transmit light to,
no, you see, for example, mashed potatoes, they are opaque to light, yeah, mostly opaque.
What is light?
it's electromagnetic radiation.
So the sun is
So light,
electromagnetic. What
Yeah.
are the circuits for the sun? What are the components for the electric parts of the sun?
Are you asking what generates light?
No. You said electrical. What are the electrical components of my candle?
So light is not
You said
electrical.
light is electromagnetic. So
It's not
what are the
it is
electrical
electromagnetic.
components? What are the electromagnetic components of my candle? Of my match?
The atoms and the electrons. It has electrons, right?
I don't know, you're saying it.
How does it get electrons from fire?
Yeah.
And actually, the candle is not okay. So now
It's not
you're
light.
making me. It is, and you're making me answer now. Like, how is that light generated? So when you're heating something up, in this case, there's a reaction, a thermic reaction, right? Do you know what temperature is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Thermodynamics. Yeah, we understand.
What's temperature?
It's a variation on the medium.
No, it's the vibration of the atoms, right? And when they are vibrating, they're generating a wave in the electromagnetic field. And
Really?
as they yes, that's why when you heat up a piece of
No,
iron,
no,
right?
no.
When
Heat.
it gets give me a second. When it gets to a point where the vibration is high enough in frequency that the electromagnetic waves are now in the part of the visible spectrum, it becomes slightly red, right? And you can heat it up even more, and it's going to get brighter. And the same things happens with a candle. When you're burning it, the atoms during that reaction,
Propagation of
oxidation
energy,
reaction.
man. Propagation of
Sorry?
energy. Hot and cold is propagation of
Yeah,
energy.
energy. Heat is energy,
Propagation of
and
energy.
it
And cold the
makes
same.
Yeah,
the molecules
that's way
to
too simple, right?
uh,
You're asking me
bounce,
where
It's
where the
propagation, man.
electrical components are. There are no
yeah.
electrical components. This is the atom that are vibrating.
But you were wrong because you said heat is the vibration of the atoms, and that is fallacious.
It is.
No, no. Heat is not the vibration of the atoms.
What are you talking about? What is it
Heat
then?
makes the atoms vibrate.
Is that not the same thing?
Heat is energy. Higher energy, yeah, means more motion, higher
No.
velocity for
No.
atoms, for molecules. Yes,
Thermic
for gas
thermic
molecules,
energy.
listen, when you heat, yeah, water, liquid molecules, yeah, they have so much energy and speed they gain that they start evaporate from the liquid state. They take a gaseous state. And if you keep heating that steam, yeah, it builds pressure, more and more pressure. The more energy, the more heat you add, the higher pressure, because those vapors, yeah, the liquid in a gaseous state, those molecules will have higher velocities and
Yeah,
more
that's what
collisions
temperature is.
with the container, with the walls of the container.
That's what temperature is, man.
Which
Temperature
one is
is
faster, hot or
not,
cold?
listen,
Let me ask
temperature
Uriel.
is not the vibration of the atoms.
He likes trick questions. Let me ask Uriel.
Yeah.
What's faster, hot or cold?
Sorry, what?
What's faster, hot or cold? You like trick questions, so let me ask you, which one is faster, hot or cold?
Cold.
Why is that?
It's because there's no vibration, so
No,
when
no,
the
no. It's the
electrons
other.
are moving,
It's the reverse, man. Anyone can catch a cold, man. I'm sure you had a cold this winter, no?
I actually have one right now.
So there you go. You can catch a cold.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Now, coming down to earth again.
Right. What were we talking about? Light and how light
Refraction.
obeys the same laws. Yeah.
Well,
It obeys. So here's the thing about waves. They all obey the same laws, no matter what kind of waves they are. They could be
We're not
like
talking about refraction anymore then.
about the again, all waves behave the same. The waves in the water, the sound waves, electromagnetic waves, when they are going from one density material to
no,
another,
no.
from refraction and
Imaginary
reflection.
waves, listen, imaginary waves, they don't behave like all other waves.
That's correct. It's a description.
If
Yeah.
they are correct, then if they are modeled
What do you
correctly,
mean? Imagine. What do you mean if they are correct? I mean,
light
they
is
are
not imaginary,
imaginary.
right?
My
We are not talking
imaginary
about
wave,
imaginary stuff.
they are 100%
Yeah,
correct.
light is not a wave.
It definitely is.
No, it's a wave function. Light is not a wave.
Yeah, that's correct.
A single dot
Light
is not a wave.
is not a wave.
Yeah, a single dot, a chunk of light, is not a wave.
It has
A
a
wave,
wavelength.
wave
Yeah, but
description is when you have many
yeah,
dots, yeah, that you can
yeah.
describe them as a wave. But a single dot of light is not a wave. It's a single dot. Light is not a wave.
Can be proven to be a wave using the double slit experiment.
Yeah, not only that, I believe the double slit experiment. I don't think it proves that it is a particle. I think they're always waves, and it just collapses into a single point when it gets
No,
absorbed. But that's something
proves
different.
it proves the photon is quantum.
Um, no, I don't think it proves that. I
Yeah,
mean,
Yeah, but
sure,
it's in the
it's a
word. Come on,
quantum.
guys.
It's
Come
a
it
on, guys.
can
It's
quantum
in the
number, but I
word.
be
don't
in
think it
more
proves
places
it's a
than one.
particle.
The
Yeah.
word is
Sorry, what?
singular, not plural.
Listen.
The word photon is a singular.
Yeah.
Photon, one,
Um,
single, not wave.
Let me one moment. Let me ask, please, this guy a question. Um, what happens when someone travels with the speed of light? What happens with time?
Um, Theoretically, if you travel with the
It
speed of
becomes
light, there is
zero,
no
right?
time.
It becomes
Sorry?
zero.
Yes.
Time
Yeah.
becomes zero. Yeah. Therefore, you need no time to travel the distance between A to B. Therefore, you are in A and also B in the same time. What speed is the photon traveling?
Of light.
Speed of light. So he doesn't need time to be in a place or the other because it will be in both places in the same time.
Yeah. So,
You just contradicted yourself with the double slit experiment.
in what way?
In what way? Because the photon was fired through one slit, yeah, but it also traveled the other path through the second slit and it created an interference pattern on the screen showing a wave function to the way it's propagating through the medium.
Right. And I said I don't think it's a particle. I said it's a wave.
Well, it's a particle, not a wave,
Why do you think it's a particle?
because the particle can be present in two locations in the same time.
Well, it's not from our perspective, right? Because the speed of
Listen,
causality, the speed of causality
um,
is the speed of light, right? So we cannot perceive it as
have you
being.
ever tried to
You can do the
predict?
double slit with a candle,
Have you
man.
ever, yeah, have you ever tried to predict the position where an electron will be?
No,
No.
like in
I
I
recommend you try
no.
to do that.
How would I even
And
do that? Like on an atom? Nobody
oh my
has seen
God,
them.
you are a microwave expert engineer, and you are asking me how to predict where an electron will be?
We haven't even seen electrons, right? How would I be able to predict where it would be?
Really? You ever heard about the radio? TV. Ever heard about these things that we use every single day? Computers.
And can you use them to
You're on
predict
the air.
where a specific electron is going to be?
It's the message, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
we
it's
can
not.
predict these
If you want
things.
to predict where an electron is going to be, you would have to, I don't know, understand exactly where it is around the atom, and then
Um,
figure out how it's
tell
moving.
me,
Like
tell
that's a
me
nobody has done
how,
this.
why do logical gates exist?
So we can do math with them and other logical stuff.
No,
SOS. Did you
because
got the
we
message?
understand electrons. We understand what electrons do, and we can build logical gates on their behavior.
Not necessarily. You don't need
Uh,
that good of an understanding of the electron in order to build logical gates, only of electrical current, right? For the electron, we do need a good understanding for the electron for other stuff, right? Where we have band gaps and stuff like that, where we are generating like reference voltages and stuff like that. In that case, we do need a good understanding of the atom and uh, what are they called? Like the layers where the electrons are sitting, right? We do need an understanding of that, but to create
so
logical gates,
just
no,
just
we can do
because,
them. We can create logical gates
listen,
with
I'm
like
I'm not talking I'm not talking about the model specifically. You can build a billion fucking models depicting the behavior and nature of the electrons and the atoms. How do they look like? You can make them look like unicorns. You can imagine they look like unicorns. It doesn't matter as long as you can make use of it, that without knowing how they truly look like.
what's your
We
point?
see this behavior. This is natural science. So,
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm sorry, I have
according
to
to
respond to
you,
everything.
Well, in order to predict what was being said in this chat room, I had to log into this server. Without it, yeah, I
yeah,
couldn't predict where the information was going to be.
correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. So what was your
Welcome
point?
back.
Get big get.
My point is that you are contradicting yourself, because with the double slit experiment, you were saying that the light is a wave, but light is not. Light is particle, photon,
How do you know that?
and you just said that something traveling with the speed of light needs no time to travel the distance from A to B, because time is zero at the speed of light.
Right, but that's those are two
Yeah,
different perspectives.
therefore,
On one hand,
therefore,
hold on a second,
that
hold on a second, 'cause
photon is
you're missing the
omnipresent, and actually the double slit experiment was done with electrons also.
right. The double slit experiment kind of they are claiming that light has a dual nature, wave and particle, and I'm
Light,
guessing that
no, light displays a dual behavior, dual nature. It doesn't mean it is a wave. Just because the photon behaves like a wave, yeah, the photon is not a physical rock that you throw and it has to go ballistic, yeah. Or if you shoot it hypersonic, it will propagate through the air in a straight line because the photon is not solid matter.
Oh, it's
Also,
electromagnetic.
listen to understand this. When you have fluids moving in high velocity, yeah, fluids prefer to propagate in a toroidal shape manner. They will spin in a toroidal manner. Yeah, they form vortices, and that's how they behave at high speed. They are not traveling in a straight line like a bullet fired with a firearm.
There's another one of those straight lines. Can you tell us any time at all, get beget, where light travels along a curved surface? No, I don't think so. Light doesn't propagate on a curved surface.
And that's the point. That's the
It'll be,
point in
Yeah, the
refraction.
photon,
it'll be blocked
the
by the
photon,
curved surface.
So
the
you're okay.
photon
So
will.
hold on. Let's
Mhm.
regroup. Right. Our contention point here is that it's regarding light traveling along a curved surface, right? And the reason you're refusing that light is a wave is because you know that if it is a wave, it can travel along a curved surface, right? So are we now trying to
Up until the point where it's blocked by the curved surface, the geometric horizon, which you don't have.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Hold on a
that's
second.
actually not
Which
how
curved
it
surface
works.
are you talking about?
Because
Which curved surface are you talking about? For this life to go over the curved surface. Which curved surface are we talking about?
a wave, if you have a gradient, like this is actually used by
We understand the light. We don't understand the curved surface you're talking about. What are you
Right.
referring to?
yeah, I'm talking about waves now. Let me explain something, right?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
easy. What?
Waves run a
You want me
curve.
to explain it or not?
Which curved surface? We understand about the waves claim and the light behavior. What curved surface are we talking about?
So, do you know about optical fiber?
Is that the curved surface?
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking about.
So, for example, in optical fiber, the reason you can
But you should bring those things up in a different forum, not a forum regarding flat Earth. Because if you're talking about curved surface in this forum, it means something else. It doesn't mean fiber optic cables.
Yeah, we're only talking about curved surface in one particular way about the Earth's
well,
surface.
my point is that light behaves like any other wave when it passes through a medium, right? And in this
Okay.
case, we have a medium. Let me finish. In this case, we have a medium, the air, which has different densities, and that is going
No, it
to
doesn't.
force
It
the
has
light to refract
inhomogeneous. It's
and reflect.
inhomogeneous and unbonded. No, because you're just making up bullshit.
How did you figure that out?
You're just it was easy to figure out because you're talking
Okay, so
bullshit.
which part is
I used my
bullshit?
bullshit
Which
meter,
part is
my
bullshit?
bullshit freaking response meter.
Tell me
L-
which part is bullshit,
Let,
and I'm going to address that.
okay, man. Let me give you that. Yeah, go on. There's a gradient in the air that we breathe. Yes, go on.
On what?
There's a
Because
gradient in the air. You just said that there is a
right, and when you
discrepancy.
have a gradient
Yes,
in the
there is a
air,
gradient
when
in
you
the
have
air.
a
In the air, yes.
gradient in the air, that's
Lovely.
going
And
that's going to make refraction and light Words
What's
where
that? When you say refraction, what do you
higher
mean?
pressure.
Refraction.
When
Yeah.
you say refraction, what do you mean?
Like the light gets bent, the wave gets bent a little.
Oh, that's
Do you mean
Snell's
like an
law.
obstruction? Do you mean
Snell's
like an
law.
obstruction or
Right.
Snell's law?
No, it's
Which
not
one
an
do you mean?
obstruction. So what happens with waves traveling through different mediums is that
Oh my
in
gosh,
one
you're
medium,
mixing up apples and oranges now, man.
in one medium
Yep.
they're going to travel slower,
You're
and in
mixing
the
up
other
two
one they're
different
going to travel.
categories. You're in a
Well, hold on a
category
second.
error.
You're talking. Yeah, he is on the category area.
Are you guys
Listen,
going to
for
allow me
Snell's law to
to
happen.
explain?
Listen,
Are
for
you guys
Snell's law.
going to allow me to explain it or not? It's very easy, right?
Snell's law doesn't say that.
Actually, I
Snell's
believe
law
it does.
requires two mediums. Yeah, one of them being water or liquid. Yeah, and the other one being the air. And when you place a straw or a spoon inside of a glass, yeah, you'll see a bending, a deviation from straight. That deviation happens between mediums, yeah, and light needs to be coming in an angle for that to happen. We're not talking about the same thing, are we?
I think we are. So what's the problem?
I don't think we are. You're comparing the Earth with a glass with water in.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm comparing just the air with
Listen, a glass with water in, you can see through the glass and through the water inside of the glass to see that the object in the water has deviated from straight in comparison to the object above the surface of the water. There is a deviation
Refraction
from
doesn't need
straight.
water
Now,
to occur. Why do you keep saying that?
looking at the glass is not looking at the Earth. It's called the reification fallacy.
Yeah, so like refraction doesn't require there to be water. Like it kind of seems like that's what you're implying.
Yeah, but it's a liquid. It's a deviation in the medium between the two mediums. Yeah,
It
but
doesn't need to change from like solid to liquid.
it's observed from outside of the
gases
two
of different
mediums.
density.
It's observed from outside of the two mediums.
Okay, yeah.
In
So
this case, your example, you are in a medium. It's not applying. It
yeah,
doesn't
no, I
apply.
understand. You made your point the first
Hold
time.
on a second. We have multiple problems. Number one, you're going to need two isotropic media to invoke Snell's law. So if you can show me two isotropic media that this light is traveling through over the surface of the Earth, and by all. Number two, if you're going to invoke refraction, you've already debunked your globe again.
Yep.
So it just needs to be two. It can be two gases of different density.
No, it can't be gases. No, it cannot.
Why
There's
not?
nowhere anywhere
Two
that
isotropic
refraction
media,
occurs
not
between
making
two different
baseless
gases.
assertion.
Yeah, you can just Google
Two
it. I don't
different
know.
isotropic media. Unless you want to back up your claim with citation, I assume I'm going to guess that you're going to be quiet from this point forward.
Yeah, says who?
Don't make stuff up.
Says who?
I'm not
Like,
making anything.
you could listen. Hold on. The gases are moving at rapid high speed. They're moving omnidirectionally in all directions, bouncing up against a container.
I can see stupidity is running free right now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wait. Okay, so to be clear, because I thought this was like undebatable, right? Maybe Jekyll, you can help me, right?
Yeah, it is
in order for
undebatable because
refraction
you
to
don't have a
occur-
leg to stand on,
Please let
young
me finish.
man. No, because
I'm not a
listen,
young
you're
man, I'm a
talking
young
more
lady.
bullshit. My bullshit meter
I'm
is
a
on high
27-year-old woman. Please let me finish talking. All right, in order for refraction to occur, you need two, or just like two things of different density, right? So you could use like two gases.
No,
Would
you
be able
can't.
to- Okay, now I'm asking somebody else, but thanks for your answer.
No, you can't use two. You have to be two different isotropic medium if you're gonna play that game.
Where did you pull that rule from, man? From out of your ass? Come on.
Yeah, he's
Is
just
that
making
so?
it up.
You
Go ahead and
can't-
give us the citation
you
instead
can't
of
have
explaining things.
refraction Are you seriously saying you can't have refraction with just gas of different temperature or density?
Now, when they're moving,
So you're claiming
moving in rapid,
so then any light
Not Snell's law refraction. No. We're equivocating refraction again. We're talking about specific refraction, Snell's law. Snell's law, you cannot have two different gases. If that's what you claim Snell's law is,
Exactly.
yeah,
Thanks.
it's not with gases.
That guy didn't bring up Nell's law. You did.
Yeah, but now the refraction that we're invoking is not Snell's law. You're invoking a different type of refraction.
Yeah, but you
But
brought that up,
regardless
not
what
him. So
refraction
why are
you're
we
Hold
talking?
on
claiming,
a second. Hold on a second.
you should be
Like I was
claiming
saying,
for a geometrical, yeah, geometrical claim, not a refractive
Yeah,
claim.
exactly.
Wait,
There
which
is
one are you?
no refraction in geometry,
Which one are
unless I
you?
missed that class. In geometry, there is no refraction. There is a geometrical claim on the table, though. The claim
I don't
that
know what the fuck you're saying there, George.
we live on a sphere, yeah, with a deviation from straight, yeah, of 8 inches per mile square in every single vector. Not
You're
measurable, not
you're affirming the
detectable
concept.
by any means. That's the claim on the table.
can we get back to refraction? So I don't give a fuck about Snell's law, really, right? I know how refraction works, and there's just one type of refraction. It's refraction, right? And it happens when you have different a wave passing through different densities of something. And yes, you can have refraction between gases. You can have refraction within the same gas. Have you ever looked at the road when there's hot outside? You get refraction because the road is hot. The air gets hot, and then you have air of different temperatures, therefore different densities. And
What's the name for
that's
that
what
type of refraction?
it's refraction. I don't know. I
No, that
haven't
it's a type of
refraction
refraction.
in that
Yeah.
level to
I
classify
understand
it.
that the English language is limited, yeah, and in most cases they use the same word for different things, yeah. But refraction, yeah, it's a simplified word that has different meanings, yeah. At least six or
Not
seven were
simplified.
brought up to you. 7 of the
No,
6
no.
are
In physics,
looming, stooping, you know, all of them were
that
brought up to you.
yes,
Snell's
that's for
law is
people
also
who want to
refraction.
classify it, but the
So
physics behind
it
it is
cannot
just
resume into a single
one
word.
rule.
That's what I'm saying.
There is just one rule for refraction, right? If you want to classify the way you observe it and how it looks to you and that kind of stuff, I don't care about that kind of stuff, right?
Obviously not.
Yeah, he's equivocating terrestrial refraction, this make-believe kind of refraction, with heat distortion. Now, the mirage you see, or the heat distortion on the ground. No, see, you're talking about something different. You're not talking about heat distortion, guy. You're talking about terrestrial refraction. You're not talking about Snell's law. You're talking about terrestrial refraction. See, you use words because words have meaning. Got it?
I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what that is for
We
you. I
get
know
it,
what
man. We
refraction is,
understand.
right?
You don't like the answer. That's too bad.
We explained it to him ad infinitum previously. They just don't even agree with their own experts on the field.
Oh wait, you've got a source? Can you source it for me?
How many times have we sourced it? You
Andrew Thomas Young with the presupposition of a globe. Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young.
There you
Source for
go.
me the
Go ahead. Keep
refraction.
arguing your
Andrew
mute
Thomas
point
Young.
over and over again, dude. But
Tell me which expert says you can't have a refraction on a sphere.
It doesn't say. It says that you presuppose the globe first, and that it is a presupposition, and that basically says it's a construct.
and who said that,
Yep.
anyways?
Andrew
That we can't have
Thomas.
refraction.
Presuppose the globe for refraction.
Jekyll is saying this. Jekyll is Jekyll.
No, who says
I'm always right.
we can't have refraction on a globe?
Well, it sounds like you're set.
Sounds
One
like
of
you
you.
said
I
it,
can't
right?
remember which one, Sonny or you said.
Oh, you said.
It was either you or Sonny. You said you have to have a geometric refraction, and you have to go to your geometry class in order to have refraction. What kind of retardation is that?
Did not say that.
Jekyll. I mean, if you're just going to be here,
One of you did. One of you did.
then well, you can go
You're
on.
spiraling, Jekyll.
You know,
You're
it's okay.
spiraling.
Just don't see bad and stupid stuff, then I won't spiral. Be correct.
Anyway, for the claim of refraction,
Magical refraction, not us.
for the claim of refraction, you're going to need a flat plane for that.
And if you want to quote
you're going to
somebody,
be
dude,
measuring. Hold on a second. You're going to be measuring how much it deviates from straight.
at
How
least
much
quote
does
what they
this
said.
light is deviating from straight?
from an interface. The interface, the
Yes.
plane has to be a
So yeah,
plane of incidence.
you're going to need a flat plane for that description of refraction. Any type of refraction refers to the horizon in relationship to the horizon. Yeah. So what is the horizon? The visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the earth or the sea. And horizontal, yeah, is parallel to the horizon plane. Yeah. This doesn't fit on the surface of a sphere. Spheres don't have horizontal planes. Full stop.
Have you ever heard of a tangent? Could you define tangent for me?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Tangent, yes, I can.
Define it
It's
for
when
me.
it's when a straight line meets a circle in a single point, like on a
Or a
sextant.
sphere.
Like on a sextant.
Or a sphere.
Okay, you know
Like
what?
on a
As for the tangent,
sextant.
right? Tangent to
Like on a
what? What is
sextant.
it the tangent to?
Wait a second. No, wait a second. Like on a sextant. When you're looking through the sextant scope, you're looking at the horizon, the horizontal line, meeting, when you bring down the celestial to the tangent point, yeah, you bring the celestial to a tangent of the horizontal plane, measuring 90-degree angle. It's not the tangent
Oh,
from
you're
you to
measuring.
the horizon. It's not the tangent from you to the horizon because there is no curvature in the horizon.
You're measuring
The
down to the
horizon,
horizontal.
no, the horizon is the horizontal line that by the usage of the sextant, you bring the celestial body
Yeah.
meeting as a tangent the horizontal surface. And that angle
Horizontal
of
surface.
elevation, yes,
What's a
where
dip
the
correction,
horizontal surface,
George?
was that?
What's a dip correction? Do you know what that is?
Dip correction.
Hey, you're No, don't
There's also
stay
another word
focused
for
on the
it.
one thing.
He's
He's
going
trying to
into the
spiral out
weeds.
of control.
There's
He's a
another word for
moron.
it. No,
I don't
yeah,
want
but
someone talking about this if he doesn't know what he's talking about, you know?
Yeah, you
Wait,
know,
what is
dude,
a
you
I
dip
don't know
breathe it,
what
correction?
I'm
right?
talking about. Well, but that's the
I don't know.
difference.
What is a dip
I know
correction?
what
Is it
I'm
also
talking
called a
about.
divine correction, Jekyll?
I don't need white knights, but yeah.
It doesn't need white knights.
Yeah.
There you go,
Go ahead.
dude. You can
What
be
are you
quiet.
What's the other name? What's the other name for deep correction?
I just want to know what it is first. Let's go over that.
He doesn't
Yeah, but
know.
what's
Why'd
the
you
other
bring it
name
up?
for deep correction?
You brought it
It
up.
seems
I
like
don't
you
know how
just
that's
know that
relevant to what
name.
it is. I know what
What
a
it
dip
is?
correction is. You
It's
have
a
another
it's a
word for it, that's fine,
it's a
but just tell me
correction.
what it is.
It's a
Jekyll,
correction
you brought it
to
up.
the
What is it?
surface. It's a correction to the surface.
To the surface of the Earth?
Yes. Yes,
Can you
correct.
show that for me? Can you source that for me?
It's the height of I.
No, I want you. I don't want you to
If you are above the
source it.
surface,
Source it.
if you are above the surface, you need to put yourself on the surface. Horizontal plane of reference. Yeah, the same one that you are observing through the scope to measure 90 degrees on that tangent that you didn't know about it. Yeah, that tangent that measures 90 degrees.
Can you draw a dip correction for me?
Draw a deep correction.
Yeah. What do you think it looks like? I'll post you
looks
what
like-
I think a dip correction looks like, and you draw me what you think it looks
I
like.
would say so. The score here is he didn't know what refraction is. Then he started talking about tangents. Now he's talking about dip. So you lost
Yep.
3 points. Now we're on
I don't
to
know
the
what
next
refraction
thing.
is. Who
You're
said that?
scattergunning because you have no clue what you're
Sounds
talking
like a
about.
straw man. Sounds
You
like a
lost.
straw man.
Hey, Jekyll, you lost, buddy. Hey,
Who
I
said
put a
I didn't
diagram.
know
from
I
what
put a
refraction was?
diagram of your belief. I put a
Jekyll, you think
diagram of
you
the
could
belief
keep it
in the
on
chat.
one
It's
thing?
goofy.
You think you can keep it on one thing, Jekyll? One thing at a time instead
Well,
of scattergunning?
it's not scattergunning. If he wants to talk about celestial navigation, I mean, we're all here for it.
Yeah, we're not
Where did we
talking about
start at?
obfuscation, dude.
Well, then why bring up a sextant? Why am I the one that's got the problem here?
Well, he was talking about
Yeah,
celestial
yeah.
navigation.
It's
You
okay when
brought
a
it
flat
up
earther
well, dip
obfuscates and talks
correction.
about irrelevant stuff, but when a
You
globe
know
earth...
it's obfuscating.
Because you don't know what a dip correction is, that's why.
You must have really had a
I
bad
have to go
day.
now.
I can tell that someone has pissed in your Wheaties, Jekyll. You're going to have to take a break.
Can I have a
So,
go now?
anyways, the other two new gentlemen in here that we were talking to about refraction, do you want to continue that conversation?
Like one of them was like lying about what refraction is.
Who was lying?
So like one of them was saying that refraction can only occur between two different mediums, and then like denied that it could happen between two gases.
Now, what was said here was that we're talking about different types of refraction. Snell's law, it requires two different isotropic mediums, not the same medium. Now, the refraction that you are referring with gases is a different type of refraction, not Snell's law. That's what was brought up. We're talking about different things
Okay.
with the same name.
Okay, yeah. So the problem is that the guy said refraction, just plain. He didn't say Snell's law or whatever. And then you spoke up, specified that it had to be Snell's law, and then insisted that he meant that. Which I think is kind of like a weird form of like
So
gaslighting.
you can tell
Correct,
us which
because he was
refraction
talking about the
specifically we're dealing
deviation
with.
from straight. Snell's law.
I don't think that's what he was talking about.
Okay, me. Tell us what were we talking about?
Is that get
Because
beget?
me and Sunny
Is that get
were
beget? I can't look. Is that
discussing.
get beget?
Yeah, it's me get beget.
I don't have
Me
the
and
time to
Sunny
talk to you.
were talking.
Yeah,
Listen,
sorry. This will
me
take too
and
long.
Sunny were
That's okay. You
talking
can
to
go on mute.
a guy in here who claimed that he's also an engineer. Yeah, working with microwaves,
Get beget.
and
She's not going to
you
engage with
jumped
you.
in.
Get beget.
Yeah, we were talking with that guy about the refraction, and you, George.
Is
I
he
know.
still here?
Yeah, I'm here, and I was
Yeah,
going to
Uriel is
say
here, yeah.
that
Yeah.
I was going to say that all these laws in physics that I do not care about are really, really old laws, right? We have a different understanding of physics now, of how waves propagate and all that stuff, right? That people back then didn't have. When they created those laws, they just made some observations and figured, okay, this is how things relate to each other, and we can make a law about it. That's what Snell's
Yeah.
law is, basically, right? And the
You're,
reason I
you're
don't
saying
give a
that the
crap
things that we're
about
talking about
give
are
me a sec. Give me a
antiquated,
sec.
right?
The reason I do not care about all those classifications and all that crap is because there is only one type of refraction, right? The refraction works in a single way, no matter the
That is
waves, no
incorrect.
matter the how is it incorrect?
Well, I mean, you go ahead and cite your source that says there's only one type of refraction. Meanwhile, there's atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, Snell's law. There's three right there. So
They
you're
all work
lying or
the
you're
same way.
misinformed.
They
I would
all
like you
work.
to go ahead
They
and.
all. If you understand the underlying mechanism, it's the same thing.
No, it isn't at all.
Okay.
It
So
absolutely is.
It's different
listen,
depending on the circumstances, the media involved, for example.
It's not
listen.
like.
En-
Go ahead. Sorry.
engineer guy. Yeah. You say there is a type of refraction, and I asked you when we were talking with Sunny. I asked you to tell us which type of refraction allows you to see behind a hill.
Right, and I was going to explain that when you have a gradient, right, like a gas, and you have a higher pressure gas at the bottom, lower pressure at the top, the wave that is traveling through that gas is going to bend towards the higher pressure gas, right, and that's going to allow you to see further than the geometrical horizon.
All right, great. It's 14.7
Yeah, but
psi at the surface. Now what? How does it bend
okay.
into a
So
greater pressure?
wait,
You said
wait.
what?
No, I need you
All right, go ahead,
to
Cappy Cat.
tell me. Yeah, I need you to tell me in natural world, when we go outside, to show me that you can make a higher pressure of gas uh, at the top of a hill and me standing at the bottom of the hill, because there is higher pressure at the top of the hill, I will be able to see what's behind the hill.
So we use it's not gas, but we use gravitational lensing like that, right? It's the same thing.
No,
Except
no,
that
no.
in that
You
case
can't
we
use
have.
gravity. Listen, no. We are talking about horizon. Horizon is something that we see, we experience it. Gravitational lensing, you don't experience it. You don't see it with your naked eyes in the sky.
So you're asking for proof, but you're looking at those pictures, right, with the horizon, where the horizon is further than what it should be, and you are rejecting that proof, right? So I'm not sure exactly what you
No,
are looking
no,
for.
listen. Guess what? With infrared camera, we see even like uh, 20 or 30 times further. And infrared light is the least refractive type of light. It is it has a very short wavelength, yeah,
It has a
function,
longer wavelength.
infrared light
Yeah.
is the least refractive, yeah. So that refraction, when it's about using infrared light, is considered negligible, and this is why the military are using infrared camera sensors, yeah, to acquire targets in straight line of sight at distances over 100 kilometers far away. They can also use a infrared laser, to paint targets at 150 kilometers far away.
You know what? I have to check
Yeah,
something up. Give me a sec.
the periscope of a submarine, yeah, they can stick up above the water, the surface of the water, yeah, like 2 or 3 feet, but not too high from the sea level, because the higher you stick it up, the more visible you are. So the lower you are close to the sea level, the better for the military. Yeah. So when they stick that periscope and acquire a target 150 kilometers far away, I want you to tell me, where is the fucking refraction which is curving the light around the Earth's curvature, allowing you to see 150 kilometers far away, when infrared light is almost zero refractive?
So first of all, I would have to see like some sources and some documentation that
Yeah,
would make me
well,
believe
now
that
you have to
that
see, but
no, no,
now
no.
you
Hold on a second.
realize that you are
The problem
actually
I have.
invoking a clown story given
No,
by
no, no.
these
Give me a sec.
pseudoscientists.
Give me a sec to tell you
Yeah.
why I want to see that. Is because I do not believe that something that bends less and visible light would travel further, right? That I do not believe that part. So if you can give me something to show me something to convince me, I will, I will reconsider some things for sure.
Yeah, infrared cameras, they are the only instruments which allow you to see the furthest possible.
I do not believe that, right? And
Yeah, you can choose that. I don't mind. I know it's your personal choice. But
well, it's not a choice. It's
for
not a choice
you,
because I don't make a
this,
choice here.
listen,
It's logic,
listen, this,
right?
this is a matter of belief for you. You
No.
haven't
It's not.
looked
It's
into
not a
this.
matter of belief. It's logic.
Yeah.
If you, I have no other choice but to not believe it, because if it bends less than visible light, then it stands to reason that you wouldn't see as far, right? So I need to see something that tells me how that's possible.
Well, you explain how a submarine or a U.S. battle cruiser, yeah, can use a infrared laser to paint a target 150 kilometers far away.
First of all, I do not know
Yeah,
that they can
because
do that.
as long, listen,
I'm not
listen,
an
they have
expert in submarines,
missiles.
right?
They have missiles. Yeah, autonomous missiles, which are actually following that laser dot. Yeah, and they fly in all directions, not in a straight line. Yeah. So you cannot
Still,
shoot
no.
them
Hold on a
down.
second. You're asking me to tell you how a submarine can do that, but I do not know if they can actually do that, right? Again, I'm not in the
Oh,
military. I'm
Hey,
not in the
Biget.
military. I
okay,
do not know
okay,
anything about
Hey, Biget.
submarines, right?
okay, good. I'm fine.
To
Submarines
be
don't
fair,
exist. Yeah.
no, don't do that. Like, get Biget. He's asking you to, go ahead and give some sort of citation or source about the claim that you're making. I don't think he's asking for too much, especially if we ask them for the same thing. Now, if you're just
Yeah,
going to
I
give
think
him a
that's
story
fair.
and not support it, go ahead and, give him what you have. Otherwise, I would dismiss it out of hand in the same way.
I agree.
Thank you.
I don't have it at hand now, but if you come back in weekends when I have more time to do this, um, I can provide you sources.
I'd be surprised if anyone's got any imagery, any video from a submarine periscope, because that equipment's got to be highly classified.
Yeah, I'll post a picture. I do have on my phone one or two pictures, but it's actually a battle cruiser um, shooting that laser beam.
Now, we do have evidence for some things that are related to this, like the Department of Defense's terrestrial laser test that they did on Maui, which completely destroyed any claim of terrestrial refraction being considered.
What happened in
Yeah.
that case?
Well, So on Maui, I forgot the name of the facility, but there's a huge testing facility on a mountaintop on the island of Maui, where they set up a tri-band laser, 3 different wavelengths, and they shot the laser down to a telescope 148 kilometers away. And what they were interested in seeing is if they could shoot 3 different wavelengths propagating at that distance that can be picked up within the limited space of the optics of a distant telescope. And the telescope saw all 3 lights cluster together and group together in a fashion that did not permit any known refraction model to work. They actually concluded that the best fit was a turbulence model, and even then it didn't fit completely.
Oh, okay.
So there's no terrestrial refraction.
I need to look into this experiment.
I posted.
Okay, yes, David Bricker is the guy's name. David Bricker, University of Dayton, Ohio. In conjunction with the U.S. military, I think Boeing and Northrop Grumman or Lockheed Martin sponsored it too. I can provide documents if you want.
I'm looking it up. David what?
David Bricker, B-R-I-C-K-E-R, Bricker. Yep, David Bricker, and it was a 148 kilometer propagation test on Maui. The test also spawned additional studies where they used computers to simulate what they'd observed and what they expected in order to try to data fit a model. And so there are papers for that too. I mean, the bottom line, like, what is terrestrial refraction? What is even the claim? The equation itself takes Earth's radius and applies math to flatten it out and say, see, it was always a globe, but it looks flat. And that to me is you gotta take a step back and ask, why are you doing this? And so the claim of terrestrial refraction, which goes back to like Carl Gauss in Austria when he's doing all these tower observations with surveying equipment in the late 1800s, he said, well, Earth looks flat. We can flatten the radius out by expanding Earth's size about 13%. And so 13% became like the de facto application of terrestrial refraction to explain why everything looks so flat. And it's amazing how over time optics got better, and as optics got better, so did they update terrestrial refraction with a bigger and bigger presumed Earth radius coefficient. And right now, what's acceptable is not 13%, but around 17%, and even 21%, depending on which surveying manual where you're looking. But the mechanism behind it, nobody knows what kind of naturally occurring phenomenon is responsible for producing specifically terrestrial refraction. And I think that's a part that needs to be understood here is what is a natural occurring phenomenon behind terrestrial refraction? We understand refraction exists. It exists in different ways. Whether you've got one media or two media, you can apply Snell's law for two media. You can apply like Fermat's theorem or Laplace or Huygens models for others. But, actual refraction is testable and is based off of real observations. Terrestrial refraction is imaginary. It's very much similar to the Lorentz contraction in relativity, where when they set up a Sagnac-type effect to determine if Earth is moving and rotating, they did not pick up any rotation of Earth that was predicted initially by the model. So they said, well, space-time must be providing a length contraction in space, which explains why the friendship pattern did not produce the result you'd expect if Earth was rotating as much as they assume it did. Well, so refraction's the same way. Like, nobody actually sees the curvature They just see flat and say, well, we can't see the curvature because this effect is making it look flat. It's the same broken logic again and again and again, and we're tired of it.
It's fanaticism. The choice to follow a blind belief and an assumption that something is real against all odds. The perdition of your soul. Yeah, I posted 2 images with military battleships shooting infrared lasers. And you can clearly see that those laser beams, they are curved. They are so curved. Wow.
Yeah, we know it's curved because it looks so flat.
Yeah.
It actually measures to be flat.
How could you believe it's not curved
Yep.
when it measures flat?
Blasphemy. How can you go against the church? It's a
Yeah,
sphere.
yeah, exactly.
With a religious fervor, they do exclaim.
Mm. You know, at the beginning, the guy's question was so smooth, like, how come you guys with an engineering background, you believe the earth is flat? And we tried to explain him, and we've been up and down for about an hour, more than an hour, through so many subjects and things. But I wanted to ask him a question too.
Go ahead. I'm still here. Not for long though, but
Okay.
I will answer if I can.
So, yeah, I will need a minute because I had a question, but I forgot it. What I wanted to ask you. Yeah, something like um, as a person, how um, interested are you honestly to find out truth about this world? I know we have all been given this model, the heliocentric cosmology, but now that you've found something um, outrageously opposite to that paradigm, um, does it raises question into your mind that could it be that you have been lied, deceived?
So far, you haven't given me anything to make me doubt my previous understanding of the world around me. I am looking
Okay,
into that research paper that Dr. Amish mentioned. I am looking for it
okay,
right now. I'm going to
yeah,
read it and understand it and see what it comes out. But
Yeah.
generally speaking, I'm very open to having my mind changed on anything, and I welcome it. It's I think it's the proper mindset to have in everything, and
That's good.
I'm happy to be wrong.
So you're real. So the only missing piece I think is that you admitted you didn't go out and check the surface of the Earth yourself. So that's the piece. You're not going to know any of this until you go check for yourself. You take the measurement they gave us, and at the surface, that means a certain amount of drop over distance. It's either there or it's not. So if you go check yourself out over the ocean, over some body of water, then you should be able to find out for yourself.
yeah. And just to give you an idea, it's something that I have serious doubts that I'm pretty sure that not many people are capable to find such information on internet. What I'm about to tell you. Refraction index of the air is a measure of the transparency of the air. The air is a medium through which permeates light propagation, but the air is not a perfect transparent. Therefore, it has a refraction index which varies, which changes with the composition of the air. You can
I
have
think,
dust particles,
yeah,
nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles,
they're moving in all
liquid
directions.
vapors, yeah, and all these things, they the more you have, the higher refractive index, and that means less transparency. Therefore, you will see shorter distances. Your visibility is being reduced the higher the refraction index is.
Yep, and that's the correct use of refraction. We've
Yeah,
asked time and time again for their citation and a source of anyone anywhere saying that they use refraction in real life and have to somehow adjust for refraction in any kind of endeavor with using any technology.
yeah,
That's what I would like to see. But because no
You
one is, and they don't have any written papers that show that anyone even says the things that they say.
yeah.
you mean light refraction or something else?
And to best understand it, I recommend you buy a refractometer because that is a very cheap instrument, but it will help you to understand. Um, you can measure the refraction index of water, tap, tap water, rainwater, water from a river, and milk. And you will see that all these liquids They have different refractive indexes. They vary according to what is contained within them. And it's the same for the air. The US Air Force, they have a very good model for air refraction. But the instruments to measure the refractive index of the air, they don't come cheap.
So, so they need to say what they need to show is they can't do this, but what they're dealing with is a multi-layered problem that they've are trying to say is going on because you have all kind of things that are really going on with the light and in the gases above the surface that we already know about.
Uh,
So their
Yes.
dilemma is they're trying to say that because of these long distances that we can see, 10 miles and more, that that's some kind of magic refraction that has never been cited ever before this. You realize that? Like it's never been,
In the
especially the
time
way they're
when,
saying it's supposed to be because the gases are unbounded and they're moving in all directions at all times in different layers. There are no specific boundary layers between densities in gases. What is their problem?
Yes, but they're going to need
Heaven
a
that
flat.
Murgatroyd. Excuse
But
me.
they're going to need a flat Earth for that. Yeah, for that claim that the light is deviating from the straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to need the straight part. They're going to need
Yep.
the flat Earth for that. So look,
well,
light is deviating
actually,
from straight. It's the same thing as the mountain is deviating from straight. So you're going to tell me
actually,
that it's not
Exactly.
straight when you're saying that it's deviating from it? I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to need a flat plane for that.
Mountains, the elevations of mountains, they need a flat plane for that too. That's how they measured it. Elevation angles. Thank you very much.
That's correct. Yeah, exactly the same thing. We are
Yeah.
referring to the plane and how things are behaving
No.
on the
Yeah.
plane
Yeah. And if you really go
compared
into
to the
Snell's
plane.
law, when they talk
Yeah,
about a plane of incidence, so
that's
you have
it.
yeah.
to have a plane of incidence, and it has to be two separate mediums. Gases do not apply.
And one of them needs to be a straight one.
Uh, George and Sunny, do
Yeah.
you guys remember when the guy said that the high density of the air at ground level makes the light curve around the curvature of the Earth? Do you remember when he said that?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
he's forgetting his own phraseology. Like you said, ground
Yeah.
level. It doesn't say ground level on the description of PSI. It
Sea
says
level. Yeah.
14.7 PSI at
Yeah.
sea level.
Yeah.
So zero
And
elevation, 14.7
this
PSI. Yeah.
higher
Requires a flat
pressure,
plane.
yeah, this higher pressure of air makes permeates light to curve around the Earth's curvature. Now the problem with this is I'm gonna destroy it. So I have a picture with someone shooting a laser across a lake, and in that day there was a high refraction index. And when the laser beam is refracting into the air, um, the beam is all starts always to shoot upwards towards the sky. So when light refracts in the air, it tends to go upwards towards the sky. And this is also observable when it's close to sunset. These globers, they invoke that, oh,
Show the
well, you
picture. Show
see,
the picture. Show the picture.
I'll post it in a moment. They say when you stand in front of a building, you can see the sun go down, and the sun went down, yeah, you see it set. But now, if you go on top of that building, you see the sun back again, you know.
No,
But
no, 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 no. You need to go to their claim. You need to go to their
yeah,
claim. The sun goes
Can we
down
see that
until it
picture,
doesn't go
please?
down. And
no,
listen, the sun only
it
goes
means that
down
it
until
disappeared from your eyesight. You no longer see the sun. It
yes. But
disappeared.
let me
Yeah,
elaborate a little bit, if you allow me. The
yeah,
sun goes down the sun goes up and down at the rate approximately of 15 degrees per hour until it doesn't go
yes,
down at that rate anymore because it's going away from you. And the
I
reason as to
know.
why that rate increases in not 15 degrees an hour anymore is because it's moving away from you, so not going down. And that movement of the sun at low elevation is called refraction as well. You need to account for greater than 15
Yes,
degree an
yes,
hour.
yes. But when you sit,
But
when you
it's
sit
not.
at
It's
the
not about
bottom of the
refraction.
building,
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. In that case, it's about the angle where you're at on the sphere, right? As
no, it's
you're
not
What
about
sphere?
the
What
advancing
sphere? Hold on a
angle.
second. What sphere are you talking about?
on the Earth.
The Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, but if it was a sphere, it would
No,
explain
but that would be a
it would
reification
explain why it
fallacy.
slows down, right?
No, but that would be a reification fallacy. What makes it being
Um,
a sphere if it's not measured as being a sphere?
Okay, then how do you explain that it slows down?
well, new
It's
guy,
moving
I
away
was
from you.
explaining to George.
I just did. It's
Yeah,
moving
George.
away from you, not going down. If it was going
I
down, the
haven't
15 degree
finished.
an hour would apply throughout. It doesn't.
I haven't finished making my point.
Go ahead.
Uh,
Sorry, mate.
yeah. So many globers invoked this observation that you can see the sun disappearing, so setting, yeah, at sunset. So from ground level, with your eyes, when you look in the horizon, you no longer see the sun. But when you climb on top of a building, a taller building, then you see the sun again in the same location. Now, the problem why
Or if
this
you zoom in
happens,
with a high resolution
yeah,
camera, if you zoom
I'm
in, you can bring it back.
y- no, actually, from the ground when the sun disappeared, you don't bring it back with camera. It doesn't
Yeah,
come
after
back in camera
disappearing,
because
no. But
no light
when it
from
looks like
you, no light from you is reaching that area. No light from the sun is reaching that area. But when you go on the top of a building, then you see it. And why this happens is because that light, where at that point where you saw the sun disappearing, at that time, yeah, um, that is the at that certain angle from the sun, um, that light does not have the intensity to propagate any further, and it starts refracting into the air upward towards the sky. So it's bending, like bending upwards. And when you go on top of the building, you can still see that light because, yeah, it will reach your eyes.
Hold on a second. So in this case, you're saying that you do have refraction, right?
Yeah,
And that's why you can
yeah,
see
this
it from
is
the
a
top of the.
Yeah, the reason why you see the sun from a building, yeah, and you don't, when you no longer see it from the ground, it's a different phenomena. This is not a refraction of light.
Yeah. If
It's
you allow me back in the
actually
question
a
with
phenomena which happens at the end distance of the light from a light source has a certain intensity and it can induct on a certain distance and no further than that. And that's where it happens, at the edge. And I read about this, but I actually looked into propagation of waves and whipping effect. And yeah, when light does not have enough intensity to propagate further, um, it would follow, it will do a thing like we see in the wave moving across a whip. And when it reaches, yeah, the whip is the medium through which that
Hold on a
wave
second.
is propagating.
Let me stop
And
you.
when
Let
it
me stop
reaches
you
at the
in your
end,
thinking.
the tip
Give
of
me a
the
sec.
whip
So
lifts up, and then
you're basing your reasoning on a wrong assumption, and the assumption
what?
that you're making is that the assumption you're making is that the angle of refraction is going to change with the intensity of light. It doesn't.
Got him.
I
Do you guys realize the consequences of
Oh,
having a
he
light
didn't get what I'm
93
saying.
billion miles away from the ground, from the surface, yeah, curving around a spherical surface, but we still have a night sky.
Yeah.
So the light is projected 93 million miles away. It curves around a sphere, yeah, and we still have nighttime and dark skies at night.
Uh,
What? What are you talking about?
yeah.
Do you see the consequences of that claim? It's not a
They
sphere,
can't see it.
first of all,
Yeah.
and light is not curving in anything on the surface.
That's a false equivalency fallacy.
What is false equivalence? 93 million miles away, the sphere, or what? Or the light is bending. 'Cause all of those are your claims, not mine. Which one is the false equivalence? I don't like to be fallacious, man. If I'm committing a
Maybe
fallacy, I
false.
would like to know which fallacy. You told me the name of the fallacy, but
Yeah, he just called himself that he made a false equivalency fallacy.
oh, I see. That was projecting then. All right. I don't claim the horizon to be physical, man. Geometrical, at least. Go on, guys. Tell us how much how much the flat surface needs to be for your refraction claim. Go on. So tell me, how much is going to deviate from straight again? Shall we just put numbers on this deviation from straight? I mean, not straight, curve. Sorry. I don't know, but the double speak is confusing me.
Nigger.
All right, boys and girls. The Earth's a globe. What are you gonna do by it?
As evidenced by?
Obviously, you don't know what the globe is.
Oh, what's the globe, George?
I don't know. You don't know. You obviously don't know what the globe is. You are mentioning a globe. What is a globe? You claim the globe. What's a globe?
Is this tradition to ask the same question I've just asked you?
You claimed
tradition?
it. I didn't claim any
So
globe.
you don't
I didn't
have
mention
a
that word. You
conversation.
did. You mentioned globe.
Go, yeah,
The Earth
Britnat,
is a
go to
globe.
your Glober servers.
Yeah, it's a globe in CGI cartoons.
Go to the Globis channel,
Yeah, the
Britnat.
globe measures to be flat. Did you know that? I just rhymed.
George, I posted that picture in the voice chat.
Man, I don't know where you guys post the things from this channel. I don't know. Where do you post stuff? Text chat. Which one is it?
Well, you should have an icon at the lower of your screen, a chat bubble, and you click on that.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, so when you tap the screen and you see those button commands where you hang up the voice chat, yeah, in the middle there should be a chat bubble.
Okay, so a few comments about
Gotcha.
that
Thanks,
picture.
man.
Yeah.
First of
So
all, it's
there
very
is a
unclear,
picture.
right? So,
One moment, I'll let you speak after that. So the picture is showing that laser shooting through the air across a lake, and the guy looking at the laser is on the other side of the shore of that lake. And you can see when the laser starts refracting in the air, the laser is shooting upwards into the sky.
I'm not sure that's refraction, man. So that's the problem.
Yeah, that's refraction, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. First of all, the image quality is super bad, so we don't really know
Yeah,
where
yeah,
the
it's
laser is
super bad.
coming.
I know, I know.
Let me talk now, right? Let me analyze this picture,
Mm.
right? So first of all, we don't really know where the laser is coming from. We do not know how long of an exposure it had, and we don't really know the angle of the photograph. Has it been taken from the
It's
side
irrelevant.
or was it
It's
facing?
irrelevant.
Let me talk,
Irrelevant,
man. Let
man.
me talk.
Yeah, this
So,
this
Jesus, man,
picture
are you
is
going to
about
allow me to finish?
showing the path of a laser beam
Are
shooting
you
through
okay? Are
the
you
air.
going to let me to finish talking or not? I
No,
want to tell
because
you
you are
my
talking
opinion.
bullshit.
Let me
I
finish
I wasn't
analyzing this
talking
picture.
with you.
Yes, you were, because you were talking to
No,
me
no,
about
I
this
was
picture
talking
and you
with
refused to
George.
post it back then and you posted now,
Listen,
and I want to give you my
dude,
feedback on it.
I don't need your feedback because I'm talking with George on our discussion about our things.
Okay, and you do not care, like you asked
You,
me if I wanted to know.
I do not, yeah, I do not care what you have to say because I haven't invited you into our discussion. And you didn't even ask nicely, hey guys, can I say something regarding to this?
Actually, I asked you to post the image when you were having the discussion with me, but you didn't offer the courtesy of actually posting
So
the
you're the
picture so I can
engineer guy.
comment on
Yeah,
it. You just
okay, okay,
commented on
okay,
it
okay.
and you didn't give me the opportunity to talk back.
Yeah, okay. Now, yeah, I thought it was someone else just jumping in like that. I didn't recognize your voice. My bad.
Okay, so can I comment on it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so we don't know the angle at which the picture was taken from, right? It looks in here as if it was taken from the side, but I don't think it was. It was probably taken somehow from up front, right? And because we don't know the exposure time, it was night, right? What we see there would be multiple reflections from the water, right? And that's why it looks like the bend is gradual and not a straight line, right? Because if it was taken in an instant, we should have seen a straight bend. Well, not a straight bend, like a
Right,
clear
Ben.
change of direction, but instead we have that gradual thing, which kind of indicates to me that the exposure time was long and the laser was kind of bouncing around and it was reflecting in different directions, and that's what we are seeing there. It's not refraction, it's reflection coupled with a longer exposure time.
No, no. I know what you're trying to say, and you didn't say it correctly. You were close, but not good enough. What you're missing is that the laser is collimated light, and the observation location is far beyond the uh, focus point of that laser. Do you know what that means?
I know, but you're wrong. Lasers are
What?
not collimated.
What did I just say? Explain.
So you said that lasers are collimated and they're not. The light, the fascicle of light. I'm not sure what the word for that is. Anyway, it's parallel, right? It's not
Bullshit.
collimated.
You didn't understand.
No, I understood.
You,
And you're
you,
saying
you.
that the
No,
point of
I mean,
observation point
look,
is past that, right?
listen. Stop.
As the
I'm
collimation point.
talking. Um, yeah, I said that the observer is far beyond the point of focus of that laser. The laser has a collimating lens, which focuses the laser beams into a focal point in the distance, and the observer is far beyond that point. Do you know what this means?
That's not how
How
laser.
how
But
will you see that laser beam? How it will look like? Explain.
it would look diffused, but lasers do not need
Diffused.
collimation.
What?
Lasers do not need collimation because the light is parallel, right? And what you're
Listen,
observing when let me
a
finish what you're
laser
observing.
without a
What
collimating
let me finish my sentence,
without
man,
a
because it's short.
collimating
It's
lens,
short.
yeah,
It's
it
short.
will
You can
not
you can
be
you can add
focused
multiple
into a
lenses.
beam.
Jesus, man, you can add multiple lenses to a laser, right? But you do not need it. And when you have a laser, the wave, well, the light is assumed to be parallel, right? But what you're
No,
observing, not
no.
not Jesus, man.
What? When did I say that laser light rays are parallel? I never said that.
No, I'm saying it.
Well, you are saying bullshit. That's not scientific. Collimated light does not fucking exist. There is no fucking light source in this world which is a collimated light.
Lasers.
Well, you were actually saying, oh, straight is bent, curved, and stuff like this, like oxymorons. Every time you say something or try to explain something, you always appeal to oxymorons to describe your belief. You get that?
Okay, so what's your point? Let's say that it's not perfectly parallel and something is happening, right? We are either past the collimation point or
Yeah,
before it or whatever.
laser,
Okay,
What's
stop jumping
lasers,
in the
they
middle.
are all divergent.
Stop jumping in the middle of his sentence. Go back and forth, please. It's tedious to listen to.
Yes, thank you, sorry.
right? So my question was, let's say that it's not perfectly parallel. What's your point?
My point is that laser light is divergent. Yeah, that that laser is using a laser diode, and it has a collimating lens which focuses the laser light into a far away point of focus. All those laser beams, they are converging into that point. Anything further away from that point, those laser beams will be diverging from each other. The further away you are, that laser dot will increase in size. Laser light rays, they can never be parallel to each other. No two light rays can be parallel to each other in physics. This is a fact.
Right, and you're using this as a rebuttal for my conclusion when looking at this picture that
Well,
it has a long exposure.
Yeah, you were trying to say that actually there was a guy on the other shore with a laser, and he was slightly moving from left to right or up and down, while some other guy on the other shore was taking some sort of time lapse picture.
Not time lapse, just a picture. When you take a picture at night, you will have to have a longer exposure time, right? So if the
Yeah,
light is moving, it's going to look like that.
that's what we call these probably, yeah, long exposure. When you take pictures of the sky and you have those star circles, yeah, that's a long exposure picture, correct? Yeah. So that's what you were saying that these guys did, but can you show me some star trails in the sky?
Image quality is super low, and I already complained about that, because if it was higher,
Mhm.
we could figure out the angles of the observer and the guy pointing the laser, right? Which would have
Yeah.
added some useful information, but it's super low quality.
Well, I tell you what, it will cost you $5 to buy a cheap keychain laser, yeah, amateur laser. But it's very good to have a beam shot at couple 100 meters. Yeah, they shine very good 100 meters away. You can go to a lake. Yeah, when you have a high refraction index. Yeah, even a little bit of fog in the air, and you ask your friend to point that laser through that fog towards the other shore, where you will stand and observe how that laser beam will look like. And you can make also the photographs, take photographs and show us that it looks a lot different. You can do it even on flat land when there is a little bit of fog, mist. It works the same.
So yes, Biget, yeah, I can see how much the light is deviating from straight. Yeah.
Yeah, when light is refracting in the air, it's shooting upwards towards the sky, but in liquids, it goes downwards towards the ground. This is very
They're
interesting.
ignoring that straight part, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's the part that is straight that bothers them.
Yeah, yeah.
Just don't say flat. Use any other word to describe the same thing, but don't say flat.
Yes.
Blasphemy.
It's blasphemy. But with this depiction, when you see the laser, how it shoots upwards into the air, yeah, it explains sunset, why from the ground surface we see the sun. It disappeared, it's no longer visible, and when we go on top of a building, we actually see it because that light is coming in a curved path before it goes
Oh
extinct.
shit. Light
Yeah,
propagates. Wow.
yeah. Propagates, or I personally prefer it induct.
Light induction. Wow.
Induction.
Do you think you could replicate that experiment?
What's the phenomena?
Yes, of course.
Did you
It's
say
a
of
What's
course?
test.
the phenomena we're going to repeat?
It's a
The
test,
one,
not an
the
experiment.
one depicted in that picture.
Ah,
Yeah, that is
that's not a phenomena
repeatable.
then.
It's not a phenomenon, of course. It's not an experiment. It's just a test, an observation.
You think you can replicate it?
Yeah, I know it. We can see like that all the time.
You've seen it happening?
Yeah,
Like this exact scenario with laser.
I'm aware of this phenomena. Yeah, I've had portable laser pointers, in the 90s. I was a child and I had friends who also had, and we were going into the mountains. We were actually shooting signals at each other.
And they would bend up.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, man. I also played with lasers. Never had
Hey,
that happen.
that's false. I done a lot of laser tests. I actually, like, in here probably 2 months ago, gave a test for someone asking questions to go test with lasers to visually see the downward vector, which is too hard to see the bend in our atmosphere. Our atmos, you cannot see it bend. Whether it bends up or down, you wouldn't know. Your eye can't see. But flashing it into water, you can see it visually curve the light downward in a straight beam. Fresh water takes about 50 feet or more. Salt water bends down way more direct. So having liquid refraction in the air would make it bend downward, not upward, even if it was able to be seen.
Yeah, so where's that geometric horizon? Is it at 1.225 times the square root of the observer side in feet or not?
You said is what? Is what?
The geometric horizon. Where is it?
It depends on where you're at.
Oh, so it's not where it's supposed to be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer side in feet then.
I'm
Okay.
not a glober
Yeah.
if that's what you're asking me. I'm a flat earther. I'm giving like evidence for flat earth.
Okay, I
In
misunderstood.
Yeah, I'm giving.
What you're saying.
I'm saying I've given an experiment for people to go test the downward vector of our Earth, which is an electrostatic vector that affects lights. It affects all light. It just depends on how much water and what kind of water.
Okay, I see. I
To a
see it.
downward
I
vector.
didn't quite understand. So yeah, that's beyond my
in
scope.
in water, you misunderstood. In water, the laser will look like it's bending downwards.
That's what I
looks
said.
like that.
Exactly what I
Hold on
said.
a second.
Yeah,
For this
but
up and
in
down,
the
you
air,
require the horizontal plane of reference.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Up and
in,
down requires a horizontal plane of reference.
of
A
course, yes,
sphere doesn't
correct,
have up and down. There's inwards and
correct,
outwards.
correct. But in the air, this bend will be always towards the sky, not downwards. That's the problem.
So everyone, there's a newcomer in here. His username is Aflaton.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello.
So Aflaton, let's
Hello, my
introduce you to the subject. So this voice channel doesn't only discuss the surface of the Earth, but it discusses other aspects of the cosmos, which is why I call this the cosmological controversy. And so, of course, when you attack one of the basic cosmological presuppositions of the surface of the Earth and the seas to be convexly curving right into a ball, or oblate spheroid is the more technical term that they prefer in the halls of scientism. Of course, that has wide-reaching philosophical implications and ramifications, not only in a given worldview, but also in the world order, right? The way we operate human society on the most largest scale, even. And so, as it concerns the surface of the Earth, it's a very simple syllogism that I introduce people with. The syllogism being every physical object has a surface. Geometrically, every surface is flat or curving. The surface of the Earth and the seas are objects. They have a surface. We don't detect nor measure curvature of the Earth nor seas. Therefore, the surface of the Earth and seas are topographically planar or flat. And then we can give you some presentations of measurements that prove this. And of course, address all these other objections that we are familiar with.
Well, how would you? Can you give me something concrete?
So, for instance,
We see way too far for the radius of Earth to have a radius of that, what they've given us, 3,959 miles. So that means if a surface doesn't measure any curvature anywhere, meaning drop over distance in any direction, what is it?
Yeah, I see. What I have a different question.
No, that's an actual question. So the question is to you: if a surface is not curving in any direction, then what could
Well,
it
then it's
possibly?
flat. It's very simple. I
Yeah,
mean, I understand logical syllogism there. If A, then B. A, therefore B. I mean, it can't be anything else. Well, it's
exactly.
problematic. The reason why I'm asking
right,
this
take a look in
question,
the open chat.
I see that. The
You
reason
see
why I'm
that there?
asking this question is because to me it seems impossible that this many number of people across the world, across all of these different cultures, in the scientific community, even though Gregory may think it's just scientism, which I find very problematic, but still, that all of them, from very early on, like you could say from the Middle Ages, definitely, but even in the ancient time, they thought the Earth was round. And
So
No,
let's
if
address
all
that.
of these people were to believe this and to instill into other people, to teach it in school,
Yeah, so let's address
it,
that because that's a worthy concern.
well,
You're
it makes
touching a anthropological concern, right? You're
because
touching the very nature of humans, right, and what's possible for humans to do and believe. Now, humans don't want to believe this; they don't want to acknowledge this because it's tremendously reprehensible. It's tremendously contemptible. It's not at all flattering. It disrupts and stings and strikes the emotions. But it is true that humans can be deceived even about the most philosophically profound issues, not only by other humans or non-human persons even, but even deceiving themselves. In fact, as this cosmological controversy has unfolded over almost a decade now, we've come across this pattern very frequently. Persons are very strongly invincibly ignorant, which is a fallacy. There are anti-flat earthers. They will not acknowledge the facts, the sound argumentation that is presented in refutation of their cosmological paradigm, no matter how well the argument is presented. And they have a very strong antipathy, very strong contempt against folks like us. And so it is possible. Now, the second thing to grasp right now is that very often people do not, the average person does not know how a conspiracy actually operates in this world. What happens in the world order is that there's always a hierarchy, which is inevitable. It's inevitable and necessary for order and peace, but it's also necessary for long tyranny sustained over a long period of time, especially a long period of time. You have a top-down hierarchy. There's compartmentalization. The higher levels know more than the lower levels. The lower levels know less than the upper levels. They only know what the higher echelons want the lower echelons to know. And of course, if you don't even intend to seek the information, then you're very likely not going to find it. And especially if you don't want the counter evidence to refute you, if you reject it no matter what, then yes, you're going to continue to believe whatever you're believing and pass that tradition on to the next generation. And so there's hierarchy, there's compartmentalization, and there's secrecy, and there's self-deception. So all that put together, yes, you can have a world to the tune of billions of humans believing a false cosmological paradigm, even for decades, and dying believing this lie.
But the real question would be, why would the elites? Because I agree, there's always a hierarchy, even though it may not appear to be apparent. But why would they want to tell us the Earth is a globe if it actually is flat?
That's another worthy question. Now, the reason I'm taking the time to address this is because when we engage any given person on this subject, there are these thoughts, these very troubling thoughts in the back of the person's head. And so, of course, if those issues are not addressed, then, like I said, even the most sound argumentation is not going to be persuasive, because they just cannot reconcile the sound argument concerning the empirical facts with all these ramifications if the current paradigm, the current common dominant paradigm, is false. So to answer that question,
I would also add maybe that it's not only the all of the above, like Gregory just outlined, as far as the hierarchy of groups and so forth, but it's also more these days. It's more just like a tradition. It's not the lore and the story and all of that. Like we all have been taught it, kind of just like Santa Claus. In a lot of ways, it parallels Santa Claus. But now it's just a tradition. And actually, if I caught what you were saying a little earlier, I think you're wrong that in most ancient societies, they all operated and knew the earth was flat. They used elevation angles that are still used to predict or post-dict the moon's eclipses and so forth. Solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, like these Chaldean cycles that the Mayans and others also used to put their edifices and to line them up with heavenly bodies. So these were all flat earthers. So only until about, from what we can tell about the Middle Ages, or let's say 500 years ago, right around when they started the printing press, is about accurate, I would say.
16th century.
Mm-hmm.
So concerning why would they lie, right? A worthy question. I tagged you in the open chat. So very quickly, I'm going to try to read quickly, but again, clearly. Make the general public of all nations upon the whole face of the earth believe that they live in a rotating pear-shaped spheroid, quote unquote, flying through a godless vacuum with no purpose, no hope, and no justice. all of which began to exist from a chaotic, random, unintentional explosion, which is a destructive phenomenon, by the way, in the midst of nothing, or a quantum vacuum, quote unquote, whatever that means, that somehow created the unfathomable, finely tuned, sophisticated structure of the whole cosmos and the law-like function of the whole cosmos and everything in it, without a person with adequate power and knowledge and benevolence to deliberately legislate the laws, that is to say, make the laws the creatures function according to, annihilate any hope of salvation from this perilous situation, inculcate and indoctrinate them into an entirely different worldview, contrary to the word of the God, Yahweh, reality, knowledge, logic, ethics, beauty, human, the future, value system, etc. Influence the public to behave in courses of action that satisfy the wicked, insatiable lusts of the tyrants. How about that for a motive? There's also, of course, with that, a financial incentive to the tune of trillions and more.
Yep. So it's profitable and it's easy for them now because it's just a tradition. So they just carry on the tradition just like they did the last year and the year before. They're carrying on a tradition. All those other people, the masses that are making like widgets for this company or that company or whatever, or kind of whatever systems that people are manufacturing, they only know that little system that they're making. They never see the whole product or the actuality of what the numbers are really showing, what is really going on. They never see the whole picture.
I mean, that's true for most things because most people just believe the authority. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to seem to some people as a COVID denier or COVID affirmer, whatever you want to call me, but the reason why so many people got the vaccine was not actually because they understood the biochemical internal relations in the vaccine for COVID-19. It was actually because their authorities told them to do it.
Talk about that here.
Yeah, we don't talk about that here still. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough said about that subject, but you're right. But you are right, you see. So it not only concerns the more macroscopic and profound philosophical issues, including cosmology, but also down to smaller scale issues like that, even though that does concern the whole of the human race throughout all the various political polities, yeah. So yes, it is entirely possible.
I'm not denying it, I'm just saying what generally people do. Now, in regards to this, I mean, wouldn't it be fair to make a distinction between sort of mythological understanding of the world, using the word mythology in a broader sense to understand what these people believed, and to
It
contrast
actually.
it with a quote unquote reasoned, whatever you may understand as reason, whether it be philosophy, whether it be empirical science, mathematics, whatever, understanding of the world. Because I think you can't really say that just because all of these people view the world this way, it necessarily is this way. This was one thing. The other thing, I didn't say that majority of ancient cultures believed the earth was round. I said you had this belief all the way from the ancient Greeks till today. A lot of people believe it. And I don't think it's actually wrong that in the Middle Ages people didn't believe it. I think it was majority of people educated in universities in the Middle Ages, in Western Europe and in the rest of the world, believed it was round. But it was a
It was a
contentious
small.
debate.
Listen. I think you may be off on that because it's a known fact that these people that believed this spherical Earth were a small minority of groups of people, and they had to hide themselves, and not like they were under house arrest and all kinds of things. Like they, so
Galileo, for instance, with
yeah,
that reference.
Newton, like house arrest, bro. Like, and the other thing is, all of these groups of people, they were in high order of the Catholic Church, and namely the Jesuits, but also Franciscans, and like other groups of people. And these people were closely related or tied to the printing of the first books. So they had a corner on the market for information, And they had the means to secure that information too, militarily if need be. They were the same powers to be. That shouldn't have been.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't really just blame it on the Catholic Church, because you have the same thing happening in the Islamic tradition. You have people in the Middle Ages, like the famed theologian Al-Ghazali, actually writing how, in his words, I will literally quote him, "He who doesn't know and understand the proofs for the roundness of the earth neither has not dealt enough time to be studying it, or he is stupid." So, I mean, I wouldn't really say just a European phenomena. It seems that it's a wider phenomenon.
Who did you quote?
Al-Ghazali.
Where is he from?
Sorry?
Where is he from?
Eastern Iran.
Yeah. Yeah,
Afghanistan.
it wasn't just Europe, but it was also West Asia. Also, West Asia or South Asia, primarily with the Indians. So yes, the point being is that in history, the vast majority of human history, humans were flat earthers, right? And then you mentioned mythology. Now, of course, that word can be said in the sense of a false story, or it can also be said in the sense of a particular type of narrative, which could be true and or is true. A myth is concerning the primordial ages. It's concerning the earliest eras, the earliest aeons of the cosmos, of world history. That's what a myth is classically. But of course, colloquially, most people use the word myth, mythology, as just a false story. Now, people also need to realize, because there's this prevailing another idea of modern human exceptionalism or supremacism, as it were, to say it in English, where the modern man, even the commoner who hasn't really contributed to any of the milestone accomplishments that they have in mind at all, but this idea that modern humans are just superior in every way. Now, of course, it's just that metaphysical and anthropological presupposition, which is the air that we breathe our entire lives, being raised in North America and or Europe primarily. But of course, that's false. And it's very obviously false, even just on the architectural level, for instance, given all the monolithic structures that we find around the world, which we are unable to read, even with our so-called modern technological prowess. But even more important than that is the fact that it isn't as though ancient humans didn't think and ask these questions that we ask now. And so this presumption of modern man supremacism just distorts. It's just a bias, an unargued philosophical bias, when addressing these types of narratives that are called myths. The ancients, what we call myths, didn't teach them as fiction. They taught them as historical fact. Now, of course, you may not believe the narrative, but we cannot take it upon ourselves arbitrarily to categorize what is presented as non-fiction to be fictitious. You can disbelieve it all you want to, but it's not logically valid to arbitrarily categorize non-fictitious narratives, written or non-written, as fiction. It's just not honest.
I understand, but I wasn't using the word myth in that sense. I was saying more of a myth as in a story which conveys some sort of meaning, which is
Yes.
which is meaningful to us, not just something which is a priori false. I mean, and also myth isn't something which is purely historical or positivist in the sense that modern people claim it, but it's something more. It provides a whole metaphysical picture with it, and has all of these different sciences which today are separated within it as a structured whole. So, I mean, you can't really read it either literally or metaphorically, but it's somewhere in between of them. That's generally how mythology is
Well,
thought
not
to.
quite. Again, that's not how the ancients presented it. I mean, for instance, when you look at the ancient Grecian myths, they didn't present it as fiction. They didn't present it as non-true. They presented it as this is what happened, and or this is the concrete state of affairs. That's what they did. So there's no need for us to obfuscate the difference, right?
But
But of course,
I would make a difference between what we may think of as concrete truth, which is deeply influenced by modern ways of thinking, and what they would think, because they would include all of these different things which we put under fiction. So for them, truth is both fiction and history at the same time. This is what I'm trying to say.
well, again, no, that's not what they thought. That's not what they thought. They didn't think it was simultaneously fiction and nonfiction. They didn't think it was simultaneously true and false. And notwithstanding anyone who's really that foolish to believe such a self-contradictory idea.
Well, I mean,
So we just have to acknowledge that there are persons in history and now that have radically different worldviews, including cosmological paradigms, than what we believe. Again, it's the presumption of modern man that grows up in the U.S. or in Europe, and they're taught this particular worldview as true, and that everything, especially in the ancient past, antiquity and beyond, is just the foolish musings of unenlightened, unsophisticated, unmodernized, undeveloped, not as well evolved humans of the past in contrast to us. That's just that worldview. That's one of the modern metaphysical and anthropological presuppositions that have no justification whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that's not what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, what we now consider to be literature, right? These stories where these moral lessons and these archetypical ideas are expressed is also something which was in their mythology. At the same time, with stuff they considered history. For them, history, quote unquote, literal history, and this archetypical understanding of it, or these moral stories of it, were intertwined. It was not separated as we have today. So this whole idea of putting all of their
Yes.
into the
Yeah, they
history,
didn't have that categorical conception. Yeah.
this is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, you're right. So, moving on from that, now as a concern, so we answered those worthy questions you had in the back of your head concerning the ramifications of our position being true and the current dominant common paradigm being false. Now on to the most important empirical issue, right? The flatness or convexity of the surface of the earth and seas.
I mean, if you're going to give me some proofs, could there be proofs which I can test right now in a certain sense? I don't have to spend a lot of time doing it, if it's possible.
You're going to
You can
need some
do
body of water, probably. Yeah, you need a large body of water, like a lake.
yeah, if you don't have enough means to afford doing a measurement operation, with a laser, something like that, you can do high altitude observations, perhaps, or you can do ground level observations and or measurements with your feet standing on the ground at sea level or as close to sea level as possible. And in addition with what I already presented to you in the open chat with the so-called black swan, with those 2 oil rigs, and how they would be obstructed under dozens of feet of convex, downward sloping earth curvature, but they aren't, and the horizon is well behind the oil rigs rather than in front of them. But on the globe Earth paradigm, like I just said, it would be obstructed by dozens of feet of downward sloping, I keep saying sloping earth curvature.
I mean, if I may ask another question, which is slightly unrelated, if you are okay with that.
Sure. That's the whole purpose of the voice channel, yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, I mean, how is it possible that this is not taken seriously by people in academia? Has academia been so corrupted, or you don't believe in academia at all?
No,
Well, it depends who you talk to.
Academia relies on funding.
Yeah, it depends who you talk to be as charitable as possible and then to use the more striking critiques. Like Sonny just said, it is a business. It's not only there's this false conception in the mind of the commoner that academia really is free of human depravity and corruption and all the political machinations that are involved. No, it is a business. It's not just present lifetimes that have invested so much into this entire way of life, which is deeply concerned with empirical studies in general, including cosmology, but multi-generations spanning over centuries of multi-generation investments in these institutions and establishments. I mean, it's already pretty much a foregone conclusion that someone who spent the vast majority of their life, especially when they're in the latter decades of their lifespan, the average lengthy human lifespan, 7 or 8 decades, where they spent their entire life studying and teaching and defending and publishing and doing conferences and even deriving some sort of philosophical insights and ethical insights and all the machinations that come with a given lifespan. They've invested all of their life in this paradigm being true, and then someone comes along and says all that is, they're going to be severely resistant to that. And they're not even asking these questions. It's not as though they're constantly, well, at least not the vast majority, the sweeping majority, are not scrutinizing their cosmological paradigm. They're just taking it for granted.
Yeah.
So human depravity, self-deception, sunken cost fallacy, all that put together, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. So the next two questions would be, what would be your actual model of the flat Earth? And like, we have airplanes flying, so I mean, the people who fly airplanes, the pilots, never go to the edge or something. Like, how does it look like in space?
Mm-hmm. Let me address this. We are not substituting a sphere flying around in a cosmic vacuum with a disk flying around in a cosmic vacuum. That's not it. Because beyond just the surface of the Earth being planar, there's other aspects of the cosmological paradigm that we address. This idea that we all exist in this unfathomable large cosmic vacuum. And we've never actually seen it ourselves. We just strongly believe it. We've been strongly inculcated and indoctrinated to believe that, especially with the strong persuasive power of cinema, especially, primarily. So there's that. So we don't live in a cosmic vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum whatsoever. Secondly, if you're concentrating that question to me, I believe the Holy Mikra, aka the Bible, the cosmological paradigm that it teaches in full, especially affirming the doctrine of sola scriptura, like the 16th century reformers articulated during their revolution against this institution that is very strongly responsible for promulgating the current cosmological paradigm that everyone believes. So ironically, so many wannabe atheists believe this cosmological paradigm, but this cosmological paradigm is really historically a Christian heresy. But I digress.
So how would you account for other planets, sun, the fixed stars? Would you have this whole idea that there's these planets circling around apparently, then you have different planets and then the sun, which is also a planet, and then the fixed stars around it, or how would you understand it? I'm just curious.
These are worthy questions. So in contrast to the deep lore that we've been fed our entire lives and multiple generations before us have been fed, even as early as the late 19th century, the 1800s, that we live in a cosmic vacuum and there are other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas flying around in the cosmic vacuum. And they operate similar to the particular local set of humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls flying around the humongous gas ball that is called the sun, which is falsely identified as a star, even though it's not a star. But that's not what we live in. That's not what they are. And when we're honest with our naked eye observations and even our aided eye observations, we don't see humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum. What we really see is strange looking circular lights that are strobing around unstably as though looking through a body of water at them, which kind of looks similar to phenomenon of sonoluminescence. Sonoluminescence. So that's what we actually observe concerning the stars, right? And of course, we all recognize the sun and the moon. And when we're honest with our naked eye observations and or aided eye observations, the sun is not a humongous gas ball that is a star, but it's the most distinct light source we've ever known, right? It's a light, right? And so is the moon, right? The moon, when you look close enough, I'm sure someone in here can pull it up. The moon is transparent. If it were a rock, it wouldn't be transparent. Well, of course, that's not really consistent with any rock that we ever know. You would have to be appealing to a special pleading fallacy if you want to sustain the premise that it's a humongous, it's transparent. So,
Yeah, I see. And how would you account for day and night if the sun is actually moving? Like, where is it going? On the other side?
yeah, but stand to reason that given that every time it's nighttime somewhere else, it's daytime somewhere else, the sun is moving in a circular orbit above the surface of the Earth. The sun, moon, and stars. Now, of course, the stars have some idiosyncrasies that are rather baffling. There are wonders in the world. There are wonders in the world. So I don't know the answer to everything, of course. But I'm persevering to answer to the best of my ability now, to demonstrate the tenability of my position.
Would you completely deny any curvature because you could possibly have an Earth which is like, how would you say, a hemisphere, right? So it's flat on one side, and the other side is sort of like extended, like convex. That's how you say it, I think. So the sun will go around it because I mean you have to account for the phenomena of sun rising in the morning and setting in the evening, and it
Yeah,
seems
very easily. Yeah,
very
very
old.
easily. So,
Sorry.
as it concerns that question, so what do you make of the sunrise and sunset? It's simply an instance of the greatest light source we've ever seen, still having a finite extent to its light rays, and the attenuating of the atmosphere on any given light source, even the sun, and the limited extent of our field of view. So the limited extent of the light rays going out away from us or toward us, outside of our field of view or in the reach of our field of view, we will not see it or see it. No need for Earth curvature or Earth spin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do have a completely different cosmology. Like, I mean, it's completely different than
Mm-hmm.
the modern one. So, I mean, all of these sort of low-level critiques don't really work because, I mean, the fundamentals are different. Like, what is light and what is sun is completely different for you and for the modern cosmologists. So, I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I consider, if you're concentrating that question to me, I believe it stands to reason that light is its own state of matter. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas. It's its own state of matter.
but I mean, this would sort of go into your whole presupposition list, the transcendental argument, right? So, and all of these things would go into it, would even reinforce your belief or be the fundamentals of it. But I
Yeah.
see the whole picture of your worldview, how it operates. It's very
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
This is what Thomas Kuhn, Dr. Thomas Kuhn, famous philosopher.
I know.
You recognize the name?
I know his theory of. I understand.
Mm-hmm. You recognize the paradigm shift?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is it. This is if there was ever a paradigm shift to look at that is demonstrative of what he's describing, it's this.
I mean, this is a completely paradigm shift. Like, if I were to accept this, I would have to negate everything I know about physics. I know about cosmology. I know about how the world operates. Whom do I trust? Which institutions do I believe in? What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not
How
not
do I
really.
operate?
Physics,
Like
Pretty amazing.
everything
physics,
about it would be
physics
different.
relates to the physical world. So you'd have to throw out astrophysics. Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough. But not normal physics. Physics in physics of nature, the physical world is how things move with forces put against them. Yeah,
Yeah, but
pushing, pulling. You
I
don't have to
don't. I
throw
don't
all
really
that out
need uh,
on Earth.
in Newtonian physics. Like you can explain everything on the Earth using
Yeah, well,
Aristotelian physics.
Newtonian physics has been superseded anyway, so it's not
Yeah,
relevant.
yeah. I mean, you can literally explain everything using Aristotelian physics. So, I mean, I would also have to drop out also chemistry because some of
No,
these understandings of observations of using telescopes or distant stars
yeah, but
or
that's not
equality are
chemistry.
made using.
No, you don't have to throw that out though. That stuff we use that stuff on Earth, spectroscopy. Yeah, that stuff is used on Earth to determine what's inside something. Yeah, okay, you might have to throw out stellar spectroscopy, but not spectroscopy because it's useful.
So,
I
would
mean,
affect some foundational concepts, foundational in the sense of the paradigm, the curricula that is commonly taught in the average university. But to my God, was that Timbo? Please say it was Timbo.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you. Oh my God, you and T Dub. Um,
Yeah.
like Timbo just said, you don't have to throw out the entire category, everything that we've learned in these categories wholesale. You just have to throw out some concepts, and you really can keep more than you have to throw out. Like for instance, to name a couple examples, universal gravitation, throw it out. Materialism, throw it out. I just said that. Universal gravitation, both in the mass attracting mass Newtonian sense and in the Curry Bendy Einsteinian sense, also. Cosmic pluralism. People don't really recognize that word, but cosmic pluralism is the term that's been coined by academicians to refer to the cosmological idea that we live in a cosmic vacuum, but of humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls in the world. So, just to name a few. But you really don't have to throw out the laws of thermodynamics or, electromagnetism and these other things.
how do you guys account for? I mean, do you believe in telescopes? Not telescopes, sorry, satellites.
Are there humongous machines flying above the surface of the Earth? Yes. Are there humongous machines flying around a ball in a cosmic vacuum? No. See?
And what is a vacuum for you? Do you believe in ether?
I don't know much about that, but I would affirm that we don't live in a vacuum, and so we do exist in the midst of an omnipresent substratum, especially given that that would be what is logically implied, given the very premises of modern atomic theory, where they suppose that it's a wave, that there are little, oscillations, and you can't have a wave without an object waving, right? So uh, if every bulk matter is subsisting of these waves, aka atoms of subatomic particles, then it would stand to reason by logical implication that they all exist within an omnipresent substratum.
Yeah.
Do you believe that everything just popped into existence?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, I believe in an eternal universe.
Where did the universe come from?
Well, you just said it's eternal.
But where did it all come from, though? Like, I get that it's eternal.
I believe it's grounded. Right?
That's why it's
I believe it's
eternal.
grounded in thought, right? But I believe it doesn't have a time where it doesn't exist.
Yeah, when you say something is eternal, you say that it didn't begin existing, even though it
but
is real.
But I believe God is eternally causing it, right?
So you don't believe in the Big Bang then?
I mean, Big Bang is irrelevant. It only says that all of this
Well, isn't
started
all
from
your
a point.
science
It
and your
doesn't say
bending
what was
space
before the Big
time
Bang.
and all your other stuff there related to the Big Bang?
Yeah, but science doesn't say what was before the Big Bang. It just says everything was the point. It
But it
doesn't say what was
attributes
before the
like
point.
Einstein's theories and all this other stuff to it, though, right?
What?
It attributes Einstein's theories and all these other things to the Big Bang, right?
Well,
They are
as far as
attributed to the Big Bang, he means.
sorry,
So
what?
what he's asking you about is the logical coherency of these cosmological, specifically cosmogenic ideas. And so, given that you just said that you affirm the universe to be eternal, are you therefore saying that all things are eternal? They've eternally been real?
No, of course not. Things change. What I'm saying is there wasn't time before which things were not in existence, right? And as far as I understand modern cosmology, it only talks about what happened as to 10 to the 39th part of the second uh, after the Big Bang, right? So just a theoretical postulation after which our calculations don't work. So it doesn't really say did it start from nothing or did it always exist before.
Yeah, to cut to the chase, the doctrine of the primeval atom expansion, aka Big Bang Theory, is really just an effect without a cause. It's an effect without a cause, or an effect without an identified cause, or an identifiable cause, which of course is untenable. It's just an immediate concession to defeat of not knowing it.
Gregor, one thing you got wrong there. They not a cause in the physical space. Their cause, the Big Bang, is God did it. And they don't even try to hide that fact. They just straight up wrap it right into the Catholic Church creation myth. And then they tried to pretend like it was science. But really what it was is watch how powerful their God is. It can do things like make a full universe.
Yeah, Crit phrased that deliberately in a rhetorical way, where he's acknowledging the fact that in the first instance when this doctrine, this cosmogenic doctrine was coined, it was coined by George Lemaitre. You might be familiar with the name, Jesuit priest and mathematician, right? And he made the theory unnecessarily because we already had the sound doctrine concerning cosmology in Genesis, in the Torah. There was no need for this theory, and it contradicts what Genesis teaches. But besides that, I digress. Yeah, he made it in defense of theism, in defense of specifically the God of the Bible. But the irony in history is that the wannabe atheist believes this doctrine and thinks that it necessarily is incompatible with theism, but it's not logically speaking. It's incompatible with the doctrine written in the Torah. But theism in general, even so-called quote-unquote classical theism, it's not incompatible, and it was made in defense of it. That's the irony in history.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It highlights the low education that a lot of these atheists have. They don't even know the lore, the story. Who said what, when, where, why, and how. They heard something, somebody say something like, hey, the universe started from some sort of singularity. And they're like, oh, that means atheist. But really, it doesn't. It means God. That's what George Lamont said. And then
it's not ancient history either, right? It's not ancient history. This is contemporary history, 1960s.
Yeah, this isn't like Newton and Copernicus time frame. This is like right now. This is like modern time.
I mean, I've heard Stephen Hawking explain it using his atheistic paradigm, saying, well, you know how you have in quantum mechanics things popping out from nothing and then popping into nothing? And then he said, just imagine this thing happen here. Universe just popped out of nothing without a cause, which is an obvious absurdity, but I mean, that's what the atheists believe.
I'm going to rhetorically phrase this concerning quantum mechanics, because when you get down to it, because again, that's why I call it the cosmological controversy, because this metaphysical category of ideas, this so-called quantum mechanics, and it's what it is. That's what's underlying this cosmological paradigm. Also, what's the basic nature of all material entities? So there's that that metaphysical question. Specifically, it would be ontological, the study of being. And the most quasi-articulate wannabe flat earthers, they eventually appeal to this, especially as it concerns the nature of light and how it relates to their epistemology and how they ascertain other astronomical so-called facts. And so quantum mechanics is one humongous, I'm going to choose my words carefully, it's one humongous cacophony and conflation of folks who are very confused about metaphysics and have really abandoned analytic philosophy. Really, this is the kind of conflating cacophony you get when you don't pay attention to your words and consistently use them in meaningful ways.
Yeah, yeah, I see that.
Especially in principle, when they cannot do any empirical observation of anything. No one's seen what all their words concerning quantum mechanics. No one's seen, even with the aided eye, what they're talking about. It's all theory. It's all a priori notions. And then when you examine what they're saying, these so-called quanta or Planck, when you finally specify what it is exactly they're talking about, because quanta is simply the Latin word for quantity, a thing. That's where we get the word quantity from. Quantity, quantitative, it comes from the Latin word quanta, quanta being plural, quantum being singular. And then when you get down to it, what they'll tell you is a quanta is potential. Huh? Quanta is potential. What? I mean, this is what you get with human nationalism, where you get these very strange ways of talking about these pseudo profound, lofty ideas. And so, of course, you take a step back and you say, hang on, potential is that which can happen, right? Yeah. So it's a immaterial thing, right? Yeah. And it's not even a material entity that could exist. It's a concern of logical cogency, because that's what possibility is. It's a concern of logical cogency. Yeah. So are you telling me that all matter subsists of immaterial entities, which aren't even possible material entities, but it's just the logical cogency itself? Just the category of logical cogency concerning possibility? If they're being consistent, the answer is yes. So it's metaphysically absurd. Matter does not subsist of abstracts. It's nonsense. It's metaphysically absurd. It's the same metaphysical absurdity with Einsteinian Curry-Bendy spacetime. Space and time cannot curve and bend. Why? Because they're abstract. They have no material substantiation. They have no material substance. So they don't extend in space. They don't have a shape. They can't be contacted with. They don't bend and curve. Nothing. This is the foolishness you get. But of course, in the mind of the enthusiast, that couldn't possibly be the case that they were so inane and ridiculous to make such ridiculous errors, right? Of course, it's just very lofty concepts that we just couldn't possibly understand because they're so wise.
What were you just describing a moment ago? I mean, it does kind of sound that quantum mechanics is going in the Aristotelian route, where you have pure potentiality, which is made actual by form.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that pattern very frequently in these ideas. The Big Bang Theory, primeval atom, expansion, explosion, either which way, that's Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a neo-Pharisaian, as I call it, quote-unquote Jewish metaphysical, mystical tradition, which is just a Judeanized rendition of Babylonian metaphysics, Babylon. the idea of a multi-billion-year old cosmos. That strikes very similar to the Indian idea of the cosmos, especially with their karmic cycle of the world. Materialism, that's Epicureanism, very much smacks of Epicureanism. The sort of atomistic, materialistic, nihilistic worldview, that's Epicureanism. And of course, what flows from that concerning ethics is subjectivism and hedonism.
Yes. Well,
So
I mean,
the irony with this worldview that's supposed to be superior to the ancients and not, of course, atomism also, especially with what's his name? Anaximander, is that right?
And Democritus.
Democritus. Thank you. You knew what I was trying to say. And it goes on. The list goes on. Also, I have to add this: Hermeticism. Why Hermeticism? The idea that the world is operated by laws. They weren't made by any personal entity. They just exist. And humans can eventually come to know all these laws and can innovate means to master them in practice. That's Hermeticism. They have no idea about these things. They don't even care about these things. They have no idea how much they're borrowing from various theistic worldviews. They just have no idea.
That's true. But it strikes me rather difficult to comprehend how would you put in the same category Epicureanism and Aristotelianism. They seem to be worlds apart.
No. I didn't know. Not that. I was saying the modern scientist of scientism.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Smacks of like a neo-Epicurean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, that's very true. I agree with that. Everything what you said is true. I mean, I can't deny. The problem is they are so ignorant of it. They think whatever you mention. And
yeah, but what about mountains and like puddles? Doesn't that kind of disprove flat Earth?
Somebody is at best being bad humor. Say what you were saying again.
Yeah. Hold on that topic.
Are we clear now? We're good.
Okay. So, yeah, who's the other guy who tried to talk?
Affleton.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, there you go.
As you were, Affleton. What were you saying?
I just wanted to say how it's ridiculous that they always try to bring up how you're ignorant for even mentioning anything about philosophy. They have a completely fully scientific way of looking at things and doesn't result in you having your heads in the clouds. I mean, their heads are literally clouds.
In fact, the very scientific method, so-called, which is not the best name for this inquiry method, it's really the causation inquiry method. That would be a more appropriate name for this, because you're trying to ascertain what is the cause of the effect when you observe the natural phenomenon and make a hypothesis about what caused the effect. And so that method was, as they have no idea about this, but that method they have inherited from alchemists who were theists. They just don't know that. Isaac Newton was an alchemist. John Dee, the distinct advisor for Queen Elizabeth I, in the 18th century.
In all the map making, wasn't he?
That also. He, because the quantity of human knowledge was much smaller back then, it was easier. It was still difficult, but it was much easier than now to be a kind of quasi-encyclopedic man.
Yeah, Homo universale.
Yeah, here, Alston, look at this quote from Copernicus. He basically breaks it down that if somebody's using skylights to determine earthly claims, that they're a fool. They're a greater fool than when they started. The only way someone would do that is if they're trying to push some sort of agenda-driven worldview. And then he says, don't do that either. So either A, you got an agenda that you're pushing, and you think somehow these claims of sky magic help you push that agenda, or B, you're just a greater fool than you were prior. And both are really true.
In other words, evangelization and proselytization. You know, the very thing that they ridicule the Christian and the Muslim and people like them for, but they don't do that. But they do.
Like if you look at the moon and the moon is telling you something about the earth, that is either foolish or a foolish endeavor as you're doing some sort of agenda-driven worldview. The moon could disappear completely, not show up, and it does like 2 days out of the month. And it doesn't change the surface of the earth at all. Still flat, still stationary. The whole sky could be blotted out completely. You can import the sky into a flat earth model. A planetarium demonstrates that the same sky is visible on a flat surface, like it's always been. See, they curved the surface and told you can't understand that the surface isn't detectable, but it's there. Foolishness.
So yeah, I think I didn't complete the point about the scientific method itself. This idea that you only know things.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it says. Sorry, that's what I was really going on. That comment there, because he says, so far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. They can't even form. If you use astronomy, you can't even form a hypothesis.
I mean, there are wonders in the world, and the irony is that these are the same people, these scientists, these are the same people who speak in one breath as though they're so willing and so unreluctant to acknowledge, oh, we just don't know. That's just a wonder in the world. But then when you scrutinize them about what they do think they know or think they have a plausible understanding of, they persevere to refuse to say that. They persevere to defend it as though it is true or plausible. It's one of their favorite alternatives if they can't affirm it to just simply be straightforward true. But very reluctant to say we don't know. It's a wonder in the world. We just cannot account for it in our paradigm.
Yeah.
So that's another
when
instance of hypocrisy on their part.
And when they get caught out, they say science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that was the best part.
Right, which of course is self-defeating and evacuates any and all value out of their entire position.
That's the best part, where they use science as some sort of paradigm shift. The physical and natural world shifting away from the spiritual. And then the experts, the people who discovered this model that they think is scientifically proven, told them it's not. It's just a bunch of observations that kind of fit some conceptual ideas that make no claim to what Earth is whatsoever. Which is really what they said from the beginning. If you have an hypothesis inside astronomy, the best one they have are just a series of paradoxes in the rare Earth hypothesis. Which means that Earth is so unique that it breaks the mold. There's no reason why. Like they say Earth is so unremarkable, which in science means there's nothing unique about it. The sun is unremarkable. The solar system is unremarkable. The position in the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, is so unremarkable. There should be thousands and thousands of Earths out there. There are zero. There's zero with an infinite number of zeros behind it. That tells you that it's something else is happening. Earth is unique. So people say, well, Jupiter's a ball, so Earth's a ball. You're like, why? Why would you? How do you connect that? Like somehow you just look at something and you determine that's what Earth is? That's where Copernicus comes back in. You're entering in some worldview, some agenda-driven worldview that is completely foolish. If you're not doing that and you actually think looking at Jupiter is really looking at the Earth, then now you're a greater fool than before you started. You're better off not even looking at Jupiter. Just look at the Earth if Earth. That's it.
And appreciate this also. And appreciate this also in tandem with what Crit just said. These are coming from the people who very often than not, sometimes not, but more often, yes, they do say that you only know knowledge by means of the scientific method, the causation inquiry method. But of course, that idea that the Earth is unremarkable, or that any entity whatsoever is unremarkable is not at all a conclusion that can be proven or ascertained by the causation inquiry method. It's not a matter of causation. It's not a matter of causation. Categorically, that would be a idea that is ontological or even axiological concerning the study of value. Ontology, the study of being; axiology, the study of value. Because usually when you say it's not remarkable, you also say that it doesn't have any intrinsic value that is far above or below anything else.
Yeah,
And
it's
so,
exactly the same as everything. It's like one cup of dirt is exactly the same as all the other cups, or cups of sand, whatever. Each sand you take out the beach is exactly the same cup of sand.
you
It's
see,
like,
so they're inconsistent on that point.
yeah, here's a good quote. Let me bring this up from Bill Nye. This is a guy who supposedly has been in the classroom for 30 years or 40 years, and he's been pushing this bullshit deep, okay, deep. And then they, on the backswing, they try to blame flat earthers for why the education system's in ruins. No, because you had numbnuts like this doing videos for kids. Like, so his concept of the heliocentric model is, I'm insignificant. I am just another speck of sand. The Earth is really just a cosmic speck, in the cosmic scheme of
Believing in
things.
conspiracies, you fucking nuthead.
Okay, thank you for that. Is another speck. The sun is unremarkable. Nothing special about the sun. The sun is another speck. The galaxy is a speck. I'm a speck on a speck, orbiting a speck, among other specks, among still other specks, in the middle of specklessness. I suck, quoted Bill Nye. See, what happened here is he found out that he has no value. That's where he got to, some sort of nihilistic worldview, which is foolish. Right back to the Copernicus quote. He looked up at the sky and determined, based off what he saw, that there's no value or meaning in anything. And then went on to teach your kids that. You wonder why there's like a mental health crisis in America? You got people like this telling teenage kids that nothing, it's over.
Is it any wonder why I said in the paragraph that I read above, that I posted above when I answered your question, Aflatoon, why would they lie? Where a part of their motive is to believe that they live on a humongous rotating pear-shaped spheroid flying through a godless vacuum with no purpose and no hope and no justice, no value whatsoever. That's the inevitable logical implications of a world that came from a godless vacuum. It came from nothing. You can't get value from that which is devoid of value.
Yeah,
That includes truth value. It's not just a moral value or teleological value. That includes truth value. That's a category. So if there is no value, if nihilism is true, then it couldn't be true. That is to say, that to say nihilism is true is to defeat yourself. It negates all value, including truth value. So it couldn't be true.
It's a contradiction in terms.
No, it's a foolish.
Thank you.
It's foolish, is what it is. Exactly what Copernicus said.
Mm-hmm,
It's a foolish worldview. Or if he thinks it's not foolish, then he's just a greater fool than he was before he started.
I agree with you, Gregory, and many of the other people here in regards to these philosophical things. That definitely that this is true. Bill Nye is completely ignorant in philosophy, same as Neil deGrasse Tyson. And all of these neo-materialist, neo-nihilist type, they know nothing about what they're actually talking about. They're making all of these huge philosophical assumptions. But I mean, I wouldn't take them really as representatives of postmodern philosophy in regards to these things, because the questions of value and the questions of ethics are questions of axiology and ethics, which are part of philosophy. So I would actually go to the philosophers. And
what you do
is that these people are making public opinion and teaching children this nihilism as a part of science, which is not necessarily there.
Okay, what you do with this is that you use their quotations, because you got kind of like this America, this like post-capitalist society. We're kind of like this consumer-based economy. And
Yes,
what people
there is end of
okay,
capitalism.
yeah,
This
almost
is
there.
just
Okay,
capitalism.
yeah,
Trust me.
yeah, almost there. Okay. So what they do was they put these people on the top rungs, and they say, "Trust me, bro." Like somehow these people's words need to be filtered through like a process where everyone else is silent. They get to talk because they're like the elite members of society. So what you do then is you say, okay, sure, let's follow that, okay? Because you don't want to, like, they'll tell you, what credentials do you have? Like, they'll say, Bill Nye's got a bachelor's degree in something, some sort of crap. So you say here, yeah, yeah, in engineering. So you say, here's what he said. He said, Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth. Because then when he actually speaks to something in his expertise, like engineering, he understands that there's no place to go. Even if you could go. He goes like, well, I know the Earth is a closed system. It functions as a closed system. But even if you could, like if you watch a video I posted in there, big think, mind you, that he's going to come up with this concept that this is Earth and it's all you got. This is the physical realm. What you see, what you hear, all this stuff is right here. And there's no place else to go. So you better get it right. Like at least try to get it right. Like, figure out where other people are coming from and find a way to peacefully coexist. Because if you destroy the Earth, that's it. There's no place else to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they would say currently because everything else is too far, to be fair to them.
No, look, just watch your video.
Can I ask a question? How can you have a vacuum without a container? They have an ever expanding vacuum into what we don't know. So if it's expanding, it's not contained. So how can you have a vacuum uncontained without a container?
It's a great question, George. Aflaton, Aflaton, how you making out? I know like a half hour ago you said you wanted to go see how anybody could think these things. How you making out?
Well, no,
If it was
see,
a question, then why did you immediately answer to change it to something else?
No, I just want to see how he's making it, how he's feeling. That's all.
yeah, well, I now see why people would actually believe this, and I don't think
Yeah,
it's completely worth
someone mentioned a vacuum.
it.
That's why I'm asking.
That's good.
Because
Now listen.
Sure.
Aflatoon, go ahead.
it takes too much for me. I would need to spend a lot of time researching this like properly in order to completely and fully ascertain this. As far as I see, this has put me, this proposition right now, in the category of worthy of consideration. I can't be convinced in one sitting. Like, this is a huge thing, especially regarding cosmology, right? So I
Awesome. How
know
do you feel about George's question? I mean, no, I appreciate you answering me. I still need to answer George's question about the vacuum. They got mad at me when I interrupted, so you gotta honor me by answering it. Do me that solid.
If you don't know, then just say you don't know.
You're asking me?
Yeah, the question is, how can you have a vacuum without a container?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm just not my expertise. I don't know. I would say I would personally say it wouldn't make sense for anything except that space is eternal. It's not eternal, sorry, infinite. Everything else doesn't make sense because you would need a container which would contain the space. But what would be outside of it? So you like it would be infinite, but everything outside of it
That
would
word
also.
again, man. Infinite is a mathematical description. It's not reality. In reality, you don't have infinite number of anything.
Well, let's take our time. Pause, because this is a worthy question. And this is a worthy also point of critique of the paradigm, the current dominant paradigm. It is implicitly absurd to say that everything exists in an unfathomable, infinitely large vacuum. Right? It's just metaphysically absurd. You can't have such a thing. Right? And so when you talk about things existing, especially the largest macroscopic scale of the cosmos, there comes a very profound question. I mean, one can just stop at I don't know, but one can give a reason, some type of argument, to account for what is sustaining the existence of everything. What is everything existing in? You see. Now, it's a very profound and peculiar statement that most people do not pay attention to when you read the Acts of the Apostles. This is a metaphysical concern. Cosmology is categorically metaphysical. Metaphysics is a basic subcategory of philosophy. So really, all the cosmologists are philosophers, as everyone is inevitably a philosopher. Right?
A natural philosopher.
And so, right. And so this is a question of the most macroscopic scale of the cosmos. Now, of course, if you don't have what is necessary, this is where the rubber meets the road. If you don't have what is logically and or metaphysically necessary for the whole world to exist, then in principle you cannot justifiably believe that anything does exist. Because everything that does exist, that is contingent upon the most ultimate metaphysical entity that is absolutely necessary for everything else to have its nature and to exist, has to be there. Right? So if you don't have that, then you can't have anything else. And so a peculiar statement is made by the Apostle Shaul Paul in Acts 17, when he's speaking to the leading philosophers of his day in the city of Athens at the so-called Areopagus, Mars Hill, right next to the Parthenon, that humongous idol, that humongous temple with all the idols. He said, in him, referring to the God, we move and live and have our very existence.
Okay,
So rather than infinite regress.
Yeah, here, Gregory, let's get back to the just simple stuff, okay? Because
let him attempt to understand.
Yeah, he's what I'm saying. He's kind of like in the spot right now where he just needs to think out the basics, okay? Because we got him to a point where he's ready to think, okay? So now think about gas pressure next to a container. Just
this is the basics, Crit. Well, Crit, this is the basics. This is the most metaphysically ultimate.
Okay, go ahead, George. Do you want to try again?
Well, a question remains. How can you achieve 10 to the minus 17 Joule of a vacuum uncontained?
I don't know.
And beyond just I don't know, it's really impossible. You can't have pressure without containment. How can you press upon that which is not there? You press upon that which is existing.
You want a different question? How can you have 14.7 psi at sea level without a container?
I mean, the air is heavy.
Can you expand on that? Gregory, dude, please. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by heavy?
I didn't hear him. I thought we lost him.
You hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, so the gas above you is heavy, okay? So
yeah.
Where did you come up with that concept?
Things have mass. Matter has mass. Gas is matter, therefore gas has mass.
Yeah, but not weight, though.
Well, weight is just mass, which has the force of gravity acting upon it.
Yeah, gas moves freely in all directions, so it's not affected by gravity, which is a downward force, apparently. Or if you're following the basic crap. So, here's a good example. Not to be crude or anything, but this came up when talking to one of the sort of famous anti-flat earthers, Kosho. We had him say, "Can you make a prediction using this whole concept of gas and mass and whatnot?" And he's like, "Certainly." I go, "So if someone farts, like just rip out a massive fart, would their weight go down or would it go up?" And he's in his worldview, he said, "Well, their weight would have to go down." And we had citations from this engineer from this Ivy League college, and The citation said, well, actually, your weight would go up because the buoyant forces, the gases inside your digestive system kind of lift you up like a balloon. So if you were to just expel all that gas out, your weight would go up. So that contradicts this idea that gases have weight. They have anti-weight, which
Your
really
weight.
breaks the model about having mass. How do you know they have mass? If they don't have a downward bias, they got a bias in all directions, but they still have weight, but their weight is negative, then how do they have mass?
I mean, to
I'm
be
boiling
fair,
my kettle now. The steam is not going down, man. No matter how much I wave my hand, the steam is still not going down.
what thing? I mean, to be fair, when you
Damn it.
fart, your gases, depending on the density, if they are more dense than the surrounding gas, i.e., the air, they would go down. Right? It's a matter of density.
What about when you breathe in and out?
Yes.
When you exhale, the air that just came out of your lungs falls to the ground, stays in front of your mouth, or disperses in all directions, making way for new gases for you to breathe back in.
Well, again,
Which one do you think?
depending on the density of the air coming out of your mouth. When it comes out, it has to be more dense than when it came in, of course. But I mean,
That's kind of interesting.
depending
So
on the
density is like towards the
According to
center,
you,
but gas
gases
moves
go
away
down
from the.
then.
Yeah, gas moves away from the center. Your density, you would say, he might say, is like towards the center, making something more compact in a certain amount of space. Are you saying density is the reason that things go up and down, or do you have a different idea?
well, it's weight, and density is just how heavy something is, how dense it is, because the object is more heavy if it's more dense.
You're talking about way. It has nothing to do with gravity, man. Way has a vector of down. You put it on a scale, yeah, presses down on a scale, on a spring. And you can measure how much this spring is oscillating by pressing down. But that's weight. Nothing to do with gravity, though. Gases, they don't have weight. Clouds, they don't have weight. They're not falling down. Yeah, the hydrological system, yeah, to understand how water evaporates and goes up to the sky and turns into clouds and then condenses back again and falls down in the form of rain. All that process, yeah, debunks gravity of a force of down and this down bias, because things are going up in a cyclical motion.
Well, to have a counter argument, you could very much say that the reason why it's moving up is because it's lighter than the surrounding air. So the surrounding air pushes it to go up.
Do gases have mass then?
Yes,
Are gases being attracted by other masses?
of course.
Of course, you say. So gases are falling to the ground, not dispersing in all directions.
They are attached to the earth. This is the reason we have the atmosphere. The
Attached
reason
to the.
why water moves up is because the heavier gases push it to go up.
Heavier gases? What do you mean heavier gases? We don't have layers of gases. Gases are inhomogeneous, elastic collisions. They move freely in all directions. Gases. Hello?
I mean, if you have smoke, smoke is heavier than air.
Not going down then.
Yeah, but it is going
Even
up.
though it's heavier, according to you, than air, it's still not going down. If smoke is going down, how would you send a smoke signal?
Yeah,
You
I
don't
don't know.
know? Well,
I don't
according
know.
to you, it's going down.
Yeah, I see.
You know?
I don't know. I don't
If I
know.
do a
Honestly,
fire on the ground and smoke is going down, how would I send a smoke signal? Can you tell me?
you technically wouldn't be able to. Yeah, yeah, I see.
So smoke is not going down, so it's going up. So mass attracting mass is bullshit then.
Not necessarily, because you could have other forces at play.
What
Well,
are
if
the
you argue
forces
that
in
way,
play? Come
yeah,
on,
if you
man.
argue that way, then that's self-defeating. Because if there are other
Yeah.
forces at play that make mass attracting mass undetectable, then that necessarily implies that you could not know it to be a real phenomenon.
Yeah. I don't know, honestly. I'm not an
Yeah.
expert.
Well, I mean, what he's saying is if you're saying there's other forces at play that have a stronger effect, then that means you were never able to isolate the effects of gravity. So therefore, gravity does not exist because it is weaker than the forces that you're actually measuring. So you've never even measured this gravity thing.
Come on,
You're
guys.
appealing to
Don't say that
some other
gravity
force.
doesn't exist.
Well,
Gravity
he's
does
appealing
exist.
to another.
Come on.
All
Gravity
right.
is the bending of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. Pseudo-Riemannian force space is a concept. It's well defined on, it's well defined on Wikipedia. It's a concept, nevertheless. It's like freedom concept.
Yeah,
So
well,
let's
maybe
say
then
this.
not even messing with it, but just even attributing to it, or claiming it whatsoever. So you haven't even claimed gravity; you claimed it other forces. So you never even claimed gravity. You're claiming density and electrostatics, etc. So why cling to gravity when you don't even claim it? Would be the
Yeah, so let's say
corollary.
this, right, for the sake of conclusion. So the appeal to mass attracting mass, universal gravitation, or bendy space-time universal gravitation are both empirically inadequate and implying absurdities that render them impossible. Concerning mass attracting mass, we don't observe it. What would be observed if it were happening is not observed. And then to rescue the position from that critique is a self-defeating appeal to other forces that are supposedly negating its effects, rendering it empirically undetectable. And then, of course, with Einsteinian bendy spacetime, it's a reification fallacy. It's unjustifiable. It's metaphysically absurd. So there is no sufficient account for why anything stays on the surface or near the surface of the ball that we call Earth or any other mass flying around in the cosmic vacuum. And so that implies that there still would be this massive cosmic cataclysm where the vast majority of everything on the Earth and whatsoever other so-called planet is falling off and infinitely falling through an infinite cosmic vacuum. But of course, that implication is false, and that which implies falsehood is false. So there is no logically sufficient account for how everything stays on the so-called planet, which is also a misnomer.
That's pretty succinct. So was this his main reason to believe that the Earth was a globe, or did he have something else that he trusted that led him to believe it to be true?
George brought it up, we addressed it, and so now we're moving forward.
Well, I mean, you're not talking to, and I have to go. I can't be talking more. Thank you for the fruitful discussion, especially you, Gregory.
My pleasure. Please message me. I'm about to message you in private. Please come back again and we can talk in private if you want to. y'all bless you. Peace.
God bless you too.
Thank you, y'all.
See you, buddy.
So yeah, I met him in the theist experience. There's a user in here named Jeff who is very fond in giving me space in his head rent free, wink wink. And he thinks that he can just obliterate anything I have to say in my defense or in refutation of anyone else by just mentioning the fact that I'm a flat earther, right? You're a flat earther. Therefore, every shred of credibility is just evacuated as soon as that's revealed in his head. But I unapologetically and no shame just very simply said, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Yeah. And then he was interested and he's like, huh? And then I told him there's a voice channel upstairs where we can talk about this subject. And he said, I want to talk about that now. So then we went here and the rest was history. So thank you, everyone.
I I appreciate you giving yourself all the credit, but it was me who peeped the voice chat and called it out in public. You know. No,
Yes, Tanks was there.
that was good that you talked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tanks was there also. He said, "Yeah, let's go," and then we went, and the rest was history. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, peace to
Yo,
you
what's
all.
up, Gregory?
Hey.
What's up, dude?
I was just saying, you know what? I just spent like half an hour or more on talking about the cosmological controversy, and I don't think you were here for the majority of it. So it's your fault that you missed the most of it.
What the
Sorry.
biggest margin of error in the history of science?
10 with 120 zeros behind it. This is the greatest mismatch between theory and fact in the history of science.
So not science then.
Yeah, I retire.
Science requires systematic experimentation. In other words, obtaining the same results, not having these discrepancies that they're talking about. Not science, pseudoscience. That's what it means.
Yeah. Specifically, pseudo-empirical science. Yeah.
I keep trying to jump in, George. Like, is Nathan not having the show? I keep on like jumping in every like different mornings. I haven't heard him in like a few days.
I don't know, man. I don't follow Nathan all the time. I don't know the answer to that question. I know it
What
was.
was the last
I
time he had
know
a
it was
show that you
getting.
were there?
I know it was getting a new computer and was setting a new computer. I think that's what's going on. If he didn't have a show today or yesterday, I don't know. I haven't been around.
I think yesterday.
All right. I must be off on my time.
Well, my phone is on low battery, so God bless you all. Peace to you.
Yeah, take care, Gregory.
See you,
See next
Gregory.
time.
Later, Gregory.
I guess Matt is listening on YouTube. Come in, Matt. Like, just break it down. Why is Vsauce wrong? How come your Google it doesn't match what you said your Google it would match? Let's go step by step.
Yeah, help me out, Matt.
What is he saying Vsauce is wrong about?
This guy, the universe, is calling us dumb.
But what does he think that Vsauce is wrong about exactly?
So, when I encounter an anti-flat earther, how should I deal with them?
Find out what their hang-up is. What's their problem? Because when you say the Earth is flat and they're against that, they are hearing something else you didn't say. They're hearing you say that their dream to make out with green alien chick is gone. It's over. It's a fake. Or they hear you say the Apollo program wasn't true and they have some jingoistic national pride attached to like being an American or something. They're hearing you say something else. So breaking down that boundary, ask them, if I say the earth is flat, what are you hearing?
Yeah,
Tell
but
me
anti-flat
exactly what.
That's
Oh, go
not right, though. Because it's anti-globe. Because if they were spewing the globe, yeah, which is what the flat earthers are doing, debunking the globe. If they were spewing the globe, they wouldn't deny the things that we said. The problem is that they're not defending the globe, and they're denying what we are saying. Makes them anti-flat earthers.
If they're like Scott Mackey, there's no hope.
We all know the claims on the table, the globe claims that is, and we're here to debunk it. It's not a globe. Further to that, at least me, myself, I'm here to prove how it's flat.
Here's a good video for people like Matt, who says that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment because he finds stupid entertaining. So the first feedback, my feedback, is that simple people are entertained by simple things. And scientific communicators find flat earthers fascinating. Sabine Holzenfeld. Why flat earth is wrong but not stupid. They got the wrong answer for the right reasons. Meanwhile, people like Matt, if they try to reach out to her, she'll block you and then make a diss track, which is absolutely hilarious. You know, when they told her like she needs to, like, people out there like her fans and subscribers, you need to stop talking about flat earth. And she's like, no, blocked.
But listen to the claims on the table, not from our side, but from the globe side. Yeah, we know that we are spinning because we can't feel it. We know that the horizon is geometrical because you can't see it. Yeah, so we also know that we have atmospheric pressure without a container. Those are the claims on the table that we are disputing right here. And how can you have an elevation angle from a curved surface? What about that?
Is there any evidence of a horizontal line dropping over distance? That's my
Nonsense. A
nuance.
horizontal line doesn't have a limitation. It's a horizontal line.
Would be what you reference a drop against.
That's correct. That's why you're going to need a flat plane flat. Yeah, it's even on the Earth curves match. Surface level and eye level, two parallel lines, horizontal line. Now, Earth temperature, according with that diagram, is below surface level, which is nonsensical. We all know that when we look at the horizon, we're looking at surface level, not below the surface level. That's the claim. The curvature is on a point that nobody can see. If nobody can see, how can we measure it? It's an oxymoron. There is no measurements to a curve. It doesn't exist a curve. The horizon moves with the weather. Full stop. The Earth curve calculator has an oxymoron in it because they have two different definitions of level. They have surface level and eye level. That's two horizontal planes parallel to one another. And then they have a curved so-called level, surface level, where the surface is, I mean, I don't know how to phrase it. Okay, it's an oxymoron. It makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, but the deviation from straight needs the straight bit in order to know how much it's deviating from. That's why they need the surface level to be level and eye level to be eye level, and they both to be horizontal and parallel to one another. So which one is it? Is sea level curve? Because surface level on your curve calculator is not curved. So which one is it? That's the double speak we're pointing out, and no one is realizing. Rickets.
You're not going to find it.
I think we're just enjoying the peace of not having to deal with the anti-flat earthers right now.
Oh, they're melting down the tech chat.
I'm just simply bored of answering the same points all over again.
Then why do you do it?
I don't. I'm currently listening.
Hooray!
I don't think you guys heard what I said. Sea level is curved. Meanwhile, surface level is not curved. Eye level is not, but sea level is somehow, yeah, it has a different definition of level. Curval, something like that. Because level, obviously, according to these guys, is curving away from you. But surface level is not, and level is not. So they have two definitions of level in the same diagram. I don't know. It's doublespeak. It's an oxymoron.
How do you measure a change in elevation that isn't a change in elevation?
How would you change? How would you measure a change of elevation?
You have to reference it against thing that isn't a change in elevation. At the same
Against
time,
the spheroid.
want to claim that it is a change in elevation.
It's too big to see.
Right, Embo?
You plot the elevations relative to a spheroid.
There you go. Where'd you get that spheroid from? How was that measured?
It was measured in surveying using triangulation.
I think the other round they need to define elevation or elevation angle in this case. Can you define it for us? Elevation angle? What is it? What's that?
So elevation in the meaning that was previously used. So just a physical height above the sea level is a completely separate thing from the elevation angle. And the only common thing they do have is just the word that is used. So I don't know which elevation I'm supposed to talk about.
So it's elevation above sea level then. You agree with that statement? You just said it.
Yes, so it's as you said, it's
like a mountain, for example. Like the mountain would be measured in reference to sea level, correct?
Yes, so as you said, it's
and the seabed
measured
and the seabed
sea level.
Yeah, and the seabed would also be measured in relation to sea level, surface level.
Yes.
All right. So everything is compared to sea level, baseline, and elevations and depressions from it.
Yes, basically.
Right. So we're definitely not talking about spheres then.
No, because the model of the sea level is a sphere.
The model of sea level is a sphere. What do you mean? You said level. You know what that means, level.
Yes, I mean the exact thing I said. I think what I said is too not complicated for me to not require any further explanation. I mean,
level is a description of behavior of liquids. They mean level. Define their level. Yes.
Level is.
So we're not talking about spheres then.
Level is it's the same height, the same distance from the center.
No
of the
part's higher or lower than the other. Level,
yes,
like a horizontal plane.
No, not really.
What do you mean? No, not really. A horizontal plane. You know what that means?
Yes, it's a plane that is horizontal for the observer.
Not just. north, south, east, and west. Yeah, Cartesian. That's a
Yes,
description of a
you proved
horizontal plane.
them on the horizontal
Things that
plane.
spheres they don't have, though.
Yes, the azimuth angles, so all of that.
Yeah, spheres they don't have horizontal planes, do they?
They do, in fact, they are
No, they don't.
defined.
Spheres, they have a deviation from straight. Yeah, in this case, is 8 inches per mile squared, or approximately 1.2 times the observer height in feet. Declination in every single vector, north, south, east, and west. On your sphere needs to have a declination, a deviation from straight, which
Yes,
is not
I
measured.
fully agree. That's why the
So a
horizontal plane
horizontal
is
plane,
not the
though,
same
as we
thing as the
understand a
surface.
Cartesian system,
It's
how
just
we
an
understand
abstract figure.
the way we understand the Cartesian system, how it works, yeah, it requires a horizontal plane of reference. North, south, east, west, and all the other cardinals, yeah, are descriptive of a horizontal plane. Things that spheres don't have.
They do. It's simply a plane that is tangent to the surface of
Can you
of a
show
sphere.
us a sphere with a horizontal plane?
Yes, I can.
The surface of a sphere with a horizontal plane, yeah?
Yes.
You're telling me a surface of a sphere is a horizontal plane? Hello?
No,
The
I
surface
muted
of a
myself.
sphere is a horizontal plane. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
No, you're
Jimbo,
making
not separate from the surface. Not separate from the surface.
Okay,
Talking
yes,
about the
that's why I
surface. We're
had a
doing this on the
problem, because you
surface.
made a leap of
Yeah,
logic.
okay.
Because
Well, you
I've
know
never
what we're
was
talking about,
saying
Ember.
that the
You
surface
don't
is
play
the
these
same
games,
thing
man.
as a
Don't
plane.
play these games. Don't play these games.
Okay,
Go at
so if you want to talk about the surface itself, then the surface of the Earth is not the same thing as the horizontal plane.
How so?
Tangents aren't horizontals,
Sea
dude.
level?
You're all fucked
You
up.
know what it means, sea level? What do you mean
Yes,
it's not?
it's a certain elevation from the center of the Earth, which
Not
is
from the center of the earth. Sea level, no part's higher or lower than the other.
yeah,
You
it's
understand how ice cream is made?
yes, and it's
Yeah,
later made
liquids will
under pressure.
conform to the shape of the container that they're in, yeah? But the surface of the liquids, though, they remain flat and level.
No, that's a claim.
Yeah, he does. That's how ice cream is based on, yeah? The liquids will shape,
Ice cream
yeah,
is
will have the
sphere.
shape of the container that is in. Once that the water solidifies, that's how you have the shape of the water, the shape of the container. Container is required for it, but the surface remains flat and level. That's where level comes from, the orientation of liquids.
Okay, that's a claim, so I would need an evidence. Because for that, the discussion about the semantics and
You
meanings of
need
words
evidence. It's on your
and
globe
yeah,
earth maths
that's
level, eye level, surface level
okay.
are horizontal planes of reference parallel to one another. It's in your maths. You want a reference? I'll give you your earth curve maths as a reference.
Okay,
Level.
so saying that the surface of water is flat and horizontal isn't only a claim about linguistics, it's a claim about physical reality that would make certain predictions in that reality. That's why I'm asking for evidence, because you would see that.
Okay.
I've
I'll
never seen a
cite
body of water.
NASA. Is that a good for you, NASA?
It's good for me, I guess, but it doesn't happen to be good for you. That's why I usually budget
Okay. I'll give you
several
from
times.
NASA. Bear with me a second. I'm going to try to post something on this channel for the first time. I don't know if it's going to go to the right place, but bear with me a second. I'm not there yet. Here we are. This is from NASA. Share. Discord. What do I do now? Rules and info? No.
No, you want the 24/7 flat Earth chat.
24/7 flat earth chat.
That inbuilt chat into the VC channel, so you have to it depends what sort of platform you're using, but what sort of device you're on. But you swipe left,
Yeah, here
click
I'll
on the
ping you,
speech
George.
bubble.
There you go. You got 2 pings in there right now. Look for the little red icon.
I can't do it, man. I don't know how to do it from the phone. Basically, it's a diagram everyone is familiar with. That says the pieces of matter, and you have solids, yeah, and it says holds shape and fixed volume. You have liquids that say shape or container, free surface and fixed volume, yeah, and then you have gases, shape of container, volume of containers. I'm citing NASA. So liquids and gases require a container and free surface. That's what it means. Level surface.
I would say it's a pretty like entry level simplified description because
Introduction to physics. Yes, this is fifth grade physics. I don't know why you struggle with this.
Yeah, it's like you've never seen water before. Maybe the problem is you just don't get out much. That's why you think the world's a ball.
No, I mean the sunset. You can very easily go outside and observe it, and it really.
That's something else now. That's not a curved
I have a
body.
grasshopper here. He's jumping from subject to subject.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
because
trying to
you're
talk
talking about going outside.
That's not a curved body of liquid, though, and that's
Can
what
you
he's
see the previous argument? Then we move on. Can you concede?
No, I can't because that description it's valid for any body of water that wouldn't be covering the entirety of the Earth because, like, you had to contain it, or else it will speed at the rest of the lower lands that are at lower elevation. But if the body of water, like the word ocean, covers like the entire Earth,
How is that measured?
just look
Elevation
around.
again. What's elevation? Can you define elevation for us, please? Elevation.
I believe this simplified meme wasn't made for the description of the word ocean, but
Can you
rather
can you tell
water
us about elevation? Can you read the definition of elevation?
There are probably multiple ones, but I can give some random one from the top.
Because you have rivers, right? You have rivers which are doing what you just described, right? And flowing into the sea, into the ocean. There's change in elevation.
Yes, but if
How would you know the change in elevation? Is that with an elevation angle?
I have no idea what that statement is supposed to mean, but
I still want this clown to show us a body of liquid at rest with a curving surface.
Yes, I can.
Okay, please do that.
Okay.
Don't show us a water droplet, man.
Yeah, if that's what you do, then I'm just going to put you on mute because that's obviously not what we're asking you about.
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, don't do anything so stupid as that. You know that we're not asking you about water droplets.
Okay, I think I got it. Now I only have to send it. So I just posted the evidence in the side chat. As you can see, the evidence is a photo showing
Where's the water?
mountain peaks.
Excuse me, where's the water? I didn't ask for a picture of mountain peaks.
The water is the thing that is before, like in front of the mountains.
Okay, and where is that curving?
It's curving because, as you can see, at the end of the picture, there is a set of mountains. I mean, only the tops of them, but
Oh no, okay. So you're just inferring that there's a curve there because you couldn't see something.
yes, it's
okay.
an
So
inference.
that would not be a demonstration of curved water. That's just your interpretation of some other phenomena you saw. So please try again to demonstrate a body of liquid seeking curve, not level at rest.
No, I just disagree with your philosophy here.
No,
Because
you just interpreted some other phenomena and attributed it to curved water. You didn't actually see curved water. That was just your explanation or takeaway from what you did see, which was something else. So stop being a douche.
Yes, and I don't see any problem with that. It's just a problem not about addressing the evidence. You don't have any reasons why my evidence is wrong. It's just about
You can go ahead and see no problem with that and take your broken worldview somewhere else, but we're trying to actually get a conclusive demonstration.
it in a way that we can directly measure, then it's wasting everyone's time. And you guys have been presenting that, that this can only happen with right angle triangles. He knows that. He's negating the fact that you can know either if you can measure that directly or not. So he's not getting to the heart of the issue. That's the problem. He just keeps spinning everybody's wheels on inferences. And it's pretty tiresome after a while.
And meanwhile, he uses a celestial horizon at perpendicular to the zenith.
Correct. But yeah, you guys were pointing that out to him. You have something, Charmhole?
Oh yeah. Hello.
Hello.
I've been reading a lot on astrology and the numerology of astrology, just for kind of an old or say ancient inference, right? A direct measurement of our sky and stars, right? I guess I would just want to posit to you guys because you would know better than I would. The flat Earth, the FE mods. Have you used this this inference, the direct?
Yeah. It's a non sequitur to the point.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just got here.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't need to be answered. Hand wave dismissed.
Okay.
Thank you. Looking for the evidence that the Earth is a globe, guys. In 2024, we're asking the audience, if you're coming in here, provide your claim that the Earth is a globe and then substantiate your evidence, please. Your claim, substantiate that with your evidence that the Earth is a globe. And moving forward, if you can provide evidence that the Earth is curving, let's see if we can measure it directly. No more inferences, no more postulations, no more thinking if it could be preponderance of evidence. We need to know directly if it can be measured. If not, we'll sit here and chat amongst ourselves, I guess. Pretty simple. The answer is very apparent and everybody knows, then we should know this by now. The party crasher, ain't I? Come on, anti-flat earthers. You already know what time it is. Don't lose your energy now. You guys were all up in a tizzy when Dazzle was talking. What's up, guys?
What's up?
What up, Alpha? How's it going, man?
Says who? What's up? Flat Lloyd?
And I wish George was here. I would tell him I'm sorry for telling him to shut up. But
Well, he never does. He says good stuff, but he never fucking stops.
He doesn't stop. He keeps going, doesn't he? Oh, it's fine, I guess. Everybody has their kind of like, thing that they want to provide when it comes to these anti-flat earth types. They don't get out of the mode, that they're in, because people. Well, it's just content, really, but we want to continue the conversation. It just gets at a point you're just like, okay, let's see if they're going to be able to man up and bring the evidence forward directly. If not, then what are we talking about? Because it becomes a debate when we indulge their ideas that they think that the Earth is a globe. Because he didn't answer. One of the things I caught him, you could rewind the tape, but he did say that you can't measure the Earth using celestial navigation. I heard him say that, which is kind of the reason why I chimed in, because he contradicted himself later. When I asked him the question, can you directly measure it? He said, yeah. Then he went on to say, with an inference. Nah, we can't do it with an inference. We're not inferring anything. We either know that the celestial navigation model that they're presenting is able to do that or not. We all know they can't. It's a good point that Tita brought up with the circle equal altitude. Like, that was something that the audience was kind of glancing over. It's like a point of correction or point of clarity, I guess you can say.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I guess it does. does mean that, like, you're at the same zero. You always got to bring it to zero, right? You got to have that zero reference point. But it just seems like there is a little bit of a misconception. It just seems to get used in the wrong context, as if it's meaning your altitude above a certain point, when it's talking specifically about altitude angle.
Yeah.
Of the celestial object.
Well, because you rightly pointed out, you could be, passing over land topography, and that's going to change the idea that that was what you mean, because then your elevation changes.
Right.
He messed up right away too when he said that the two zeniths are parallel. That was good.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think it's because they've been in this conversation for such a long time that they get like mixed up on what they're saying. Not that they probably remember previous conversations or like how to present it, but then when they're doing it for so long, they kind of mix up points. It sounds that way. Where's the universe? He's got a lot of energy in the chat. Oh, he's just he's chat skanking to you, heretic. He's not coming in here. He doesn't want to come in here.
Yeah, emotional as usual. Upset.
He made cartoons of us yesterday too.
He drew. He drew something.
I don't know. It was pretty funny, actually. But he made me, Heretic, and Jedi 3 fat guys eating pizza.
Yeah, I don't even really know what he's trying to get at with that, but okay. I'll live rent-free. Thanks.
Your chief heretic? Is that what he's going to call you now?
Probably. Guy can't stop thinking about me.
You're always on his mind, I guess.
Seems like it. Making cartoons about me and shit. We got fans.
The Bevite conversation last night lasted longer than I thought. I was listening, and you guys were absentee at the moment. It was Elder Bear and Skinny Vet. It must have been like 2 or 3 in the morning for me.
Yeah, I had to jump in there for a bit because he's just a difficult person to talk to. Yeah.
Pedantic.
So I was listening.
Man, it's so annoying.
What he's doing though is because the point that, and I know the point that Skinny Vet was trying to bring in, he was just saying that, he has to know that the Earth can't be curving. So the idea that it's either curving like an oblate spheroid or it's a flat plane. So that I don't think what's being Adam, you're hot micing, bro. Adam. Whenever you get to your So basically, Skinny Vet was saying that the flat plane, he has to, because he's I guess a mortar guy. I think he said he was something like that. He was describing like what he does with the mortar. He's got to fire 2 rounds, and it'll level the the thing. But the thing is, when he's talking to the Bevite, I can call him Bevite or Elder Bear. So Elder
you
Bear,
got to be pedantic with your words.
yeah, but he's just saying that the idea between globe and flat, right? Like it couldn't be a globe, because then the curvature would be messing with the angles that you're using to fire the the round, and then it's got like a kill radius of like 15 meters or something like. He described a little bit about why it needs to be, the math needs to be there when it comes to that shell, firing that shell, and the guy was like, well, yeah, but you use those two bubble levels, I think he said, 2 spirit levels to like measure the thing to make sure that it's horizontal.
Yeah. He's saying if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't need to reference that because it would already be flat underneath.
It would already be
flat.
They
were talking against each other. Like I don't think they were talking about the same thing.
Yeah, they were talking past each other, and it just seemed like they're not one. And I know Skinny's point, like he just wanted to drive the point home that he's not using the Earth as a globe. But the other guy was like, "No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you not putting the mortar around the mortar base, you know,
On
the
a flat
tube,
surface.
yeah, on a flat surface." You get that? Like
Yeah.
that's what he was saying. The other guy was saying, yeah, I know, but I'm firing off of flat Earth. Like I'm not firing over a globe where you have to calculate,
Yeah.
you know, the curvature and all that. So what wasn't being said though, and I thought what was being missed is the fact that the spirit level is in parallel to what? And I think when he's asked that question, he doesn't answer.
I did. I went into it for 15 minutes with him. I said it's when you get a water level or a bubble level, you're referencing a horizontal reference frame. So you're creating the reference frame, which is horizontal all the way across the plane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the way
that
across the
is
plane.
the flat.
Yeah.
That is the flat thing we're talking about. Yeah, you've got hills, mountains, whatever, but horizontal is horizontal and level everywhere on the Earth.
Yeah. To the
And
plane.
he won't answer it. He won't talk about it. He just says, "Well, it's not flat Earth, then, is it? Because you got mountains and this
he
and
keeps
that."
going.
Because
They
if you
go.
didn't, yeah,
It's annoying because they keep going back to that point, and it's
Yeah.
not what you're talking about. The flat plane that we're on is not. It's topographical. It's just like the example was used, I think, the other day, like your carpet, right? Like if you want to be
Yeah.
really pedantic about your carpet, it's not flat because it's got a little frills on it, you know, that it has. So if you're saying your carpet's flat, you're not being descriptive or exact, you know, because of the fact that you get down to that level, you're gonna see that it's got frills and it's like, you know, it's a bit bumpy in that. But overall, that flat carpet is laid over a flat plane. So the flat
Yeah,
plane of
exactly. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a reference
That's
plane. Yeah,
yeah, it's a reference. So that's not being said with these guys because
yeah.
they think
I went into it. He didn't listen to me, man.
yeah.
So I just kind of muted him for a bit, and then when I left, I said, "All right, I'll unmute him." And that's been kind of skinny.
Yeah.
In him,
So
we're talking about it.
Yeah, water holds rigidity in space. So it's according to the flat plane. It's not
Yeah.
saying that it's according to the flat Earth underneath. That Earth is flat, right? Like, you know, parallel flat. Flat is a description of the plane. The plane of
Yeah,
existence is
exactly.
flat. Yeah,
But
that's
they
what's
know
flat.
this. Yeah,
Well,
they
you
know
think they
this.
you think they would, man, but it's a pedantic argument. They want to go into the minutia of like what flat is. Well, describe flat. Like how is it measured flat? Well, dude, if we're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
their
over the
big qualm at the moment. Measurement of flat. And I said, well, you do okay. Well, the horizontal reference plane, we can get a water level. That is a measurement of flat because it's equal either side. It's measuring
Yeah.
a flat horizontal reference plane. That is a measurement of flat. Or how'd you
Yep.
measure it? With a water level.
Yep. And it's in
Creates a
reference to the
horizontal
plane.
reference plane. Yeah.
In
And it is the
reference.
same level the whole way
Yeah.
across the plane.
Yeah. So you can't get away from that. Like that is the facts that we're dealing with. But it's so annoying. They come in here, they think they have a niche argument. They think they're providing evidence for something and they're not. It's just a bunk argument.
No.
Their argument is more bunk than it's almost like the upwards moving earther argument or, you know,
Yes.
it's bunk. There's no
Like
evidence for it with this.
descriptively, he's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
pedantic, yeah.
yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, it's not flat because you have to create a reference plane.
Which you
Yes,
would
but
say
where
no
does the
shit.
reference plane come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't have a reference for it, how the fuck do you know which way you're like? You wouldn't be able to know if you're right side up, upside down. How the fuck do you know that if you don't have something to reference? What?
Exactly.
So yeah, when it's just the same like gyroscopes, you know, a gyroscope can hold rigidity in space, just like you can hold a bottled water, and anywhere you manipulate the container of the bottled water, the surface in that bottled water will always remain flat and level to the plane that we're on. So the flat plane will always remain the same level as the bottled water. And that's how you know the reference that which way, like, you know, when you are in a plane doing a barrel roll and you have that, you know, mechanical gyro or whatever, you know, the gyro you have that's working on your plane, you know what orientation you are. when the plane is maneuvering in the air, because the plane doesn't have any reference to like what it's doing unless there's something to refer to, and they're looking at their gauges, and they're seeing that when they do a barrel roll, how they know they're back right side up. How the fuck are you gonna know that if you don't have nothing to reference to?
Exactly. Yeah.
You need to know
It seemed.
the Earth is referenced as a flat plane. This is
This is so fucking weird, man. I am literally talking with AI at the moment about this very thing before you even started talking about it. I'm just fucking blown away.
Yeah, wait till AI tells you, like, dude, fucking AI has a pretty good argument. But for me,
Yeah, I missed
it's
half
logical,
of it the other
bro.
day. Yeah.
It's logical because
our vestibular system, for one.
I mean, okay,
It seems they've just got an issue with Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
That
because
seems to be the issue.
they made a video about him and berated them over the video, and of course, the whole shtick about that. And they come in here hot under the collar, and they want to pick on people who say, well, flat isn't flat like you think, isn't it? And it's like, dude, we're not even talking about the damn the earth that you're standing on. When it comes to the flat plane, everything corresponds to that. So when we say that we're going over water, if there is any measurement that the earth is curving anywhere, then that would be known, because it wouldn't be a flat plane anymore that the water's actually, on. And waves and all that shit aren't going to matter, because a flat plane will level everything out. Everything's going to become, when there is no, somebody brought that up too yesterday, when there's no wind, then when the water's standing, it will always represent itself as the way it is, so flat on its surface, and also that it's going to be to the plane of existence. So the plane's always going to be something that we know. It's just the orientation, right? If it was askew, or there was a slope, or there was anything that we know that the plane was going to describe to us, then we would know that. But it didn't matter about the hills and valleys and all that, because the plane of existence is the only thing that we're referring to. That's how a spirit level is going to give you accuracy. Because otherwise, if there's nothing to draw a parallel from, you're screwed. There's no way you'll know. Like, if the earth was curving and all that, like, how the hell are you going to know, which way is up? Because then it would be relative. Somebody from across the world would be antipodal to your position. They wouldn't be like standing the same right side up that you are. It would be just, relative to your position. Somebody else across, the world would be like upside down. You'd be right side up, and all that kind of shit. And then they would follow that, would have to figure out, well, if that's the case, then we'd have to be able to measure geometric shapes in 2024 easily, with like knowing what would be the elevation change from my position off into the horizon. And then once we figure that out, we're going to know that it's not a plane anymore. It's got geometry, because a flat plane would not exist. There's a lot to it, man, but it's more of them being more pedantic about the word flat. It's just like, yeah, dude, like, because he kept going on with Skinny about, well, he doesn't put it on a flat surface. That would mean that if he didn't need to measure, he didn't need to level his his mortar round. Like, it would just be already on a flat surface. It was so fucking, it's annoying, dude, to hear the argument like that. It's just,
That will argue both sides, right? He doesn't care. Like, I've seen
Yeah, he
him
just
argue
wants to
against
argue.
Globers,
He just wants to argue.
and he'll present a flat Earth, and I see him arguing against flat Earthers, and he'll present it's not flat, right? Like,
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
But
I don't
there
know him
was
as
other
long as you
guys.
guys either, right? So at first
Well-
sight with him, I thought he was a Glober, and then next thing you know, he's fighting flat Earth, right? Like, so he's confusing, man.
Well, no, he's okay. So because he knows people watch, and I don't watch Flatzoid. I hardly even watch Nathan Oakley, to be honest. Being honest with you guys, I know they're doing what they do or whatever, but I mean, I'm not staring at their videos all day. I don't care about that drama bullshit, dude. I really don't. Like that. He comes in here and be like, well, you guys watch Flatzoid and Nathan. I'm like, dude, I don't even watch those videos. Be honest with you. I'm in here shellacking Globers all day. I don't give a shit about that. But he, comes in here and he wants to pick almost every night now.
Shellacking.
Yeah, I like that word. Yeah, but he comes in here with his, his guys, his crew, and they come in here trying to, poke the bear, trying to see what you got, and it's just we don't need to be going through that. Like, we got bigger fish to fry. That's what I told Heretic, man. And fuck, man, this world is filled with people who think the Earth's an oblate spheroid. Like, fuck these pedantic arguments. Like, go take that shit up with the person who like made you upset or whatever. Fuck, dude. Anyway, we're referencing the flat plane. The plane
That's
itself
it.
is flat. Yeah. And so the water conforms to the plane. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Because it doesn't need it. Listen, water at rest doesn't have topography like land does. So it's not static. So
Well, that's
yeah.
that's when they start arguing. We'll say, well, that's not Earth, is it? That's water.
Some
You
bullshit
go,
right
fuck,
there.
man.
That's
That's a
bullshit,
fucking
dude.
stupid shit. Mate.
That is dumb as shit, dude. Like,
They
honestly,
should join up. They should join up with Pete Drinker. They're on the same fucking wavelength.
yeah. I don't know. At some points, it's just like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, you can just take your little argument, roll it up, move along. Like, it has no place with people. We're trying to get people to realize that the Earth isn't what we've been told, and they're over here talking about the minutia. What's flat? Are you putting things on flat? Earth isn't flat. Like, no shit, dude. Fuck.
I think he's just trying to get a social presence, right? Like he's trying to clip shit and
he's getting clicks. Yeah. Getting them clicks. Well, he's making content in here, and I think he's featured like Apocryphon. So don't be amazed, dude, if you're not featured in one of their little films or the little hit pieces, because they need content. So they're recruiting right now.
him and Peter, they're the same.
Yeah. And if you allow them, they'll get you in a little club, and then you'll start being one of those guys. Well, is it flat? Well, really? You guys say it's a flat Earth, but we got hills and shit. It's just like, whatever, man. What the fuck? Oh, just like other little groups that pop up after time. Like Ether, that's another little group that pops up. What about the Ether? Oh, what Ether? You want to talk? Yeah, see, there's might be some people in here that have already camped out with these guys. There's a lot of camps right now. And you're like, I'm gonna check this camp out, man. Maybe I can put up a tent here and hang out with these guys. Yeah, it's fine. But once you come back and you realize that there's either there is evidence for the case, or you're just saying that's your best guess. Just like the globe. Well, my best guess is, well, it's not what we're here for, sir. Either you know what you're talking about and you're able to substantiate that with evidence, or not. Upwards moving Earth, ether, the levelites, the etherites, the levelites, the freaking all the ites in the world. Like, if what they're saying is true, it would be easily demonstrated in the context of their argument. Hey, they're not ready for this, brothers. I'm telling you. Hopefully, I didn't hurt anybody's etherite feelings. I'm gonna come. You guys are gonna come at me with, "Wait a minute, dude. That's something that is real." Oh shit. Fucking hell. It's just the truth is simple, man. It really is. Fucking people overcomplicate shit because they get bored and don't know what to do. So it's just like, let's spice shit up, man. Let's try to figure some more shit out. No, we don't need to do all of that. That's what gets people into trouble, man. I'll ask again because it seems like we got some new people in here. I'm always situationally
Curiosity.
aware.
Some types of curiosity, that's what killed the cat.
Yeah. All right, so we got some people in here, and we want to know in 2024, is there any evidence that the Earth is a globe? So we asked this question, or two questions. Do you have a claim that the Earth is a globe? And what claim is it, right? First of all, what claim is that the Earth is a globe? And can you substantiate that claim with evidence? That's to the room. And if you think the Earth's a globe in 2024, open up your mic and give us some evidence, please. With the claim first, evidence second. Come on now, don't be shy.
I'm so
Yes.
shy.
Don't be shy.
The globe
We
says
won't
the
bite.
Christ remains silent and the ability evidently.
Stripperella, welcome to the channel. Well, we're asking the question in 2024, if you know that the Earth is a globe, just build a claim, make the claim, and then substantiate it with evidence. Really pretty simple. You guys have all of academia on your side. You got the bigger groups of people. Everybody in the world knows it's a globe. You got NASA pictures, moon landings. If it's so simple, then you can dispatch these flat earthers in an instant, right? Be quick and easy.
It really should be, man.
Mm-hmm. I suppose maybe we're wishful thinking that someone's going to actually come in here and provide evidence. I usually, when I ask that question, I usually get, well, wait a minute. What would you accept as evidence? Well, if it was evidence, you wouldn't need to ask that question. You just present it and it would be so. It would be just the thing that it is. You don't need to say what I accept. You just be able to present it and then it would be, that's it. That's evidence. It's evidently true that the Earth is a globe.
I have
So
a
far,
lot of
the best we have is inference.
I have a lot of evidence for a spinning ball, but before I tell you that evidence, I gotta make sure you accept my evidence.
Yeah. I have to be sure that before I present my evidence, you're going to accept it as in a conditional statement. I have to accept their evidence in order for it to be presented. I don't have to. If it sounds like it's bunk, I'm going to dispatch it. Nope, sorry, hand wave dismiss. It's not admissible because of the fact that it can't be substantiated.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you why the Earth is a ball because you're not gonna accept my evidence. So yeah, that's why I'm not gonna tell you the evidence because you're not gonna accept it.
We got people writhing in the chat. Shadow, I see you writhing in the chat. Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe? If you do, sir, present your claim. Back up your evidence. Back it up with evidence.
Can I do a mic check? Is it working now?
All right, so present your claim first. Remember, number one, step one, present your claim. Step two, present your evidence. Step one,
You're
remember,
coming through, Dave.
Don't forget about step one.
It is working. Sorry.
Yeah, we got your mic, Dave. Yep, we got you.
Can I speak for most globers? The Earth is a globe because everybody thinks it is, and smart guys figured it out. Back to you guys.
Yeah. So for the globers in the room, if you have a claim, present it, please. That's step one. Step two, present your evidence. Don't go straight to the evidence.
Is complaining.
Yeah, don't go straight to the evidence. Remember, you got to go to step one first. Step one, present your claim, and then step two, present your evidence. That should be easy, right? There's only 2 steps. Not really making it difficult for you guys. Present your claim. Afterwards, step 2, present your evidence.
Earth is ball because I complain about being muted. Because I can't bring forth evidence. Therefore, evidence.
Sure, independent variable on the evidence.
Does anybody in here have a claim that the Earth is a globe, and can they back it up with evidence?
Oh, listen here, buddy. I've got evidence. How come we can't go to Antarctica, sir? Why can't we go to Antarctica? Why is there military bases and not only that, military boats consistently patrolling Antarctica? It's because there's a...
Okay, I think you just wanted a platform to speak. Okay, so I just say for the rest of the people who missed this, here's what I'm requiring. Step 1, present your claim. Step 2, present your evidence. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, King. Just present your claim and then followed up by your evidence, sir. It's really simple. Present a claim and then present your evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my evidence is my.
No, I'm sorry. Step 1, I'll do this slowly. Step 1, present your claim. Step 2, present your evidence. So don't go to the evidence first. That's step 2. Go to step 1. Step 1, present your claim. Step 2, present your evidence. Go ahead, sir.
I want to be muted again. I'm just gonna chill out.
No, you can mute yourself. I don't have to mute you. I just want you to get a hold of what we're discussing in here. So the discussion is present your claim if you think the Earth is a globe. Step 2, present your evidence. It's really that, just step 1 and 2. That's it.
Yeah, but I don't think the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's what we're asking the group. So if you don't think that, you're well in good company. Welcome to Flat Earth. So if you think that the Earth is a globe, however, then present your claim, step 1. Step 2, present your evidence. Don't go to your evidence right away. I don't want to know about evidence first of something you didn't present a claim for. I need to hear your claim. And then once I hear your claim, then I'll say, okay, I heard your claim. Now I'll present the evidence. Really that simple. 2 steps. You know, like the Texas 2-step. That's all you need to do. 2 steps. Present claim, present evidence. Present claim, present evidence. Right? That's not unfair, is it? Or is that unfair? You think that's unfair, guys? I'm asking you to present a claim and then present your evidence.
I think it's fair, Alpha. Can I give them an example of what they should do?
Sure.
I claim that the Earth is a globe, and here's why. Here's my evidence. That's all they got to do. Go ahead.
Wow, that was easy. You guys think you can do that? Globers, can you handle that? Not sure. Well, we can try it out, though.
I'd be surprised if anyone here actually believes in a flat Earth.
Right. But let's get to the bit where the question was, if you think the Earth is a globe, please present your claim and then present your evidence. Is that possible in 2024 establishment? You think we can do that?
Oh, I don't know. That might be quite tricky.
Yeah. Well, how, here's the thing, it being tricky, like that you said that, you have all of academia on your side. You have everybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe. Why would it be so tricky to, step 1, present a claim that you think the Earth's a globe, and then step 2, back it up with evidence? Why is that tricky? Not so tricky. It's just that there is no evidence, and so therefore that's what's tricky about it. Because if it was easy, you guys would be like, this is easy. Step 1, present a claim, here you go. Step 2, my evidence, there it is.
Well, we don't fall off the end of the Earth when we
right, so let's go straight into what we think you think flat Earth is, right? Would that be the better thing to do? Let's entertain a conversation about what your mind imagines the Earth to be as a flat Earth. Because that seems like it's more productive instead of going into how people are confused that they think the Earth's a globe. Well, I don't think so. I think it's better to talk about how they're confused of how they think the Earth's a globe versus what you think the flat Earth is in your mind. Because who cares about that? We don't care. Yeah, you might think the flat Earth is X, Y, and Z, but what difference does that make? It's not going to change anybody's mind about anything. You're just saying things. Why are we going to waste our breath and time talking to you about what you think the flat Earth is? You hear what I'm saying? Establishment? It's pretty simple, man.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so we're more concerned with people actually giving us the claim and then presenting evidence. That's really important. We're being told that it's a globe. That's the reason why. We're being told it's a globe.
So what? It's like a government cover-up.
Well, we're not saying that, but we want people to realize that it's not. And in order to do that, they have to confess that they have a claim, and then they can support it with evidence. And if they cannot do so, then they start to realize, and they start to realize that it's not true. See, this is a difference, man. When people figure out that they can't use this platform for their own little presentations, then they start to realize that, well, I don't want to play this game anymore. See, that's how it works. Should be easy, guys. Step 1, present a claim. Step 2, present your evidence. Yeah, the thing about when people fish for the arguments, like they usually come in here, well, I think the Earth as a flat Earth couldn't work. And it's like, okay, so we're going to entertain your idea about what you think the flat Earth is over the topic of how people are being confused every day that the Earth is a globe. That makes sense. And then we try to reason with you, and it goes nowhere because you have a biased understanding that the Earth is a globe, and you don't know how it is. All right, I'm going to kick it over to you guys. I thought I'd poke my head in here and see if there was anybody that wanted to give us a claim and then support it with evidence, but well, at least not right now. Maybe later.
To the gentleman before, I mean, most globe proponents do become conspiracy theorists after a minute because they always begin to ask us about government cover-ups, and we're not making any claims about the government covering anything up. In fact, how could you possibly cover up something that everybody can go check for themselves? Think of it as an alternate religion that the government has given you to, believe in, which most Westerners have adopted. The religion of heliocentrism, or Baalism, or humanism.
Hey, I got something.
Biggest religion in the world that most people don't know they're in. Go ahead, Kurt.
I got something. I just had to jump over here and say this real quick. I was in a conversation on another server, and kind of about the whole science and scientism and all that stuff. And this guy just said a really impactful statement that just really just kind of echoed, and I really think you guys would like it. He says he finds it fascinating that people know more about dinosaurs than the songbird sitting right outside their front window.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you think about that the whole dinosaur thing is complete bullshit. It's just all just rocks and guesses, and here's something actually fascinating and no fucks given. It just seemed like, I don't know, like the impact of that statement just kind of hit me in the right spot where it's like the same
Listen,
thing.
I don't blame those people because they've been conditioned to believe that, right? So, like, without a site, the source, like, they weren't ever trained to essentially use their own brain, essentially. Just, memory, pretty much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they also talked about how people are, it kind of went off topic after that, but they're just sort of like conditioned from the very beginning. Like little kids, here's your toy dinosaur. You'll roar. It's like just how easy it would be to fool somebody into something that's completely false. Just show them right from the very beginning before they really have a chance to make a decision on their own, before they've got any sort of critical thinking skills. Just tell them this is what the world is.
I want to break free. I wanna see what's underneath that ice wall. Dun, dun.
Cringe.
Yeah. It kind of, I guess maybe it got me the way too. I'm just thinking about it now. Like the whole idea of go touch grass, get out there and look at the world. What do you see? Do you see, a wobbling, tilted, lava, water covered space ball? Or do you see it? How do you see the world? Like, what's your point of view? And then explain how it's not that. It's not really that interesting. But then they're all worked up and someone disagrees. Well, if your world is kind of boring and dull, you're not really interested, you got to fill it with all kinds of sci-fi, historical geography type shit, then why get all worked up by it? Seems kind of counterintuitive there, doesn't it?
Listen, man, human beings fear what we don't understand. That's why when individuals don't deal with other groups of ethnicities, they get scared, anxious around them because we don't essentially know them. So that's a sense as well, man. We are limited to our experiences.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem because they did say the Apollo program was one giant leap forward for all mankind.
Bro,
and then on the backswing, you say people fear each other because they don't understand the other.
Yeah, you're going to walk right past that like you get scared around other ethnicities? Do you really? What do you mean you don't know them? Are they not just people?
Well, like you gotta see, I'm a 6 foot, ethnic gentleman. I was walking past, an Asian couple. I live in a city that's majority white, and they were afraid. They saw, my magnificent body, my magnificent face, and they were afraid.
Goofball.
Okay, whatever.
Holy shit, look how quickly Talon triggered. Birds or dinosaurs. That's all it takes. Just a couple.
Yeah, chickens specifically. They're boy, evolution's it's a beautiful story, isn't it? Cousins to a rock, grandparents were chimpanzees, and chickens and birds were dinosaurs. Well, how come more things aren't turning into birds? And do we have anything transitional? We got any evidence of the transition from dinosaur to bird?
What about transgender people?
Oh,
off topic.
Dang old
Okay.
tranny goes
No,
in a
but
off
car.
topic.
You know what I mean?
Personal identities are off topic. Okay. So the thing about a dinosaur, so you have a dinosaur like a raptor or Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they're going to tell you evolution, survival of the fittest, turned it into a chicken.
Yeah, when it was the baddest meat-eating machine on the earth.
Yeah, literally translate to terrible lizard.
Now
turns
it's
into a chicken. Yeah.
And its best feature is it's hard to catch. Other than that, they're dumb as shit.
Well, they still keep running when you chop their head off. That's another good feature.
No, they actually do not. I'm a farmer. I got chickens out in the coop. That's a wise tale.
I grew up on the farm too. They thrash around, but they don't actually kind of get up and run.
Oh yeah, their body will have a twitch response, but
yeah.
Yes.
And the reason why we had like
they
cinder
will
blocks.
not run around without a head.
Like
guaranteed.
The reason why they cut their head off and put them inside a cinder block, that way the meat doesn't get all tore up and scarred and bacteria can get in there and stuff.
Goes from the chopping block straight to the kitchen in this house.
Do you name all your animals on the farm?
I do some. And they live a better life than they would in the wild. Since a chicken is stupid, you know, if I didn't protect my chickens and my
I get
dogs protect my chickens, the coyotes would have killed them a long time ago and not even ate them. Just killed them because they're fucking annoying and left them there.
Like my cat's orange, and I named it. I named my cat an Irish name.
Right, you know, like my horse. It can't brush itself, but it gets brushed and bathed every day. Same with the cows. We take care of our livestock, so I understand that big industry, you know, corporate
But do
farms.
you emotionally take it? I'm saying, their mental health. Do you take care of them in that manner? Do you say hello to them, or do you just walk
I
past them?
talk to my animals, but that's more for my mental health. It's therapeutic for PTSD from combat.
Yeah, man, when I'm feeling down and depressed, my cat just looks at me and says, get up, son. You need to get back to work. I'm like, you're right, man. You're right.
Your cat talks to you.
I'm a 5th generation farmer, and I'm appalled by the way corporate farms run. That's all I'll say. This is animal husbandry here. I'm married to my animals. They're part of the family. They get a good life until their dinner.
Yeah, my buddy has pigs, and he names them Bacon and Ham. And
yeah, that's funny.
That kind of reminds me of a joke, if I may.
Pigs are smart. Really smart.
So this traveling salesman got lost, kind of in the backwoods, not sure where he's at, trying to find the interstate. Thought he was taking a shortcut. Stops at a farmhouse and sees a farmer and says, hey, I got lost. I thought I was taking a shortcut. I don't know where I'm at. Can you help me get back to the interstate? The farmer's kind of giving him directions on how to do it. And suddenly this pig walks by with a wooden leg. The salesman's like, well, why does your pig have a wooden leg? He's like, well, I was driving my tractor. Tractor flipped over. Pinned underneath it. Gonna die of exposure. The pig pulled me out. Just like grabbed my shoulder, grabbed my shirt and kind of helped me get out. He's like, damn, that's interesting, but how did the pig get the one leg? The farmer says, that's not all. My son was swimming in the creek. Got a cramp. Started to drown. Pig jumped in the water, dragged him out of the water, gave him mouth to mouth, and saved his life. The salesman's like, okay, I don't believe that one. That's too far out there. But okay, how did the pig get the one leg? He's like, one night, house on fire. Pig jumps in, grabs a fire extinguisher, puts out the fire, drags us all out, dials 911, gives us all mouth to mouth, saves all our lives. And the salesman's, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, how does a pig get the one leg? The farmer says, well, damn, a pig that loyal, you don't eat all at once.
I knew what you was going to say.
Yeah, you heard that one before?
No, but it just stands a reason you wouldn't, you would just take the leg, buddy. Let you live. If you save my son. But you know how many chops you can get out of a leg, You fucking city folk. You buy your meat already carved. You lost your relationship and your connection to your food. That joke was fucking... it was funny.
When I went to go visit my home country in Africa, I think it was the last week before we were leaving. My father bought 2 goats. My brother, he came up to me and he said, "Oh, we're keeping them as pets." And I named them. I was playing with them all day. I go to sleep. I visit them before I go to sleep on a good night. I wake up in the morning. My grandma's basically carving its head up, and that's some dark shit, man.
Fucking disgusting, dude.
Niggers.
I'm just saying, man. I had no idea. My brother was laughing in the background. I was crying like a bitch. I was like, oh my god! I thought we were keeping them as pets.
Do you eat pulled pork? Pork roast? Pork chops? Pork steak? It's much easier
Are
to...
you naming animal parts? Like, what are you talking?
You don't know what a pork chop is?
What is a pork chop? I'm assuming it's from a pig, right?
It's like a little mini pork steak.
Or like.
Do you eat pork?
No, I don't eat pork. I don't eat turkey, and I don't eat goat after that traumatizing experience.
You eat beef. It's easier to let somebody else kill the animal and call that shit gross, right?
Well, listen, man. You know, it's situational, really, man.
He's scarred for life.
Yeah. I've been hunting since I was 12. That shit don't bother me.
How many animals have you killed, Hannibal Lecter? Please tell us.
Well, in all honesty, I didn't take a count or a toll. I mean, it wasn't a confirmed kill. I could give you confirmed kills, but those wouldn't be animals. It's, you know, what defines us is the extent we're willing to go to protect and feed what we love.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if it's like the world ends, electricity goes off. You know, I don't know. I might turn into a cannibal. Just instantly start eating people. I won't even go to. I don't know.
Don't start eating people, man. Come out to the farm. We'll be barbecuing every day. It won't be people though. The woods
Listen. Like I think because like I've been hungry before. I've not eaten for like 4 days. I felt that hunger, but at one point you're just gonna start looking at things like, oh shit, I could just see your arm, stuff like that.
I did a jungle survival training in Guatemala. By the time I was done, I was happy to eat grubs and living spiders. That's how hungry I was. I hear you.
A lot of people, like a lot of Americans, are fat, man. They don't know what real hunger is. 4 days with no food, man.
A lot of them are, yeah.
So the greatest
I'm not.
Hannibal Lecter is probably going to come to America if the lights go out.
We might kill people like Hannibal, but we're not going to eat them. We'll retain our humanity. We'll eat from the bounty of the
Listen,
forest.
sis, have you visited your local, KFC or your local, Burger King? These people, they're ordering double, cheeseburgers, double fried.
Listen, I know who you're talking about, and no, I don't frequent the fast food joints. I prefer a home-cooked meal and a mama burger, or a burger we cook right here on the farm. We know where the beef came from. I'm intimate with my food.
How intimate? What do you say?
Now, intimate, I don't mean sexual. Don't make it perverted.
I didn't even. I thought you maybe bless the food before you eat. I didn't think in that manner.
Well, I was raised by my dad was a full-blooded Ojibwe native. So yeah, we say a blessing for the animal when we take its life, and we thank it for dying that we might live.
Yeah, I try and do like a little prayer sometimes when I eat. Normally it's just for like financial reasons, but I do need to change it, man. I recently started wishing people around me great health, things like that. I'm trying to be less materialistic in my prayers.
I think words have power, so you probably do bless people with good health when you say it.
But does it work?
Well, who knows? But if there's a possibility that it works, why not try?
But have you tested it? Let's say you bless someone, and then next day later they get better and everything.
Yeah, I'm not saying instant miracles, bro. So you're conflating it.
So how do we prove it wrong that prayer did not work?
I would say when you tell a person, right? I say when you tell a person have a good day, or you're nice and kind to people, it lifts their spirits, and through the relief of the stress for the day. You gave them a better life through the day and a healthier life. Stress is not healthy at all. Anything you can do to relieve that makes people healthier, and giving your blessings to people is a way to relieve them of their stress, whether you accept it or not. It is.
But it would be wrong to call it prayer, wouldn't it? It would be right to call it giving them, positive encouragement.
You can call it what you want, but there's nothing wrong with being positive, yes.
Yeah, but my only problem is these buzzwords, like prayer, consciousness, but these words can be used in a wrong context. And that's my problem. But anyway, if you want to call it positive vibes or something like that, that's not a problem. But we have to be very careful with words,
All words can be twisted by the deceiver.
Yeah, but these words are more likely to be twisted. That's all.
Or attacked. Or attacked. Like this dude, you say something about blessing a person, and he asks about fucking miracles.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about miracles. You're conflating.
What is conflating?
You're blowing up a subject. You're making it more than it is.
I know, but I'm not talking about you, but I speak to many people, and they just use one word, and then they use it in completely different context. And, like for example, miracle, we talk about miracles, and they say, oh, well, you wake up in the morning, isn't that a miracle? Yeah,
no.
I mean, come on, man,
No, it's not. It's expected, predicted.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, that's an interesting accent. Are you Brahmin, perhaps?
Who, me?
Yeah, because he'd be asking me if I'm a redneck. Yeah. You. Yes.
He didn't answer. Are you a Brahmin?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. I'm assuming, are you Indian?
Yeah, I'm Indian, but I'm not Brahmin.
What are you?
I am I'm an anti-theist, you can call it.
No, I'm talking about the caste system. What level you at?
I'm the warrior class, bro.
Warrior class? That's pretty sick.
Sikhs?
No, not Sikhs. Kshatriyas.
Huh.
I'm
top of the food chain.
Yeah, what do you call white Europeans in India? Are they considered like a Brahmin kind of class or what?
I don't know, man. White Indians.
I mean, because there's a lot of white trash out there.
What the hell is a Brahmin class, man? I'm just a country boy from Alaska.
Think of like European feudal system. Top they were priests, then they were kings and warriors.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like that. Exactly the same.
So like coming from a king's bloodline or all right.
Oh yeah.
The idea that there's a superior bloodline.
Yeah, I have a superior bloodline, bro.
Well, that's a belief, and good on you for that belief.
I'm the true Aryan, bro.
Yeah. I'm still not amazed.
True Aryan, you guys should bow down to me.
Yeah, I'm the guy that defies all that and usually wins. So
Listen here, buddy. I'm the superior Ubermensch. I believe in spirituality. I believe in the format of creation through the human, consciousness, through existence, buddy. How about that, buddy? You're just a warrior with a stick. I have the whole universe against me. How about that?
Yeah, but if I kill you, then what happens?
I'll come back as your father, and you won't exist. How about that, man? At the Matrix.
I wondered who he was talking to, because I ain't carrying a stick. I got a rifle.
Hang on. If I kill you, how can you come back as my father?
Is this like a magic card game?
I think these guys.
I was just thinking. So in their culture, yo mama jokes take on a whole new level with reincarnation.
Yeah, man. Like we're in a fucking wizard war right now and shit. What the hell? That escalated quick. That escalated real quick.
Anyway, who's the
LARPer bros at least make your LARP on top?
I'll take Brahma and Shiva both and bitch slap them with my marine knuckles.
I'll bitch slap Jesus, bro.
Bring them forward and let's see all three of them. Jesus, Brahma, and Shiva.
Bro, let me ask you a question.
I'll wait.
Listen, let me ask you a question. If Jesus sucks your dick, does that make you gay or Jesus gay?
Hey, don't you talk about Jesus like that, all right? Have some goddamn respect, all right, buddy? All right?
Well, you talk about
He's a
Shiva
goddamn,
like that, bro.
I was getting
he's
a
a
coffee,
being,
so I wasn't at the keyboard.
Listen here, buddy. He's an esoteric being of knowledge, all right? How dare you talk about him like that? Have
You're
some goddamn
next.
decent.
Yeah, you're next up.
Thank you, heretic. I didn't even want to address that. That was too much for even me, you know? You know that's went too far when the battle mod don't say nothing.
Well, what do you expect? This guy believes in a caste system. It's crazy.
Better him than me, I guess.
He has a European hairstyle, and he thinks he's a warrior. I'll whoop his ass, son. I do kickboxing. I'll whoop your ass in one day, son.
Hey, everybody's a warrior till they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Yeah, I've been punched many times, man. Fucking, it hits, bro. It fucking hits.
It's a quote.
I think this guy needs to be punched to have some, conversational efficacy.
Oh man, that's TOS violation. Let's not sling around threats, but it is appalling.
Yeah, that's a timeout for you too. Now, we've had to kick Battle Mod out of here, I think, over saying stuff like that. So we can't apply the standards equally.
Right, and I took it well because I'm a man and I know I got mad and crossed lines, So some people think they're better than other people based on their ancestry. That's cool. Good for you.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything.
Right.
Claim all the credit.
Yeah, let me know how it works out for you on the battlefield. I'll be on the farm, planting crops or harvesting, barbecuing with my friends and making pancakes with real maple syrup. Those are riches where I come from. Good food and good people. Not money or belongings or blood. The bond of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Blood doesn't do anything for you. Keep you healthy if you keep it healthy through diet. Oh yeah, piggers. Catch me outside. We're on the internet, dude. Where's the door? Kindly show me the door and I'll see you outside. Then I'll shut the door behind you when you leave. Right? So how's everybody today? Does anybody have a better topic that's on flat Earth?
I'm just wondering if there's a way if Flat Earth can save you money on car insurance.
Well, we could all get a group policy. We just buy the insurance annuity.
Should at least get a little better deal than even the caveman.
I was thinking about these stupid dongles that they have you plug into your car for some of these insurance companies that use telemetry to track how you drive, and they'll give you a discount if you're a safe driver. Like if they're using all globe math for all the distance you're driving, and you're actually traveling further on a flat map, but they're not logging it because they're curving it.
I would never put a dongle in my car. My insurance agents would probably have me arrested for.
Yeah. I steer clear of that stuff too.
For exhibition speeds.
Spirited driving.
Yeah, I don't like to drive the dump truck slower than 85. Imagine me in a hot rod or a sports car.
Yeah, I got me a little GTI that's modded up. It's a lot of fun. Not a big block like what you do, Mike. Obviously.
Well, not all of them are big blocks. I like your small block stroker. But that's for, in town and around, street light to street light, The big block's
Yeah, that's right.
It's for the highway. Leave them state troopers behind you because you can run a constant speed higher than theirs. Hell, all you need nowadays is the LS and a turbo. You kick 1,000 horse.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You ain't got to be rich to go fast nowadays. Just got to have some mechanical aptitude.
You ever watch Cletus McFarland?
Cletus McFarland. What show's he on?
He's a YouTuber, man, and he's always doing shit with the LS6.
I may have. Yeah, I may have.
Florida man.
I got a LS7 in my 63 supercharged. Man, that motherfucker's bad. I got lucky. I found a wreck 2021 Corvette with a supercharged LS7 in it, and I bought it just for the motor, trans, and wiring harness.
How many hours of work you think that saved you?
Well, a couple thousand building the motor and modifying. I would have had to add stuff to get it where it is now, but with the wiring harness I had, it was just air conditioning install was as simple as a box and plugging stuff in, once it's mounted. That old air conditioning, man, that you got to recharge it too often.
Yeah, I got to use Mexican Freon.
Well, hey, it's a 63 SA. We got to use that R negative one instead of the R6. The R62 will fuck it up, eh? Freeze the controls. Yeah. No, you'd think in Mexico they'd have better air conditioning than we would. Fuck, it's got to be hotter down there than it is here. Or at least I'm in the north, We only use air conditioning maybe 3 months out of the year, if that.
Conditioning? What's that?
Air conditioning?
Yeah, we don't have that. Like, we're gonna need it. Open the window, man.
Yeah, there is that. In the 70s, we just had them vents. You pull the vent under your hood, under your dash, and it opens the air vent that if you're going 70, you get a 70-mile-an-hour breeze through the cab. Those were pretty cool. Unless, of course, your ashtray was full of ashes.
It reminds me of Grandma's station wagon.
Yeah.
Going 70 with the vents open.
Yeah.
Ashtray.
Leaves everywhere.
Yeah, brown crispy chunks of leaves blowing out of it when you first turned it on for the season.
My grandma had a Caprice wagon. I'm hip. And she would say, open that vent. And I'd say, stop at the car wash first and let me clean out your car, Granny. I don't want to get shit in my eye. She had them big-ass glasses, you won't get nothing in your eye. I'm thinking, you got safety glasses on, Grandma? Shit, I will. It's like riding in a drop top without the top drop. You got a vent on each side. Your grandma's doing 70 in this big ass land tank, land yacht, and you're getting a 70-mile-an-hour breeze through the whole car. Everything she got in there is now airborne. Grandma's smoking. Ash is just smacking you in the side of the face every 3 seconds. You guys, we had it rough in the 70s. I was surprised I made it to 13.
Great Tuesday.
Oh, it is. Oh.
Yes.
It comes around so quick, doesn't it?
It does.
I thought it was Sunday. I thought it was Sunday for half the day. So yeah, it does.
What happens on Tuesday, Sydney?
This one was not such an idle Tuesday. I'm used to just, some idle Tuesday, to quote a really old song.
Couple more months, I'll be playing pool on Tuesdays.
Right on, man.
Or is it Tuesday?
Oh, you going over to the VFW there? You know, with all the other graveyards?
No, I play in the BCAPL. I'm trying to get a state championship this year.
Nice.
For 9-ball singles. Last year I actually played. I didn't play the last year, but the year before last I got kicked out because I didn't get kicked out, but I was rejected from the league because I wouldn't take a certain medical advice. I don't need a pool trophy that bad.
Well, it beats a free McDonald's Happy Meal. All right. Yep. I'm too tempted. I'm going to stay quiet on this.
Man, I don't think I've ever had a McDonald's Happy Meal in my life, to be honest truth. Arby's now. We used to eat Arby's roast beef.
Oh, I'm there. I'm buying all 5 of those sandwiches.
About the most popular thing for this house to get, like fast food related, is pizza. We'll get pizza. I go to a place where they're cooked in a brick oven and they still use real mozzarella, real cheeses, real meats.
Meat. It's what's for dinner.
A portion of it, yes. If you're eating just one thing, man, I feel bad. I have a variety at the dinner table. I generally have the munchies, though, so I cook everything that looks good.
I don't know if I buy it.
Buy what?
Kudos to you, though. I can't do that shit, but I don't do munchies.
Oh, weed?
Yeah.
We can eat the weed, too. We can just make some can of butter and put it in the bread.
No, I have respect for people that it actually does some benefits for. Not for me.
Well, if it makes cancer patients eat, it's not all that bad.
I know. I'm saying my body can't do it, but I have respect for its medicinals for others.
Yeah. I get stoned enough, I forget my back's all fucked up. For a minute.
Like a candy store over there for you guys. I went in the dispensary once and ooh, it is. It's like some of that, some of this.
Oh yeah,
Like
I'm in Michigan. It's legal for recreational use here, so anybody can go in the dispensary. People come from other states to my state to buy stuff. CBDs are real great for inflammation too.
Yeah.
So if you got swollen joints, bursitis, arthritis, stenosis, bulging discs, CBCs daily are good for reducing inflammation with these problems.
Yeah, no, I had a good quality one, liquid one, tincture CBD. I don't know, 5-6 years ago, but it got rid of this like ongoing like becoming a bone spur in one of my wrists because I did freight management for a long time, lifting heavy ass shit all the time. So yeah, that I can yeah, for sure.
That leads into stenosis. Bone spurs suck. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm like, what are you? This mystery like tumor looking thing that looks like it's fluid filled, but it's really not. But it's like what? And it just happens overnight, and then you're just like, what? Why is it always the dominant hand or something? It's crazy.
Rupert, that's funny as shit.
Oh yeah, buddy.
A snake ate an elephant. That's how we got dinosaurs. Unbelievable. I'd eat them both though, the snake and the elephant.
So what did come first, the chicken or the egg? Which one? From an evolution point of view.
Evolution.
Yeah, like what do they say? Them guys.
What if you're a creationalist? Couldn't answer that.
I would go ask Jay Ace that, Turquoise.
I will. Well, he's gonna have a weird answer, isn't he? Asexual chickens to begin with.
It's cool. You might not have the patience to wait for his full answer, so I would just DM it to him. I'm curious to know.
I do like Jayce's answers. They're very full of things. Although when you try and relay things that Jace said to the world because somebody's asking a question about the spectroscopy, and yeah, they'll attack me because I didn't know everything about spectroscopy. So I'm just kind of made a claim about. So why don't you pick up the atmosphere and all the hydrogen atoms in spectroscopy? It's because you aim at the sun and then you don't aim at the sun, and there's a difference. And I just said that, and they went crazy after me. The hell? That's how it's done, dude. And you can do it at night and daytime to get like a reading of the atmosphere, so you can negate all that from the atmosphere and find out what you're looking at. But I'm not a professional, so I stepped down.
I just wasn't ever satisfied with the answer because I am a creationist, so the answer never got to the original whatever because he never can. They never can. I'm sorry, that's just my bias. But yeah, interesting.
And just because a tool can detect things doesn't mean it's a heliocentric model. That's kind of what they kind of pushed on me. I was like, dude, I'm just saying that the device is picking things up.
See, you called it out. That's the exact conundrum that they face, and every single one I've ever talked to that's an adamant evolutionist or what have you, it's the only reason, like the first reason, every single time when I ask them, why does this make sense? And that's, why do you believe in this? It's always because, well, the only other option is creation.
Rocks. Yeah.
Because rocks, right?
Volcanoes probably started it all. Who knows? Crit was right all along.
It's usually right, yeah.
So has it been busy? We got Talon and Canadian Atheist in here muted. What did they do?
That's funny. My answer to what came first, the egg or the chicken, would be Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, that really stumps them, doesn't it? So, like, did the Earth evolve into us? The heavens evolve into us? Where did we come from?
Well, that was just the first day of creation.
Yeah, I know.
Not to mention, like, us not coming from an embryo, us being like, the breath of the breath of God, making us, fully formed adult, which I always found amazing too. They don't like to touch on that one, but I thought that would be interesting to just be like, anyway, you can't talk to them if they're not on the same level there. But forgive my Hebrew, that was absolutely horrible, but you know.
No, it's actually spot on. The breath of life. It's in us all. And when you breathe, phonically, that breath, inhale and exhale, is supposed to resemble YHVH or Yahweh.
Correct.
So,
It's an animated language, right? That's the beauty of it, for
yeah,
sure.
so in that way, a baby's first breath, every living thing born, when they take that first breath, they come right out of the womb and proclaim the name of the Most High.
Yep. Spot on.
I was looking at the that Marco Rodin who did the Rodin coils, and I think he's from some kind of like Hawaiian island or something. I think he lives on Hawaii or one of them anyway. And yeah, he touched on the Baha, and that's kind of like the similar thing. The inhale and exhale, or the compression and decompression, essentially. We've got certain words that are percussive, and we've got certain words that are like, yeah, it's the word, you know, musical.
Yeah, even the word. I mean, yeah, it's a good point because there's multiple in the original, well, in non-English languages, but they're very distinct. There's a lot of verbs that are like that too, like in the New Testament, in Greek and in Hebrew, which I find really fascinating too. Like there's a word soulish that we really should have a word for. There's a Danish word for soulish. The original Greek was soulish. The original Hebrew was soulish, because soul and spirit are quite different things. So I always wish that there was a way to convey that more accurately. But there's not. I mean, the King James is great, but I mean, we're not talking Bible here. But if there was a way, it should be soulish, and that would give a lot more clarity to other people that are into that. I actually got into this shit talking last night. Sorry, Turquoise. Got into this shit talking last night to some troll from like another server. You know, just doing that stupid game thing they always do, and it's so funny to me. So funny to me, dude. I sit there and I just said, I will one day. I just translated it into French real quick. I said, I will one day pray for your spirit because you've sold it, but I am here not for you or what you try to steal from me. It was so great. It was a good burn, but it doesn't translate correctly in English anyway. We can get back to Spectra, whatever you were talking about. I'm sorry to interrupt with everybody.
Oh no, I was going. It's all right. It's all right. I was going to move on to some old school stuff that we used to do, like NASA News with Dave Hinkle, but he's left. But I'll update you. I'll update you. This was from today. NASA sets coverage of first U.S. uncrewed commercial moon landing. That's coming. Be interesting.
Seems they've had a busy week in their graphics department.
Yeah. Could keep delaying it, probably.
I will not, so you fill me in. If I had run requests for NASA, it would be get out of our kids' PBS programming. For real. That's about all I really want. I got a bone to pick with that. They won't get out of it, but it's a nice thought.
NASA administration. Doesn't NASA mean administration? One of them A's is administration, so why do they put NASA administrator to discuss science with crew aboard space station? Well, wow, whoa, really? They're discussing space on the space station, and yeah, science on the space station. Oh, that's in Spanish. I can't read that. The NASA astronaut, the female one, is available for interviews prior to the space station mission. If you want to talk to her, Tracy Dyson.
I don't think we'll get a chance to interview her.
Really? Send her the link. Get her in VC.
Go for it. Yeah, do it, man. Our
When is this
handlers would
happening?
never let her come in here.
Discussion's happening on the 26th. So yeah, make sure we send her a DM by then. Oh, it's a virtual interview. We'll stream on NASA Plus, NASA Television, and the agency's website.
Good lord.
Oh. I want to ask her. No, that's too personal. Like, they got to time the times of the month, haven't they, really? Women. I don't know how it works up there, but it's going to be more complicated, isn't it, for women?
Hey, you know, men have them too. I wouldn't even put that in your mind.
Okay. Yeah.
Men are just permanently pissed off.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Inner thought. I just thought about power thirst when you said pissed off. Oh, it's been my thing all day, man. Oh, I'm so happy.
Made me really want a monster. So I've not had one for like a week, so.
Drink the demons. Yeah.
I should get off that stuff, Dragon.
For sure.
Oh, Dyson will continue to study how fire spreads and behaves in space with the combustion integrated.
No, me.
Dyson, really? You know, on that note, since that is just so nonsensical with everything how dumb do they think we are with that one statement? Might as well look up virgin guy and just see what the hell he's not doing for space. Just while we're at it, you know? No.
Oh, let me see. He's been going for a while. Richard Branson. Okay,
I don't think he's alive. I'm
just
just
fantasy,
kidding.
you know, for now. It's like,
well, yeah, these fuckers, right? Hey, they got me with MTV Cribs with that Branson. I was like, oh my god, no idea. Like, you know, for a moment we were all kind of suckered, I'm sure.
we can check the budgets of NASA. Let's look at that. Budgets and reports. Annual financial report. Error page 404.
Honestly, if it's just like local politics for like local seats in many different states that I've researched and stuff, you can't trust any financial records. It's ridic what's claimed and what's real. So I wouldn't even go to it.
It's not even showing me. I click on it. It's an error page 404. It's even better. Right, let's look at the March budget request. How much are they asking for? Budget request for this year.
Like, if you're lucky, you can actually go to like the universities that like specialize in pro something awful or satanic, you know, and they're pushing, and then you can see that they're backing a conservative in your local area, and you're like, oh damn, no wonder it wasn't reported right, and it went to error 404 for me. So I'm just saying, small scale, big scale, it's like, just, I don't even trust that reporting at all.
Even tiny businesses cook their books, you know?
Can you repeat that?
Saying even tiny businesses cook their books. We're going to expect that fucking NASA's not.
That's exactly my point. I'm like, people, like, you can't just like, oh my gosh, yeah. It's like, I don't give a fuck what the CDC put one little picture out, just like NASA does a picture of something with a one-page ad on something that's not really a government website that says, oh, zombie something. It's not worth talking about to a room for an hour. You know what I mean?
No.
Right. Am I looking at
Not
this in? Are
actually
these
in
numbers
reality.
in millions? Yeah. I'm looking at this report and I'm like, are these numbers millions? I'm like, they gotta be. The Sentinel-6, the one that maps all that, that's 22.8 million?
Nah, no chance.
Oh, they're Solar electric propulsion. That sounds cool.
Sounds gay as sorry. Sounds made up.
I
Yeah.
don't think
Geeky,
NASA's
very
capable of
geeky.
making anything under 100 million.
Yeah, I mean, according to Sunny, like decades and decades, like 30 years ago, there was a one machine type thing that was running on basic. In today, they would call it primitive because they're stupid. Tape rotate whatever function for a machining tool, and it was like 11,500 pounds for like the main like base of it, basically. Not sure what exactly they were talking about earlier, but I'm like, okay, so they had $2 million machinery. That would make sense, but none of those numbers, none.
Yeah, I could believe that, Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
If they were building like a machine to be hyper precise, you know.
Absolutely.
Cost starts to skyrocket when you're going for precision.
Dude, I would trust the precision. I would trust the precision on some polymer resins, and you know.
This means my love.
Oh God, no, I'm going.
But I don't know.
All right, so I'm ready for the attack now. Can you just not do that? That'd be great.
Oh my. What was that?
I'm used to it. It's cool.
No, just because you're used to it, don't make it cool.
Yeah.
I'm the real dragon. Look at that. Trying to fucking put dragon in the name.
Rar, right? Rar.
Yeah.
Dragon's a tribute to the Chinese New Year.
Okay.
POS violation.
No violation.
Hey, I got this song stuck in my head. I wanted to afford you guys the opportunity to get it stuck in your head. Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. My kid keeps playing that shit every morning. Well, she's not a child no more. She's 18, so. I think it annoys me because I realize she's growing up. You know?
No.
Yes, soon I will have to threaten another man's life. It will be the second daughter I married off. Seriously.
Don't act like you're not looking forward to it, Baltimore.
I am. I got a new gun. I got that 300 mag. You know, that baby shined up. It's scary. Just put the bullets on the table and start cleaning it. Any man, any wise man would get nervous and wonder why you have it. Well, what are you doing, Mike? I'm cleaning the pistol.
He comes in on Valentine's Day expecting rose petals. He just sees a trail of bullets.
Yeah.
Sitting in a dark corner.
Oh shit, a big bullet. Oh shit, another big bullet. No, I make them help. The gun I give them, I don't set no ammo around. They just get an empty gun and a cleaning kit. So when the police get here, son, you'll be armed. That gun will be loaded. What's your
Isn't that a
intention?
good way to test if he's good for your daughter?
You got to start out. What's your intentions with my daughter? If he gets offended and puts a gun down and like, I'll whoop your ass, well, we're off to a good start. You gotta have enough heart to protect her if you want to take her from home. Truth be told, I would prefer they start here. I'm supposed to get a son-in-law, new member to my family. My tree is supposed to grow. That's the way it's supposed to be.
What, live with you?
Yeah, I don't believe in that kids turn 18 and you kick them the fuck out of the house. What the hell is that shit? I'm down with my kids for life. And if you fuck with them, it could cost you yours.
Well, you know, back in the day, you just send them off your farm and they'd start a new farm like a mile down the road.
In all honesty, the kids would have worked to help support the farm their entire life, so you'd probably have 5 acres adjacent to your acreage for them already established. And the family would help build a dwelling there, and the family would grow, and so would the farm.
That's right.
And there would be slaves on that farm.
No.
Not necessarily.
If you need a slave to make it in life, you're a lazy motherfucker.
Amen, brother.
My father didn't raise lazy people.
Amen.
You don't work, you don't eat. That's how I was raised.
Should be the only way to be raised.
It should be. We should also raise our children to respect the fact that people are more valuable than money.
Good luck with that one.
You're not rich just because you have money. A rich life involves friends, family, love, integrity.
Yeah, you should see the mortgage prices these days, and you'll soon learn why people put money above that sort of stuff. You know, when you were a kid, you could get a house for $10. Now these days, it's not so easy.
That's by design.
I can still get them cheap. I just buy the tax repos, remodel them, and rent them out.
I'm not going to deny that housing prices are ridiculous now, Jekyll, but
well, if you're
our
getting
generation and younger have a tendency to piss away money real easily.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem.
On what?
Nothing.
On living up to their fucking peers who don't care about them.
I see. I mean, that's like kids. It's not like adults. I mean, kids will like want the coolest shoes and everything, but I don't know many adults who are like that. Most adults just want to be able to buy a house.
Yeah, they don't care about shoes anymore. They care about cars and jewelry and holidays and these types of things.
Oh, my.
No, I think most of them just want to be able to live in a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they can't afford a house and they complain about it.
Yeah, and it's not our fault. It's not our fault nobody can afford a house. Our generation.
A car is a necessity, not a luxury. How are you supposed to get to work in the grocery store and everywhere else?
Yeah, but he's talking about like specific, like high tier cars, high end cars.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
no, he is not you.
But I was saying like how changing cars every 2 years or something like that.
Oh yeah, no. In my generation, listen, my first car, we had a salvage yard. My grandfather lived through the Depression. You know, we had a salvage yard right on the property. So when I was 14 and I'm getting my driver's license at 16, my dad said, at 14, soon you'll be able to drive, so you need to learn to maintain a car before you own a car, because a man shouldn't own anything he can't maintain. So I picked a car out of the salvage yard, and we did a frame-off restoration on it.
Nice.
Yeah. Either way, like I don't think judging the younger generation of over what they value when your generation had everything handed to you in terms of a house, a car.
My generation didn't have everything handed to us. We had
Of course
to
it
work
did.
for it. No, they
A
didn't.
house. You didn't have to work for a house, that's for sure.
Do you need money to pay for a house, no matter what the price is?
Probably. The price you get for a house today was about the same you get for a car now.
The pay
Sorry,
you
then.
got. Listen, most people made $3.75 an hour when I was a kid. I think you're confused. We had to work extra hours to afford that.
Okay, all right.
Even though it was
people who
cheaper.
weren't born during World War II, I mean, like people who were born after the 50s, 60s to 70s, they had it handed to them.
Yeah, since that was my life, that's what I'm referring to. I'm Gen X, and nobody
No,
handed me
you're
shit.
in the war.
I'm Gen X. I wasn't handed anything, and I had to work for everything I ever.
Yeah, just think twice before chastising young people about money problems.
I'm not chastising anything.
I wish we all could just think about
listen,
the
if
things,
you really listen
the values.
to the conversation, you would understand that we're talking about what parents should teach their children, not what the problem is with children. The problem is their parents don't teach them properly. That's my point here. What your point is, I don't know. You're bitching because other generations got something handed to them because the cost of living was cheaper, but so was also minimum wage.
Yeah, not that much cheaper to the point where buying a house. I mean, let's be honest. You didn't struggle to buy a house if you got a house in the 70s, 60s, or 80s.
I didn't have to what?
Struggle to buy a house.
Save up to buy a house?
Struggle.
Yes. Oh, struggle?
Define struggle.
Well, struggle is like when you take out a loan for a house, you're going to be paying it off until the day you die.
No,
Yeah, the older generations have mortgages lasting 50 odd years too.
What we call
that's not
the house tax. You're going to be paying it till you die, like the graduate tax.
You pay taxes after you die, so what's the big deal? Stop complaining.
I'll be
you
dead.
own the house, you pay land taxes.
Do you know what an urban growth boundary is, Hannah?
This guy. It seems like you're looking for somebody to blame for your misfortune.
Yes, I am.
Maybe you're
will
just
blame
lazy.
older generations for my misfortune. Yeah.
Because you're
Have you ever heard of an urban growth boundary? Have you ever heard that term before? All right. Well, I don't know how it is in England or wherever you are.
Right.
But here in Oregon, we have exactly the problem you're describing, but I can actually put a name on the actual cause of it. Not to say this is the only one, but this is the primary one, which would be urban growth boundaries. Basically, artificial lines that the government put in place that make it so beyond this line, forward, west, or east, or south this way, you cannot buy any land and develop it and put a house on it. So I'll give you an example. I live in Oregon, and in the state of Oregon, it's only legal to buy land and build a house on 4% of the land in the state. 96% of the land, it's illegal to buy land and develop it and make houses. So that's an urban growth boundary. So that's the government getting in the way of progress. So I'm just pointing out the actual cause of the problem. So you know how to address
I'd say that might be something a bit more rudimentary, right? I think that the common cause today is that there is no desire from old people to watch their property price go down because the government might want to build a new house or two on their street, because all property goes down the more you build houses, and that'll affect you. And old people are like, we don't want any more new houses because I want to keep my property value high. And young people are like, please God, give us a house. And old people make up most of the voters, so they win. That's the real cause. They could build houses.
Maybe in England.
I don't think it's old people voting is the problem. The problem is stupid people voting, which would be plenty of old people and young people.
It's not stupid to want to keep your property value high. I'm not saying they're stupid for it, but there is definitely a contradiction between older people and younger people on this.
Well, democracy's stupid, so.
Well, yeah, you got all them fucking rules, man. You guys got to pay car tax, license tax, insurance tax, all that shit, huh? You're bitching us about your economic state. I'd say it's your government.
Well, actually, I was only just bringing that up because you said something like, "Oh, we need to teach kids to not value money. There's other values in life, like love, kindness, compassion."
You never said not to
What is
consider
me?
money, or know that money is important for certain aspects of life.
I never said raise your children not to understand that you need money to live on Earth. I never said that, but I would have my children work for themselves, not other fucking people. So I would teach them to run businesses, own businesses, build capital, take advantage of all the shit you're putting down. Because it's not the state of my nation that keeps people from fucking excelling. It's their ignorance in categories and errors like business and finance, economics, law. This is what confines our children to certain economic levels is ignorance. Nothing more. Maybe a little bit of laziness. But not all kids. Not all kids. Generally, I think the kids of today are real good. I just think their parents haven't been on their job and protected their civil liberties. We've allowed the nation to be invaded by morons.
We might agree on that.
So I would listen, I believe as a parent, my child's faults are my failures.
Okay.
I don't blame anything on my children. I blame it on myself. And it'd be the same way for your children. It'd be you I want to talk to about the way your children act. I wouldn't tell them.
I think ultimately, there's it's not just an individual parent with their individual children. There's there's a disease in society, a disease.
No, your children only know what they're taught. If you educate them firmly, no societal disease will touch them. If you do your job and educate them well, or ensure that they are educated well.
Yeah, start by teaching them how to start a fire.
A fire? How's that going to help them?
I'm just amazed, when I hang out with friends for a certain period of time and then we go camping and then I realize that my best friend doesn't know how to start a fire. I'm like, what the hell?
It's 2024. You don't need much, like a lighter, kindling, put on some wood.
You don't even need a lighter. You can just, I think you should be able to have the survival skills.
You're just going to hold that lighter to a log and
no, to kindling.
Fire? Okay. Well, see, there you go. You know how to start a fire. So
it's not that complicated.
Well, listen.
Yeah, but the fact that people don't know it, though, is sad.
If it wasn't, we wouldn't have Cub Scouts of America where we teach kids every day that thing you just argued right there, that it's not that complicated.
Well, nobody taught me how to light a fire. We just went camping one day and figured it out with bought kindling from Aldi and then went on our way, merry way.
As teenagers?
Yeah.
Well, imagine if your father would have taught you that as a young child, and taught you how to camp and survive in the wilderness. You'd be better equipped to move forward, right?
Hey, Hannah, how about this one? How about if we would have taught you how to light a fire in the wet, wet fire? That would have been
yeah, just from materials that you could take from the forest while it's raining in the forest.
Or you got to start the fire with sparks, like an actual piece of flint, or like a lighter with no fluid in it.
A bow and a stick.
But it's part of growing up to trial and error things. Like once when I went camping with my friends, one threw a deodorant can onto the fire and exploded. And one of the shrapnel, I feel like it was the shrapnel, hit me right in the neck, right? Luckily it didn't damage me, but it hit me right in there. It was horrible.
So from the concussion, you got legions in your brains from the force of the explosion. We know this from combat. So as an ex-Marine, I'm fluid in this. So you had legions due to concussion of force.
My brain's not in my neck, so that's a nice try.
That's why you've become a woman.
It's actually true that there's been studies on this. It's too close to an explosion, the pressure can cause legions in your brain. Science, bro.
Did you say you're a landlord?
No.
No? Okay.
I do own my land, but I'm not a landlord.
I have very, very bitter things to say about landlords. Very bitter.
I own my land and I hire out I employ a realty service. They're the landlords.
Don't waste your life being bitter, man.
Right.
Look, if you can't be bitter about anything, then you don't redress any of the problems in society.
This is true. A certain
Hey,
amount
man,
of anger
I
is a good
sympathise.
thing.
I know the pool of British culture.
Oh, he's right. He's
to be
right.
bitter.
Yeah.
You are
He's
from
right,
Britain,
though.
right?
But you guys are bowing down and kissing royal ass, so we got two different problems, you and I. We're invaded by rich people, and over there you just live on the land the richest bitch in the nation owns.
Not
We
anymore.
get free healthcare though, almost. It's a benefit.
Just cunt.
Is it free or does somebody pay for it?
It doesn't cost $400 for a box of Tylenol, though, does it?
Listen, the queen taxes you on how many pairs of underwear you got. I think she could afford to where he can hear it. I want him to hear himself saying it.
Bring it forward, Mr. Universe. Tell us again how the boats go over the curve, Eisen.
Those are good topics, though, guys. Thanks. Family and economics and economic slavery.
Very important topics.
Does the distance change daily? If I watch a boat, say, leave California, one day at 3 miles, it's a fair day. It goes.
Funniest thing I've heard on any Tuesday.
You might not be lying.
I'm sure you did a lot of chat skanking early on, Sydney. That's what I remember.
Path mistakes, man. Water under the bridge.
Certainly.
Water does flow under the bridge, it does.
And lays level.
I was just going to say, always comes to rest.
And it never goes over the horizon, though, just out of view.
How's everybody doing?
Depends on the day.
Fine. I'm just waiting for Scott Mackey to,
Lord.
do his thing.
Is he in
What do we call you,
What,
Gordos?
talk about the globe? Yeah, I'm Gordos.
He's from the Royal Globe Society, you know.
Like, we need another three-letter agency, man. I've never heard that one, but good for him.
RGS, you never heard that?
Seems like a bank.
Well, I'm sure it is a bank. Hell-bent on world domination. The Royal Society. They dictated for you what the map would be with the Greenwich meridian and the longitude and latitude and forced everybody in the world to use it. You only got to use these multiple corrections and you'll be all good. They tell you ground position proves a sphere, but the truth is, when they mapped the sphere, they started with the stars. And they started with ground position because those are the only known points that are repeatable. You know, when you navigate, you need a known landmark. With a star, you can find a known landmark at zenith for any.
But why do you listen to them in the first place? Why don't you do your own math?
I was merely addressing the map that they had. Why should I make my own map?
I don't know, dude. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make your own math that you can go off of? Don't listen to the mainstream media science math. Do your own math.
Because the given port of land charts work. I can travel from port to port with a known direction. It's too simple.
So it works or it doesn't work?
You know what a port of land chart is?
You're going to answer my question. Does it work or it doesn't work?
Yeah, it works, but it's not a globe map.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, so do you travel with that? Wait, you talking about GPS?
It's a nav chart.
On your car?
Do I use GPS? No.
Okay.
I grew up with maps. I can still read a map. Those are nav charts too. They're sector to sector, point to point. All laid out in Cartesian coordinates.
Why is Talon muted, man? He's a great glober.
Talon?
Why
Talon's
aren't
a
you?
great glober?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Why aren't you?
He's one of the top elite ones, dude.
Yeah, we're not talking about Talon, though.
I'm talking about him.
Because he's not what you say he is.
Nah, he's a great glober. Give him, dude. He's very.
Listen,
Would you say he's the most sophisticated?
Why do you get him labels?
Yeah, he's the most.
Well, out of him and Mr. Universe, yeah, Talon would probably be the more sophisticated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I bet Mr. Universe thinks that's a compliment, don't you?
Well, he can't help it, guys. He only knows what his parents taught him, you know.
Yeah, let's unmute Talon, man.
I blame his parents for his stupidity.
Who, me?
See?
Your parents.
He can't even keep up.
Dude, your parents never fixed you, man. I mean, you're still a flat earther, and you sound like 60. So
I'm a man before a flurf. Call me a flurf in real life and get hurt. It's all good. Knock on wood.
What?
What? It's about as lame as the shit you're saying. It makes about as much sense as what you're saying.
Makes a bunch of sense.
Yes.
See, I'm a man.
You're a
that
man.
denotes that I don't need my parents to fix me. That's my responsibility.
So what globe proof do you have today, Universe? What do you have for us?
Oh, I'm a flat earther, man. What do you mean globe proof? I don't believe in curvature.
You don't believe in curvature? What does that even mean?
I don't believe in any curvature, dude. The Earth isn't curving. Where's the curve at?
By chance, can I hear your best flat Earth proof? Oh, come on, guys. We was going to stomp a mud hole where his chest was.
These two clowns just want to run.
I think he's LARPing as a flat earther.
Let's hear him try.
Yeah. Let's hear your best flat Earth proof, Mr. Universe.
Yes. Wait, what do I say as a flat earther? Oh, let me think.
That was a good one. So you don't even know what you're here arguing with. That's great.
Oh, no, I'm just now currently.
Yeah, the best Glovers, they'll bust it right out.
Both disappear out of diffraction, so the optical illusions of both make it disappear. So
diffraction. Can you define how you use that word diffraction?
I don't know. One of your boys used it to describe the both.
Diffraction of what? Diffraction of what, though?
That's a good question from one of your boys in the chat.
How do you know he's my boy?
Because he's a flat earther, just like you, man. He's one of your pals.
But that doesn't.
I thought you were going to say because he looks like him.
Listen, that don't make us pals. That don't even mean we agree.
Don't make his blood, huh? Don't make his blood.
Hey, Universe, when you say you don't believe in curvature, have you ever seen like billiard balls? Do you know they exist?
Oh, I don't know what they are. No.
Have you ever seen an attractive-looking woman before?
Yes, plenty, man. Your mother's one of them.
That's funny. I was thinking the same thing about your mom.
Hey, man.
That's nice. That's nice of you all. Very, very respectful.
But yet he's insistent.
I can help her out with that.
Go ahead, man. I don't know if my mom likes 60-year-old man, but try your luck.
I'm not 60.
Sounds 60.
I'm just using my boomer voice to troll you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about how nonsensical that sentence is, though. I don't believe in curvature. Like, you can observe it or not observe it. Like, where does belief come into the picture?
Everything's flat. Yeah. That's what his point is.
Yeah, everything's flat, dude. Everything's flat. Everything is flat. Clearly. It's funny that Glover is genuinely like. Let's just think about it, guys. It's funny how Glover.
That's your best flat Earth proof.
Hold on. It's crazy how Glover is coming here showing us.
Can I hear your second best flat Earth proof?
Like, I mean, obviously NASA's lying to everybody here. They are all lying.
Okay, how about the third best? Let's try that one then. Charm.
Yeah, the third best. Where's the physical measurement of the curvature? Like, who got a ruler and measured the physical curvature of the Earth?
A ruler?
Yeah, because we can't take the calculations that they're
That's
doing. Man.
not
We need the physical curvature measurement. You know what
that's
a real measurement is? So you can calculate how tall someone is if they're like 100 feet away from you. But a
not
measurement. Hold on, old man. Hold on, old man.
flat earther comment.
A real
we
measurement.
know a ruler isn't that long.
Hold on, hey, old man, calm down. Let the young buck speak, okay? So a real measurement,
Sure,
right, is going up to the guy.
First.
Is going up to the guy.
Wait.
Do I have to mute you? I can mute you if I want to.
No, I said whoop me.
Well, if you do that, you are going on server mute.
Yeah. So what would actually, be measurement is going up to the guy and measuring him. So we need to go up to the curvature and measure the physical curvature, right? The Earth is the globe. We have to measure the physical curvature, man.
Hey, he's beginning to understand.
I'll give him a good grade for effort. Fuck it. Any flat earther want to give him a better example?
Add on, man. Let's throw the Glovers together.
You're right on with the mute, though.
Turquoise. He's like, fuck, I mute him.
The Earth is not a ball, but rather a flat, horizontal, stationary Earth, right?
And I prefer Boomer. You address me properly as Boomer. Got it, man.
I'm still waiting on the Globers to show me any proof of curvature, right?
Talon is a glober.
Talon, let's unmute Talon. I want to take Talon on.
We're not on mute Talon, so next proof.
Man, you guys were scared of the 200
We already
IQ
know
people,
you're
man.
full of shit, and your boy, he's moronic, so...
Nah, you're muting him because he has a 200 IQ glow proof. That's why you're muting him.
I'll unmute Jacko. He can give globe proof now.
Who's Jackal?
It's pretty
All right.
sad.
A challenge has been initiated by Mr. Russian Letters that he wants to debate me on the globe.
I want to debate you on the globe, dude. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Wouldn't last a second.
Let's go, man. You think
Where's the Russian guy? Where's your mute?
Who's the Russian guy? I'm not talking about any Russian guy, dude. You think the Earth is a globe?
Tuned in just in time.
Okay,
do you think the Earth is a globe, dude?
This beta mail out of my site. Where's the Russian guy?
Beta mail? Come on, dude. I'm an alpha, man. I'm a big Sigma guy.
Yeah, alphas don't need to let people know that. Better luck next time.
Stop eating the soy.
Your trick is such a boomer that he doesn't know that I'm joking.
Stop eating the soy. You'll be all right.
Hirtik thinks I'm actually calling myself an alpha.
You would.
What an old man. What an old man.
Yeah, you're delusional enough for it. Shoot,
delusional enough? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if you're an alpha, you just wait for him to get.
What do you think, Hirtik? The Earth is stationary and flat, right?
Show him.
We agree. Do we agree on that? On that fact?
No, it's not smooth flat. It's not moving though, unless there's an earthquake.
Oh, got it. Yes, Earth is not rotating. The sky is rotating, obviously.
Or if your mom falls, that'll.
Can I ask you?
Out of it.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
I don't think you have a reason, man. Clearly, it's flat, right? Clearly, it's flat.
But I don't hear it in your voice when you say that.
What do you mean, hear in my voice?
I hear when I hear you say the Earth is flat, I hear genuine dishonesty, like clear-cut dishonesty.
Nah, dude, you're not hearing any
and a hint of sarcasm.
Nah, no sarcasm there, buddy. I mean, I've measured the Earth to be flat, you know?
With a ruler, yeah.
With a ruler. Just measured it. There's the curvature. I mean, no curvature.
A 3-foot or a 5-foot rule?
3-foot ruler, man. It was flat across. You wouldn't believe it. 3-foot ruler. Earth is clearly flat. I mean, I don't care what all the other scientists have to say about it.
If you was a dog,
I got a question. Like, would you ever do like the same thing if like a girlfriend were to break up with you? You'd be like, "Oh no, I still got a girlfriend. She's still my girlfriend."
Oh, nah, dude. I mean, I don't know. I've never been broken up with. Have you?
She's just taking time
Well,
to
you have to
herself.
first have a girlfriend before that could happen. Good luck, champ.
Oh, good luck. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, Heretic, man. I'm majestic, dude. I get more girls than Heretic's got in his 40 years of
He
life.
said they didn't break up. She's just on vacation.
Just
coming back.
It's a girl's
Heretic, I
night
could
out.
probably take your girl, Heretic. You better calm down over there, buddy.
It's a girl's night out.
Yeah, girls' night out.
Hey, look, I don't think you could. Once you go flirf, you never go back.
You know what's funny? I bet someone in here had a girlfriend that cheated on them with a Glober. That's probably the funny part. I would laugh out. I would laugh out, man.
I could so eat that up, but the room would hate me afterwards.
Got it.
If it happens to anyone, they're doing you a favor.
Right. I mean, if she's giving it away, they did you a favor. Don't cry.
I met somebody with really big globes one time.
Yeah, here we go.
Tyson.
Isn't this de-evolution? Devolving?
When is NASA going to cut their shit, dude?
I hear they put it in their coffee.
They were talking. I remember when they were talking about that one planet, Kepler 22b. They said it looks like Earth or something crazy like that. Man, can't believe it. All the other planets they're talking about are like spherical planets.
They said they were putting their poop and their urine in their coffee, bro. I couldn't get past that point.
Couldn't get past all the fake ISS videos they were faking.
Urine and poop coffee.
If we want funding, there's creeps out there that would buy it down on Earth, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly can't believe that what is it? The people and the fucking employees of NASA getting paid to do fucking nothing. It's just embarrassing.
No,
no
they're
wonder,
dipshits that
no
believe
wonder
in it all.
inflation, dude. Like, people are getting paid to do nothing. Like, what's going on, man?
Well, you didn't realize that during 2020 when, like, 80% of people weren't working and the world was still functioning. Most people's jobs.
They're not getting paid to do nothing. They're getting paid to be zealots. Which is what you're doing for free, by the way.
Look, they don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to
their job for nothing, universe. That's sad.
Everyone, take your time talking to Big Papa. All right, let's take our time. Go ahead.
Now, you do their job for nothing.
Exactly.
I do their job. I don't do their job, man. Oh, I mean,
sure.
My bad. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
I'm not doing their job, dude. I'm trying to
sure
spread
you
the
gotta
awareness.
set up. You gotta
One
set
day,
up,
listen, guys. One day we're gonna
some
expose
pom-poms that say NASA on. Don't
hold on. We're gonna expose the flat
cheerleader.
world to them. We're gonna expose it. Eventually, everyone's gonna know. Everyone's gonna say,
what's this fucking cope, man?
Everyone's
It's only like half an hour now.
This guy wears NASA boxers.
Dude, I would, man. NASA boxers would be sick.
An ISS t-shirt.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I love it. Give me all the NASA merchandise.
And his mommy bought it all.
So, Universe, you didn't answer my question earlier about the boat. You said, the boat's still clearly visible, but is it invisible in its entirety?
Oh, yeah, that boat looked pretty visible to me, dude. I don't. If it's like 1 inch above, then like the water would be physically blocking.
Is it visible in its entirety, though?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what, like the fucking bottom of the boat you wouldn't be able to see, but it's pretty visible to me. It wasn't dipping over anything.
Is it visible in its entirety? Yes or no?
Yes, in its mainly entirety.
Oh, so you're just a liar then.
How am I a liar? I already told you. You didn't like the answer. I mean, it's the truth.
No honest person is going to look at that and say, "Yeah, that boat is entirely visible."
Yeah, it's
clearly
not.
not.
You're not going to be able to see. Obviously, there's going to be some parts of the boat you can't see, but yeah, it's mostly visible in its entirety. Yeah.
So you don't understand basic words? Do you know what entirety means?
I'm not gonna give you the answer that you want.
So listen,
you're not going to give the honest answer.
Yeah,
no, it's not the honest answer. It's visible in its entirety.
You're mostly visible in its entirety means not visible in its entirety.
Yeah, it's mostly visible in its entirety for me.
So that means it's not
visible in its
entirety. It is visible. I can see the whole boat.
Well, if it's mostly, then it's not entirely.
Well, I mean, some of the parts of the bottom of the boat I wouldn't be able to see. but I would still say it's visible in its entirety. The only reason you want me to answer the way you want me to answer is because you'd be like, well, it's not totally visible, isn't it? Like, no, it's totally visible in its entirety. If you don't like the answer, you can cry about it.
That's the
If you don't
objective
like the answer,
reality
cry
here,
about it.
universe. Come on. That's the
Yeah,
objective
you got your
reality here.
sleeve and wig in your eyes.
Yeah. Just
It's
stop
funny how
for
you
goodness
posted
sake.
a video that proves you posted a video that proves my point. Beautiful.
Is the boat visible in its entirety or not?
I already answered your question. Yes, it's visible. I can see the whole boat.
Okay, so you're just a liar then.
I guess I'm a liar.
No use for you. Just go on mute. Have fun.
Yeah.
He just gets real wound up and starts saying real stupid stuff and contradicting himself and lying, and now he's going to start chat skanking and crying.
Of course.
All right, Dazzer, it's your turn.
My turn.
Yeah, what globe proof have we got today?
Well, I had a crack this morning, but got muted, so I'll leave that one alone. But I am preparing a nice summary document. The next time I have a crack at the whole celestial navigation thing, I'll be better prepared.
Fuck you, cunt.
But yeah, so no proof today. No proof. Just more observations, I suppose.
Oh, just a day like any other day.
Yeah. That's it. Thinking about the pressure gradient, I have been. Pretty interesting.
Russian guy, can I ask you a question? What's the conclusion of that argument you posted? Out of curiosity. Just want to speak to me, never mind.
If it's an argument, wouldn't the conclusion be there?
Well, I just want to
What
know if he
argument?
knows.
I just see a picture.
Yeah, what's the argument? There's an argument at the top of it. There's a picture underneath and an argument at the top. What's
Can
the
you
conclusion?
read the picture?
Oh yeah, but I want to know if you know what the conclusion is. I can't read very well, I'm dyslexic. Can you read out the conclusion?
Oh.
Is it Modus Tollens?
Yeah, but I want him don't help him. Just let's see what he says the conclusion is.
P. The conclusion is not P.
Yeah, and I'm asking him what it is. It's not like a flat Earth versus globe Earth thing. It's a purely, is this guy stupid?
Why are you singling him out?
Well, he said he could destroy me in a debate like 2 minutes ago.
I never said that.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Oh, now you're not.
Well, anyway, let's focus on the intellectual arguments, not the individuals. The conversation, not whatever.
Yeah, well, focusing on an argument, it's just whether the individual knows what his argument is.
Yeah, and I know my point is, and the other people's point is, we don't give a shit. So if you give a shit, we don't give a fuck. Like, we care about the argument, not who has the ability to say it out loud in English. As long as somebody has the ability to do it, that's what's important.
Well, no, because a stupid person can't just get away with being stupid. In any, it doesn't make flat earthers look good if a flat earther is a stupid shit, right?
Yes, people can get away with being stupid. They do it all the time.
And
why are you acting like I care whether you think I'm stupid or not? Because I really don't give a shit.
Well, that's very flat earth of you.
We don't.
Jekyll, there's always going to be some flat earthers that say stupid shit.
There's a dumbass in every group, and you're proof of that, guy.
Yeah, is the point not for us all to give good arguments?
Yeah, we would love that.
Good.
That's just kind of unfeasible. Can't control everybody's words and actions.
You can't control.
It would be lovely if everyone was smart too.
You have to develop your own discernment to understand, okay, I'm speaking to flat earth that doesn't quite understand what he's saying. But it doesn't.
But if a glober said something stupid,
the entire debate.
If a glober said something stupid, what happens? They get told, you're stupid, this is wrong, this is why you're wrong, and so on and so forth, right? That's fine, no one chastises you for doing that. But when it comes to a flat earther doing it, you're like, oh, well, let him get away with it, whatever. You know, silly.
But listen, you're trying to have a
Actually,
conversation
we're
about
more
identity.
like move on. Yeah.
Hannah,
It's
Jack,
not
if
about the
you
person, it's about the topic, the information.
I'm talking about the information. It's to do with the topic flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
Flat
but you're
Earth.
talking about
Look at the
identity.
image.
Yeah, but you keep going back and forth between talking about identity and then talking about the topic. We're trying to
Right.
just talk
Okay.
about the topic.
Let's talk about the
not anyone's
topic.
Identity.
Let's talk about the topic. Russian guy. There's the argument. What do you think that argument proves in relation to flat Earth and the sphere?
That the
Your
Earth is
question's
flat.
already been answered.
You think the Earth is flat? That's the conclusion of the argument. The Earth is flat.
Absolutely.
I can rest my case.
Well, I think the correct answer is that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It is not
Yeah,
a sphere
it's a
with that
topographical
radius.
plane. Flat,
But he thinks it
non-rotating
proves the Earth is
topographical
flat.
Plane. It does prove the Earth is flat.
At best, it disproves a radius. I agree with the other guy.
Yes, we all know. Everyone here has seen that argument and knows what the actual conclusion is. Besides the Russian guy. Now, the second thing is we'll get to the more meat of the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 p, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, does anyone here think P and Q are sound premises? That's a sound. Or do you think that's a sound premise rather? Not premises is one premise. Do you think it's a sound premise, P and Q?
they're not absolute premises. No.
No, do you think it's sound? I mean, like, look, if the argument's not sound, it
In
falls apart.
practical terms, yes, they're sound.
Okay,
Is there anything wrong with them that you can point out to us? I don't know of anything wrong with them.
Well, just like all things, when you say every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you'd have to account for what possibly could affect it outside of,
Not
you know,
us.
for instance,
No, not
the
us
pure
saying
geometry.
that. Not us say that.
Globers don't say that this. The Globers never quote one.
Do.
Right.
Oh my
Name
God.
one. Right. Okay. Right. Quote a Glober saying that. Any quote, put it in chat.
This is
See,
not.
this would
based
mean
on what
something
Google
if
say.
you had like a demonstration of us being able to see around, you know, like if you had a demonstration of the Earth being curved via direct measurement, and then a demonstration of, oh, we can't see the curve sometimes because refraction, blah, 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 blah. See, if you demonstrate both of those things in that order, then you'd be getting somewhere. But until then, you're just talking out your ass. And nothing more, nothing less. Empty words.
It's not my role to explain your premise that you agree with.
Truly fucking empty words.
Can you tell me what I said that's empty words?
Just
Can you tell me what?
Just like
Stop the rhetoric. Stop the rhetoric.
No, let me ask you a quick question.
Put the
Have you
garbage
ever heard
rhetoric
the
in the
turn of
bin
phrase?
and tell me what the empty words are.
Yeah, what you just said. Have you ever heard the turn of phrase "talk is cheap"? Have you ever heard that before?
Can
Have you ever heard
you
someone say
tell
that?
me what the empty words are?
Okay, you're saying like, well, we might see the horizon beyond 10 miles, and you know, at 1 foot observer height, but you're saying, oh, it might be due to X, Y, or Z reason that we haven't thought about it, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, that's lovely. You can say that. Now, since you have no demonstration of that, those are empty words.
Oh, okay, perfect, right? Like, there's two issues with that. First issue is, I could give you an explanation for what that intervening thing might be, and the second thing is, if it's the case that pointing out that there may be some other possibility that you haven't accounted for, or other possible explanation, then flat Earth's in real trouble because they depend upon the idea that something else is possible without demonstration. So most of flat Earth is now just empty words. Thank you. Thank you so much. You've given it to me. You've given it to me.
So do you understand the difference between an explanation and a demonstration? There's a difference between the two, right?
Yeah, and flat Earthers will say, well, it could be explained through this. And they don't give you demonstrations.
Wait, hold on. Flat Earthers say what can be explained by what? What did Flat Earthers say?
For instance, if I say to you, why does the sun get bigger? We'll say, why does the sun not change in angular size as it goes over your head?
Whoa, we're jumping topics here.
Why would you
Talk
say
about
the sun?
Black Swan.
Well, I'm giving an illustration as requested. Why would the sun not change angular size as it goes over your head?
Okay, so I'm not making any claim towards that. I, as an individual, I'm not
Now
making
you
any claim
realise
towards
you
that.
fucked up. Now because you can't give me an alternative explanation without using empty words now, right?
No, yeah, I understand that, buddy. Hold on, chill. Just take a breath.
Listen,
Take a breath.
We don't need an explanation for that because we make no claim to size and
Oh
distance
God.
of the sun, and that claim that it should change in angular size is based on the Flat Earth Society model, where they say the sun is 3,000 miles away and 32 miles in diameter. So based on that, they did the math and they said, well, if that was true, then it would change in angular size throughout the day. But we haven't given you that model, so that question is a straw man to us, period.
Let it be known, right, that we just observe it, that it doesn't change size, and if you dare to offer an alternative explanation without demonstrating it, you have failed, right? It's empty words.
No,
That's
you said,
your life you
listen,
live by now.
You said, why doesn't it change size? I don't have to answer that because it doesn't, and I don't give you a model wherein the sun is 3,000 miles away and 32 miles in diameter. You'd need the size and the distance to say whether or not it should change in angular size, yes?
Pardon, say that one more time.
You would need the size of the sun and the distance to it to tell me whether or not it would change in angular size, right? Or even to make that claim.
Well, not necessarily. You could infer things from that observation alone. If it doesn't change size, it's probably far away, right? For instance.
That's just a vague guess. I'm saying
No, it's a probability.
For you to say the sun should change size over a flat Earth, it had to be constricted to that model where it's a 32-mile radius sun and 3,000 miles away. The Flat Earth Society gave us that, and then Mitch came up with that argument, and it was based on the size and distance to the sun. So it was a good argument for that model, but only that model. And we don't promote the Flat Earth Society model.
I understand. I'm not necessarily berating you, Battle Mod. It's more of a something wrong.
I'm just telling you.
If he
I wouldn't have
says
to
to
answer
me,
the fucking question because I'm smarter than the question.
If something Wong wants to stand by the idea that if you can't demonstrate the alternative possibility, then it's an empty word. I think the flat Earth is in danger now, right?
So I think it's fair to say there might be another variable, and it might be refraction, and then it's also
most normal people would.
It's also fair to say then demonstrate it. So that's
demonstration.
What
yes,
here.
you could demonstrate. It's for demonstration. It's not necessarily the case that because you can't at that moment that it's not true or it's an empty word, right?
Well, you could work together to formulate a way you could test it. Yes, you could work together to do that.
But do you comprehend when Battle Mod said a second ago that this is a straw man fallacy? Do you know what a straw man fallacy is?
Go on, tell me what a straw man is.
All right, so like you're saying that flat earthers, as in us, as in me, is making a claim about the sun in the sky.
No.
And that claim, all right, and you're saying, oh, that claim is wrong because of X, Y, Z, whatever. And I'm telling
I think we moved on from that, bro.
No, I'm not saying you're talking about the sun.
I gave you.
He's
Quickly,
still
I gave you your quote in the side chat. I gave you your quote. No.
I'm just saying you would need another example of us saying.
We do one thing at a time. Just before you continue, Batman, I just need to address two things. The first thing is, it's not a straw man, because I'm not saying that you necessarily have alternative explanations. Maybe you don't. Maybe you think that everything is incomprehensible because flat Earth is indefensible. That's fine. As for T-Dub, International Solar Terrestrial Physics, ISTP, historical material hosted by... What do you want me... Oh, right, that's the link I see. D equals... the square root of T to RH.
Well, yeah, well.
Right, would that person say that all horizon distances must be no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
What's the question?
Would that person, with that equation, say that the distance that you should be able to measure to any horizon should be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Do you think he's just giving you a geometric equation and not giving you other alternative things that might be happening in the actual real world, like an atmosphere.
Well, it's a geometric claim, so it's not like we've added anything to it. It's their claim. It's
We
the
also
claim on
think
the
physics
table.
exists, and we don't just think geometry is the only thing that exists.
Yeah, okay. Well, again, saying physics as broadly as you're stating it means nothing to the
Oh, like an
point of you
atmosphere. An
saying.
atmosphere has physics, light is physics. It's not just geometry. Very easy. I don't know why people don't get it still, but
Okay, but again, the claim is that you have a tangent, aka line of sight to the horizon. That claim is immediately false because of the atmosphere, because of what you just said.
you can't have a tangent to the horizon because it's what?
Well, you're the one talking about light bending, right? So if light bending and that's what reaches your eye and that's what causes you to see in bent lines, so that you don't have a straight distance to the horizon, you don't have a tangent for the geometry in the first place. Then
How does wait? What do you think a tangent is?
a line,
Yeah, a line to
a tangent point, which would be the point of the sphere, the distance between your eyeball and the observed horizon. That's what the claim is.
observed horizon.
So,
Yeah. What's the problem
so
here?
mm, that's the claim. You're talking about all
You
this
think it has to?
stuff, and I'm
You
saying,
think when people
well,
thought of the tangent to the sphere, they thought, "Wow, we can't actually have that because we have an atmosphere."
I don't know what they thought because I just can read what the claim is, and then there are people like you who deny the claim. So I
I'm not
don't
sure
know.
what you think the claim is either, and I'm not sure you know what your objection is.
I just told you the
You're saying
mathematics and all the values derivative of the mathematics talk about a tangent to a tangent point on the sphere. You're saying by fiat that that's not possible, specifically because you're saying, well, we have an atmosphere and light bends. Second of all, like Battlemont said,
why is that
that can't,
incongruent?
because it's not a tangent to a tangent point you would be observing then, which is the claim.
You're
You
still observing
observe.
it.
No, you're observing in a straight line distance the point at which you can no longer see. But you're claiming that's not the case. So
Maybe it's just
obviously it
me.
can't be both
I
things.
have no
Yeah,
fucking idea what you think your objection is. Can someone explain it to me? In other words,
I can. A line, a tangent, is a straight shot to the point that they call the horizon. That's a distance. That's
let,
what the
let-
1.2 times the square root of the observers. Anyway, I was going to make a second point before you cut me off. Do you mind?
go on.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate that it's refraction. You know why? Because if you knew where the geometric horizon was, and you had some sort of mathematical workaround to validate refraction, then you would just give us the new distance to the horizon because of the refraction. That's never been done. It's never going to be done. Even though they
Then
have math for it, because when you look at the calculators, you look at Walter Bislin, he does say refraction. When you look at the person that people get this refraction argument from, Andrew Thomas Young, quite frankly, all of you guys tired arguments are pieces of what's in his paper. But again, like when he talks about the distance to the horizon changing because of the atmosphere, that doesn't help you guys with the observations that we are getting, nor is there any math to describe what we're seeing. So I don't even understand what your problem is. I
I'm
don't
not
have a
gonna lie.
problem.
It might just be because it's late, but you have made no fucking sense. What I'm saying
Okay,
is,
all I
oh,
did
just let
all
me
I did
respond.
was
Let me respond.
okay.
Let
That's
me.
not a response. That's just
Yeah,
what do you mean it
I'll
doesn't?
respond in the best way I can
You're,
based on what I've understood. Right?
you're telling me what I've basically got from Washington State, Andrew Thomas Young. Like all I did was repeat what I've read,
Yeah, I
and you're
understand.
saying it
Yeah,
doesn't make.
I
And
understand.
you're
You get
saying
all your information from YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, the point that I was
so
saying was that
Andrew Thomas Young is not a YouTuber.
the
He's
point
a
I was saying
person.
was just that
Andrew
if
Thomas
you
Young is
say to a
not a
glober,
YouTuber. You know what? Nah, you're doing this on purpose. So it really
you've
doesn't
just
matter
been
how
you
you're
gave two.
doing it
You're on your third point. I've not even responded yet.
because because you keep you're doing this
Does he
thing
get a
where it's like
chance to reply though?
obviously
Like does he get a chance to reply? Because you waited after
Yeah,
you finished.
yeah, you're right. Man, it's like the rest of us know what's going on. Whatever.
Yeah,
Continue.
but by all means, maybe people do, right? But what I'm saying is that if your claim is that the globers say that it's just the geometric horizon, you should see no further. I challenge you to bring one glober who says that. The second thing is, if you just show me someone saying, well, this is the geometric curve obstruction horizon, notwithstanding refraction or stuff like that, or other physicsy stuff happening, then yeah, you're fine. You've found a glober who does that,
Yes or
but
no?
you know that it's a straw man because every glober knows there's an atmosphere and physics might intercede in your observation, right?
Then you don't have a claim then, because you have to in order to practically, you don't have a claim then. You don't have a claim as far as the geometric horizon is concerned. So
Right.
you don't have anything.
I understand. So this is what I've been realizing an issue was recently. It was that when I say, okay, look, right, there's physicsy stuff happening, so you can see further. People have taken that to mean, some flat earthers have taken that to mean that we can't talk about the effect or observation of boats going down by an obstruction. Now, there's something I want to make absolutely clear here. Whilst we can say Earth, the horizon's always being affected by physicsy stuff and it might make you see further or whatever, you can still observe the effect of that real geometric curve, and that is producing things like the boats going over the horizon. So they both can coexist as observations at the same time.
Okay, you're baselessly asserting that, number one. Number two, I just showed you the contradiction in that. You can't have a straight line distance with curved optics. So I don't know how I don't know why you don't understand that. Maybe because you don't understand the geometry. Maybe you don't understand. Now, you did kind of wiggle your way out of saying you want to see one glober making that claim, because I can fucking just bring up pretty much everybody before 2020. But I've been personally sharing videos of exactly that. Globers who think, okay, well, the boat is disappearing by the geometric horizon. They used the same rhetoric.
Yeah, I think.
1.2.
Well,
Why are you talking?
sorry, apologies. Go on.
What could you possibly think in the face of me saying, well, you got CFI investigators partnered with Nat Geo to specifically go and disprove flat Earth at a lake using the geometric horizon. So I don't get why you guys don't get this.
Well, I think you're confused because when we say, for instance, because what happened, I mean, I don't know who you were speaking to before 2020, right? No idea, and I don't care, right? You're speaking to me. When we say,
partnered with.
yeah,
I just
perfect.
told you CFI investigators partnered with National Geographic to
Oh, all right, yeah.
basically put together.
Refraction was only discovered in 2021. My apologies, I did not realize that. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to say.
Is that what I said?
Well, look, you're obviously implying it because you're acting like the globe has changed the argument in 2020.
Can you stop for a minute?
You did change the argument. That's the problem. Like, because you guys, it's not your argument. The argument is that the Earth is a globe and the distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and peak. Point blank. Period. That's
Right. Okay.
the claim.
Let's test that, right? Does any glober in the room think that boats going over the horizon isn't a clue for Earth curve, and also think, so they think that the boats going over the horizon is a clue for the globe, and also think that refraction makes you see further? Any glober disagree with those two statements? Do they think they're contradictory? Do they think they're contradictory? No, nobody says it is a straw man. You're not arguing with globers. You're arguing with this imaginary glober that you've conjured up in your mind.
Okay, so that's fine. I'd like to have like a closed debate with you where we share citations and go point for point, because this just makes no sense for me to say, well, this is the case, and you to like kind of muddy it up by not actually addressing me and what I'm saying at all. Because asking the room of religious nuts in here what they think about tangents and curved lines together. Like, you guys don't get that that's a contradiction to say, well, I have a straight distance, geometric, earth measured distance to a particular point at which I can no longer see. That is why the boat is disappearing. You're saying, well, that's not the case because there's refraction and there's curved light. Okay, that falsifies the first statement in the first place. They can't both
How?
coexist. Well,
How?
okay, is a curved line a
Oh,
tangent?
who says there's curved
Is a curved line
curved
a
light?
tangent? How is a curved line a tangent?
Sorry, say that again.
Is a curved line a tangent?
No.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
Sorry. What do you think? Do you think? Okay, yeah, all right. You're confused, right? So when someone says
Why am I confused?
a refracted horizon,
Why are you saying I'm
when
confused?
someone says a refracted horizon,
Why
do
are
you
you
think the
saying I'm
tangent's curving
confused?
over the ball?
Why are you saying I'm confused?
Because you sound like you're, for some reason, and nobody will ever understand this. I'm sure to
So
the end of time.
either the light is
Why you
curving over,
think
either the
the
light is curving
refracted
over,
horizon is a curved
either the
tangent?
light
Can you
is
explain that to me?
curving, either the light is curving, which is what I mean. I could definitely get you video of that too. Not that you'll believe it because it's out of another religious zealot's mouth. But if it's straight lines, and I already know that it's straight lines, it's because they've mathematically increased the radius to make the ball bigger. I could, and again, I want to get into a debate with you one on one, so that when you say no, that's preposterous, I could just fucking put it in your face like a birthday cake.
Yeah. If we want, we'll clear the floor.
Well, not right now because I'm at the bus terminal, but I mean, I'm fired up.
Okay, all right.
I just want everybody
No
else
worries.
to know how retarded these people are too. You know, I like to do this.
Oh yeah, especially when you got a good connection and a good mic. It's always great to hear you talk, Elijah.
Thank you.
Problem is, like, if you've got a lot of background, like we hear New York
I
City in
was
the
going to say
background.
that. When the latter's not true, I never hear him. So I would just say it's good to hear you, Elijah.
Yeah. It's like you open your mic, I don't hear your voice, I just hear New York. I'm like, that's what New York sounds like. Huh.
Well, I got him up to I keep him at like 175%, man. So he's loud and proud today. But I followed your argument, and you just kind of laughed it off.
Yeah, the main issue is the globalists don't have a geometric horizon anymore. And even weirder, they invented a full new type of refraction called superlooming, where the physical curve of the Earth looms up over and around the curve of the Earth. You can see around a corner.
Yeah, and that's a path you're viewing, then you don't have a tangent line.
And then you
Exactly.
get
They threw under the bus the thing that they were saying was obstructing their view.
Yeah, so if you're creating a line of sight view for the tangent, but your view is curving, you don't have a tangent no more.
So the tangent's a straight line, right? But your view of it is not. That is what is impacted. So the tangent is a physical line,
It
right?
can't be a straight line if it's based on your line of sight and your view.
No, no, no.
Yeah, tangent.
But
You just said a
the
tangent.
actual-
excuse me, let me finish. And your view is curving around a sphere. Then you can't view in a tangent line.
He just said the tangent, which is a line of sight, like you just said, is a physical line.
No, let me explain what I was saying. So the actual tangent to the geometric horizon is a straight line. What you see is the refracted view of that straight line.
That's actually incorrect because if you look in the diagrams, right, they have an arc from OH, from H going to O, and a separate straight line which goes from O to G.
I just pasted an image a minute ago about this. So
OH arcs right over the top of OG, so I don't know what you're talking about now.
It's a tangent line from A to the geometric horizon. But an arc line refract apparent direction to horizon
is not claimed
is
to be
another tangent line.
a curved version of OG. It's a separate line.
You'll need
So
to
basically,
post that
Your
image
tangent.
the straight
because
line
you're
of sight,
referring
but
to letters we can't see, mate.
Well,
the straight line of sight, but it's distorted, so it's not a straight line of sight. It's basically what he said.
so the apparent direction of the horizon
That's
is a straight line tangent, right? How can that be when you're viewing
no,
things that are
no. The actual
around the sphere? I'm talking about
the
your
actual
image that
tangent
you.
is a straight line, but what you see is the refracted version of the straight line.
Oh, it isn't. You are incorrect. It's a separate line.
I'm talking about in your image. The refracted line is curved, but the apparent direction to the horizon line is straight. So is the tangent from A all the way out to geometric horizon. Those are straight line tangents.
So the apparent direction to the horizon's not another tangent. It's how the tangent line looks to you. So even when it's refracted
Yeah,
light,
I understand
light is
that.
refracted, right? You look, it looks like a straight line, but even if it's curved, you can't tell that, right? You can see a point in the distance between your eye and the point. You think it's a straight line. And that's what the apparent direction to the horizon is. It's the refracted view of the actual geometric horizon.
Well, it's not the actual geometric horizon that's being refracted if your things that are on the other side of it are being refracted to you.
You don't have a geometric
Well, everything
horizon,
gets
remember?
refracted.
Exactly.
Horizon, things in front, things behind.
That's not true.
But you don't have a geometric horizon
No, it
anyway.
is.
It's not. Things on the horizon can be refracted, and that's how it's stated, not things before the horizon.
No, your
No,
entire
within his
view is
paradigm,
refracted.
he's incorrect. It's a separate fucking line. It's a separate location that you're seeing.
At a level.
You're seeing further. You're seeing a point beyond the geometric horizon.
Yep.
Yeah, we already got that point.
Mm.
That didn't really address the topic that's going on right.
Why is he even claiming a geometric horizon? Didn't they give that?
Exactly. There wouldn't be one. Because you're looking past it.
Yeah, the geometric horizon is a physical thing, right? What you see is the refracted view of the physical thing.
Yes, for the third time we heard that.
Mm.
That's just a baseless.
So the geometric horizon is there.
No, it's
You don't
Which is
see it
incorrect.
directly.
It's incorrect even within his own paradigm. I'm sorry.
So T-Dub, can you post this image you're talking about with the angles and the letters and stuff, just so we've got a reference, and I'll compare it to the one that I
You
use.
basically posted the same fucking thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
he did. I was looking at his when I was talking about A line, H line. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have the geometric.
So how do you know?
Geometric horizon there, right?
Sensible horizon.
Yeah, so the sensible horizon in the context of this image, which is from American Practical Navigator, is the thing that you ultimately measure against when you're measuring altitudes, which is perpendicular to vertical if you have a good vertical, or you derive it from what you can see around you as a horizontal. So the sensible horizon is perpendicular to your zenith.
You don't have a geometric horizon.
No, we see the refracted geometric horizon. We can't observe directly the geometric horizon if there's refraction.
If you're not seeing the geometry, you're not seeing the geometric anything.
No, that's right. That's what I'm saying. You're seeing the refracted view of the geometric horizon.
Yes, you don't have the thing that you're talking about, the geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's why you have to say refraction.
But we just,
yeah, but you can't see it.
Say refraction. Yeah.
How do you know it's
How do
there?
you know
if
it's
don't
there?
see it?
Thank you. How come 5 years ago you guys didn't have this shit?
No, this book is 200 years old. This is the American Practical Navigator. It was first written in 1886, or sorry, 1816.
So how do you know there's a horizon geometric at 1.2 miles when you don't see it there?
Yeah, well, so there's been a number of things. So we know about refraction, right? We can measure it, we can predict it, and we can model it. Independent of whether there's curvature or not, we can establish the properties of air and its refractive characteristics.
Is that what you did for this geometric horizon?
That's a lie. That's a lie.
So in this case, when you go through the detail behind this image in the book, they talk about refraction correcting
we're talking
for
about
it.
the black swan, the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles.
Yeah, so the case of the black
You're
swan
saying it
horizon,
isn't there.
that has no value
So why are
of
you
any
saying
kind of
it's
measurement
there?
at all.
So since you don't see it, why are you saying it's there at 1.2 miles?
So in the black swan, it is not of any value in terms of measuring the horizon distance.
Why are you saying there's a horizon at 1.2 miles that you don't see?
So if it's not in the
Because we
black
see it
swan,
on other
then
days
you
when the
don't have
refraction is low.
then refraction can't be the argument against the black swan.
What he's saying is there is no geometric horizon when every horizon is apparent.
Yeah, well, every horizon is apparent, but sometimes we know the refraction is effectively negligible, or at least extremely predictable.
I just want you that's why I want you people to cite your sources, because I know all of the refraction talk is coming from Andrew Thomas Young, and I know it's not what you're saying. Like if you have some separate paper or something, like I
I've seen Andrew.
I need not only a citation, but the work they did, or the epistemology they used to get to the conclusion that you got to. That's that's fair enough, right?
So I've read Andrew Young's paper too, and I don't think this is in conflict with what we're describing here.
So then you agree with me, right? You can just cite exactly what you're saying from the paper or wherever you got it from. That wouldn't be a problem, would it?
I know I could find the relevant part in his paper that describes the black swan scenario. Yep, I think he covers
far
it.
as
He's
what
got.
you said about the refraction and it having to do with not having to do with everything that you just said about it.
Sorry, I
I
didn't
just
understand
want to
you.
see where you got that information from and how it was validated.
Yeah, so Andrew Young's paper also talks about refraction under normal
right, and you
temperature
cited,
conditions,
bro.
right?
I
I'll find
don't.
it for you. I don't have it in front of me, but I've got a reference to it. I'll find it.
Thank you very much. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, the link I shared was from Andrew Young, San Carlos Surveying University.
Battle Mat, I was talking about those lines they draw to the center to create the radius. Who made that up? That's all I ever point out to these
Yeah.
guys.
I'm just saying this is what is practically used. And the lines differ from the lines that he shows. The apparent horizon versus the geometric, lines. So there's a lot of debate about it. But one person says this, one person says another.
I don't know that there's that much divergence in what people are saying about refraction, to be honest.
I didn't really say there was a great deal of discrepancy between what they say, only that it varies from person to person. Is that so hard to believe? Or specialist to specialist? That they hold varying opinions?
And none of them mathematically describe the black swan. So I don't know why it's even relevant.
he had a lot of the globalist talking points. I can't remember who did it. It was like Travis or Dada. He had interviewed Neil or Thomas Young or Andrew Thomas Young. Like, got him on the phone and was able to ask him questions, and we'll go over the whole thing. And he backed everything they were saying, all the things the flat earthers were saying. And the globalist talking point was it was elder abuse, because somehow, like, the guy had retired and he was old and didn't really know what was happening. He didn't know that the topic was flat Earth. All these bullshit to get away from the topic.
He wrote the paper. He took measurements. He also, if you look at page 1, it's actually just how refraction affects what you're looking at over a plane, and then mathematically turned it into a sphere. Which is, so I mean, what do you guys mean? This is what you guys are getting your information from this guy, but you don't agree with him? You too old?
So it's often easier to start off assuming a flat plane, right? Because curvatures make things more complicated. And so you can work out some information.
Nobody asked what's easier. Please, spare me.
You're starting to drop out there. Let's begin. I can hardly hear you.
I mean, so interestingly enough, I was just on a hike out here in Arizona, right? And it was a clear day as of Sunday when I was hiking, right? And I was on Granite Mountain. If anybody would like to look that up, it's at an elevation, I think, of 6,100 feet. What I can tell you, at least from what I saw as I looked upon the unobstructed mass of the valleys below me, considering that's higher than most mountainsides in Phoenix proper, I couldn't actually see Phoenix. It wasn't there. And it was a very, very clear day, even for, the relative haze that exists over Phoenix from pollution and whatnot. What I can say is, from a closer by mountain, Superstitions, at an elevation of approximately 2,500 feet, I can see all the way up until about the 17, which is like the medial artery of the city. So you can see quite a distance out here, but it definitely.
Yeah, put some math to that. Let's mathematically define it. So if you can mathematically define it, then we'll look at it and say, does that match the curve of the Earth of a rays of 3959? It could be a test.
I was
okay, if you
a diagram would be great.
Yeah, a diagram
I don't
or
know shit about these landmarks or the distances from them, and how
Like,
it
we could try to
would
look the distances
apply
up.
to a
Check it out.
Yeah, I don't know how it would apply to a geoid model or line of sight either, but.
Yeah, that's the best part. Look it up. Look, like, you've got
it's
some
counterpoint for your premise. I'm not going to build this guy's premise for him, but it'd be more.
No, I'll
it'd
look it
be
up
more
really quick and see.
powerful if you included an actual fucking point to it.
Yeah, you seem to interrupt the. Yeah, you interrupt the conversation to talk about some observation you had.
A beautiful view, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Cool story, bro.
7,600 feet. So I apologize. That was actually roadside. So 7,600 feet up in the air, or above the sea level there. So how high is Phoenix?
Nobody gives a shit.
What's in between you and Phoenix is a better question.
Nothing.
Yeah, here, Balamod, don't get sidetracked. Let's get back. We can get back on topic.
Forest, nothing.
Yeah, we don't want Dazzler to run away here. That's the stuff like that allows Dazzler to escape.
Is that his co-pilot?
Well, he looks for ways out. He looks for derails and then says, "Oh, I'm out of here."
Okay.
Normally, what happens is you mute me, or I upset someone, and I get banned for 2 days. That's where most of these things end up.
Dazzler,
so that's
you're
why
like
I'm choosing
the
my
unmute
words very
king.
carefully.
We're talking about Dazzler. You're like the unmute king.
What do you mean, the unmute king?
Yeah, didn't you have like something like 45 consecutive days without being muted or something?
I ain't never muted you.
It's probably 45 consecutive days where I didn't come here.
At least not here, Dazza. At least not here.
You used to put in your profile the unmute king or something like that.
No, that's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, it was. Come on, dude. What are you talking about?
No. I've always just been Dazza or.
But you said that, hey, another great conversation, guys. No mutes and all that, and
Yeah. So what were we talking
yeah, I have
about
said that
again?
before. Yes,
What were we
yes,
talking
Yeah,
about?
see, I knew it. Yeah.
You
yeah.
I think you're
measuring
the
But
right
that
guy.
depends who's involved, right? Which goes back to some of the things that Jekyll was saying earlier. That it often it's difficult to have a conversation here. That
Yeah,
I'll
well,
get muted if I can't produce a citation immediately,
not by Crit.
or if I have something that I don't have a strong evidence about, but believe.
Crit's a unmute king, man. He'll come in here and unmute everybody that's muted.
Mm. Oh no! If you mute me, I'll just hang up and I'll
No.
come back. If you ban me, I'll just come back later. That's fine.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
not.
cleared the floor for you. Why would I mute you? I literally just stopped the other guy
Well,
derailing and cleared the room for you.
What was the
see,
topic
says
we
who
were
here?
on?
He might
Anybody want
ban
to
me in a
bring us
minute. So
back to
yeah,
that? Remind us of
Yeah,
the topic.
I'm feeling kind of band-like right now. I'm feeling a band coming on.
yeah,
Just support your claims,
yeah.
don't make up bullshit, and go ahead.
That's it.
Listen,
Yeah, we have to
hold
subtract
on, guys. Don't fuck with him. Listen, you got to have a good argument to get banned here, so you ain't got shit to worry about.
So wing, better.
What
Yeah. So
was
where were
the
we?
topic before we got derailed by this other guy? Who can bring us back to it?
Refraction.
Refraction.
Super looming.
Yeah, but we don't always have super looming, right?
Looming? Can I get a citation from super looming?
Yeah, I
Did
can actually paste one that's a
Andrew
starting
T
point
talk
in that
about
area.
super hyperinflated looming?
I think he does actually.
Or
Yeah.
is that just a Glover premise?
Looming is in relation to geometric horizon that you would be seeing. So I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're really faint now. Let's begin. We can hardly hear you. But yes, you're right. I think that the conversation was around the relationship between what is physically present and what we see. So if something is physically present and we're looking at it through a refractive view, we see the refracted view of what is physically present. That doesn't mean that we'll
Yeah,
be
I'm
able to
sorry. That's
see
not
what
really
we want to see.
responding to what I said at all. I'm sorry.
Well, bro, you
That's what I thought you said.
sound like you got off the bus and got on the subway. Really?
Oh, I opened. I'm speaking through my speakers now. Is this also bad?
No,
You
that's
sound way better.
Sounds good, man.
That's better.
No, that sounds really good.
Yeah.
What did I say? Did anybody hear like kind of the? Oh, right. That's right. Looming, stooping, sinking. All of these refraction effects are happening with respect to the geometric horizon that you guys claim you can't see.
I could explain it for the Glober if he needs help. I could explain it.
No, it was pretty simple the way I said it.
No, I mean like I could explain it from the Glober version defense. In a way everyone can understand how it would work if the Earth were to be a globe.
Go for it.
Didn't we mute this guy?
No, that's Glory. That's a different guy.
I'm just kidding, man.
I think it's good to have Glory talk on this topic because it's going to be an agreement here about curvature. So they're both going to agree with us, but they're going to disagree on directionality.
Consensus.
Yeah, so if it falls back to, they'll always be able to drop back to some area of agreement first, and that way it won't go off the rails. But you see, what I'm saying they're starting their conversation with a place of agreement instead of disagreement. So it will always fall back to that first agreement. Yeah, go ahead, Glory. Is anyone else want to step in though, or can Glory and Dazzler go?
No, well, if someone wants to ask the initial question again, I just want to make sure I reply to it specifically. What was it that y'all were asking him from the Glober perspective? And I know it has to do with refraction, the geometric horizon, and like what we see and stuff. But say it specifically, and I'll explain.
Okay, the thing was that the idea is that if boats are being blocked by a hump, a physical hump, a leading edge of the spherical ball, how come you can see past that edge if you just change the environmental conditionings?
Basically, the idea is this. basically the idea is this: imagine you're standing like by the beach or something, okay? In a hypothetical reality where there was no refraction, okay, where what that would mean is light would be straight, basically, okay? That means if we're observing anything, even things far away or close up, the light, the path that it takes is a straight line. Is a straight line. So that means if you see something, you could point to it and it's actually there because everything's a straight line, okay? And in this non-refractive setup, when you point to something, say the geometric horizon, like the actual hump or curve of the Earth, you would point to it, and that would have to be it, and it would have to be exactly as you measure it, and there would be no deviating from it because there is no refraction, okay? This is a non-refractive setup, and you just remember straight line, okay? Now we're going to go to a refracted setup, okay? So we're at the beach again. We're seeing the same thing, okay? But here's the difference, though. Now, when we point to anything, but especially things further and further away, the line, the light, the path that the light took, which in the previous one was straight because there was no refraction, and the Glober model, it takes a curved path. And I know there's arguments against that, and what gradient, and where's this and where's that, but there's just baseline level. It takes a curved path. So, and with this curved path comes the illusion or the illusory aspect of it, because what we see is not what we get. Not only that, but now if I were to point to the geometric horizon on the globe with refraction, I'm actually not pointing to it. I'm no longer pointing to the thing that's actually there. Now what you're pointing to is just light. You're seeing light that has come to you, but this light has been bent in whatever way you want to imagine. And now what we see is not what we get. Now we're entering the territory of what is apparent or what appears to be. And this is a thing that fluctuates on the globe model. This is their refraction. You know, oh, if it goes through hot, if it goes through cold, if it goes through this, if it goes through that. This is what is changing based on the conditions. All this looming this and looming that, it's all the same idea. It's all light that is no longer straight coming to you, and how straight or how crazy this curve is, they create names for it, looming or this or that. And so that's just okay. So what does this all mean? What does this all mean? Let's say we have an observation and we think we're seeing too far as we should on a convex globe. After considering the altitude of the observer that's observing it, the next consideration, it's let's say we have an observation and we measure how far we see, and it's a little bit past how much we should see. Let's say how much is a little bit, 10, 20%. For sure, it's beyond what we could see. We've got the math right. We've got all we've done at this point is confirm the geometric horizon. This is the first example. This is the one where light travels straight. But what the Globers do is they take it to another step, which they apply, which I know nothing about how to actually do it, but they apply a refraction correction. So, which means plus or minus, which means some days we'll see less than we're supposed to, some days we'll see more than we're supposed to. And that's my understanding of it, is we're just looking at light that's been bent, claimed. That's a claim. That's their model, okay? But if we want to rationalize their model in our mind, we can't incorporate straight light because that's not how their model works. So that's all I have to add. I don't know if anyone has questions or anything.
That was a pretty good summary,
what
actually.
I'm reading,
Thanks, bud.
That's good. So what I'm reading here about the line of sight at the horizon is a tangent to the Earth and perpendicular to the Earth's radius. That's not true, then, is it?
So that's a good point. So now everyone can actually understand why. Why do the Globers say a straight line is curved? Let's just say for an observation. in the global world, a direct tangent observation, a straight line tangent observation, that's still curved. Because what the literal layers of light, as we're seeing further and further away from us, all this is being refracted. What we see is not what we get. That's what I think. I don't know if y'all want to debate on that or whatever.
Right. Okay. So then the claim about the line of sight being a tangent to the point in which would be perpendicular to the again the Earth's radius. That's not that's not the claim, is what you're saying. Because a tangent is a
sorry,
straight line of
I didn't
sight.
hear you.
The tangent is a straight line of sight. So if you're saying that
Yeah.
the lines of sight are bent, so then they the claim that they make about tangents to the horizon, that's not true then.
So there's another layer of this explanation, because so is it true is it true
You're just kind of waffling at this point. Let somebody get a response in.
I don't get that. He's gonna ask me a question on the top of me asking him a question. It's like
I'm not. I didn't ask you anything.
If the line is curved, then this citation that I posted in the chat about straight lines to the point at which would be perpendicular to the Earth's radius is not a correct claim then, right? Because you can't have curved lines of sight when the claim is a straight line of sight. So something is wrong here, right?
The topic is really complex because it's really reference frame dependent. Are you on this side of the curve? Are you on that side of the curve? Plus, when you get really down into it, it's a like a intelligence levels. Like some people, even if they're globers and they think the Earth's a globe, they didn't learn that far to like rationalize bending light in their mind. So as a result of that, they like mistranslate what's happening on a graph. So if the Earth were to be a globe, I mean, there's going to be people that graph that shit incorrectly, and it might even be big organizations. And like, that's my understanding of it. I know how to graph it properly in the globe variant.
It was good.
I'm not defending the globe. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I know their model.
If that's the case, give me a model or a description for a 1 foot observer with a horizon that's let's say 15 miles. Go ahead and do that.
See, the goal was here that he had reached some. Sorry, Glory. Just jump in real quick.
Okay,
to make sure that him and Daz were starting off at a place of agreement, and I think that was reached. Unless I misheard.
Yeah, no. All Glory's given a really good description.
Right here,
yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, guys.
But I think we have to make it clear that we're dealing with two things. One is the physical geometry, and one is the apparent geometry. So the image, I'm sorry if you're not able to hear us right now, let's begin. But the image that you posted is showing the apparent geometry and assuming straight lines. It is, yeah. So you kind of understand where you're coming from, that those tangents aren't really tangents because those lines are actually curved, but that's showing the apparent geometry. And to translate that to the real geometry, you need to take in refraction into account.
So when was that real geometry measured?
When?
Yeah, who did that? How was that established?
No, I mean, well, he claimed that, but how do you validate that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I guess it gets validated through repeated application, right?
What repeated? Didn't I just ask you for citations for the? I mean, we're still back at square one. Citation, please.
Yeah, well, so I guess the repeated applications of this is things like celestial navigation, right? So this problem is something that they have to solve in celestial navigation and surveying.
No, because when they're talking about refraction, they're not talking about terrestrial refraction.
Well, they are. The dip angle is terrestrial refraction.
Can I get a Can I get a citation for that, please, showing me that that's what they're saying? Can I see that? Because I'm saying
I can do that one as well.
Okay.
Where are we here? This is one I prepared earlier, I think. Okay, I think this covers it. Yeah. See how this goes. So I just posted a reference from American Practical Navigator. It says the apparent or visible horizon is the horizon seen by the observer. It's not identical to the geometric horizon because of the refraction of light by the atmosphere.
Excuse me. Let me stop you here for a second. At the beginning of your citation, it says if the eye of the observer is at the surface of the earth, then you're not looking out at anything. You're just starting off with the horizontal baseline. There's no observation. There's no observation. Listen, if the eye of the observer is at the surface of the earth, let me ask you, if you're on a sphere and your eye is zero elevation, what's the distance to the horizon?
It's right in front of you. You are on the horizon.
No. Oh, right. Like I said. So it's just a plane from where you're standing. You're not observing anything to correct for it.
Well, that's what it says. That if your eye is at sea level, then you don't have to account for dip.
See, Daza, the whole thing here is that is what flat earthers say. Exactly that. But the issue is you will not see further than the geometric curve. The parent horizon.
That's not correct, Crit.
Well, hold on. Just give me
If
a second.
there was no refraction, you would not see further than the geometric curve.
No, no, you will always see no more than the geometric curve of the earth. See, Elijah, we're getting a lot of New York right now.
My bad. It's
Yeah.
New Jersey, but it's still bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if there was no refraction, we would never see further than the geometric curve.
But that's the issue too, because refraction is a poorer condition than just a clear day. So why is it, on your worldview, do you think you would see further the worse the conditions?
I could explain
because. Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Glory.
Oh, okay. I could explain. It's basically it has to do specifically with the light bending. Okay. Now I'm just gonna say this. This is based on what I've learned. Now it may be wrong. I may have it backwards, but I just need you to get the general idea. So when light is straight, you just point to it. What you see is what you. Sorry, one sec. What you see is what you get. Now we're going to incorporate bending light. Now there's two different kinds of bending light. You're going to have light bending down towards the denser gradient, which is for the globe version. And this is just extra info in concave Earth. The overall density, the whole universe gets more dense towards the center. So light's bending up in that model. But I'm gonna tell you the consequences or vice versa when taking both into consideration. When light on the Glober variant, when their light is bending down. Okay, so we're gonna start off just a straight light. You're pointing to the geometric horizon. It's right there. You're measuring to it. No bullshit, and it's right there. Now we have refraction. So the entire scene now is just apparent. Everything is apparent now. The light has bent from everything, everywhere to 1 degree or another. Now, a consequence of light bending down, what's going to happen is the observer is going to see, and this makes no sense, and it didn't to me, but I have the logic behind it. When with their light bending down, the observer now is going to see the geometric horizon. Not only are they going to see a little bit further than they should, but the horizon itself, the line of the horizon as it appears to the observer, will appear higher than it is. And just more so, the things that are further and further away are going to appear higher, just like visually, apparently. Nothing's changing in reality. So this would explain all of their phantom organas. This would explain things we see beyond the horizon, because it's looming away, because the light further and further beyond the horizon is being refracted more and more, meaning the light further and further beyond the horizon, it's more curved.
Yeah,
and
but
as a consequence of being more curved, we see
this
further beyond it, and it's higher up. But it's
this
to a degree. It's to a degree, right? So
but
it's within a range. Go ahead.
This won't happen on a planet without an atmosphere, right?
I would rather have flat earthers than goddamn gay people.
Yeah, so that's all. I wanna,
but will this refraction happen on a planet without atmosphere? In your opinion?
with
No.
So, like, on first you say there is a refraction, so the light is bending. But what about if you, I don't know, have an ocean or somewhere where you don't have atmosphere? Will you still see the horizon being bent?
So
no, if there's no atmosphere, there's no refraction. So you see the pure geometry.
You still see the same signs, then it will be a sphere, no?
I just posted an image in chat. It's just basically, this image is everything we've talked about accumulated so far. If you look at the image,
Glory,
yeah,
the description that you're giving, light bending down is not going to give you the effect that you're describing. The light would have to refract upward and then downward.
So that's the third layer now. So the third layer of like understanding. No, I was there too. I was there too. He's very true. He's very true. I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, just take a seat for a second. To Daza, so dip correction is not necessary. Like, so you guys bring up dip correction as if it's necessary because we live on a globe with an atmosphere. It's not necessary. So
No, dip
that
correction is
can't
not necessary if your eye level is at ground level.
So that can't mean that we're dealing with a sphere. Like you can't assert this is what we're doing because of the sphere and the atmosphere, because it's not even necessary, as you read right here in my other citation. Now look at this, folks. So one says, as a matter of fact, I think they're reading my citations and trying to get smarter, like the Terminator or some shit. But it's still very weird. Check it out. So the sensible horizon is the actual horizon that the observer would see if the atmosphere was not present, or if.
No, that's not correct.
Excuse me.
It's not correct.
How are you going to tell me this? This is the nautical site.in. What are you talking about? It's not correct. I'm reading from your citation is not correct.
It's also as if the Earth were flat. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what? Just be quiet. Don't try to get into the middle of my dance and fuck up how cool it looks. Wait till I'm done, and then you can go.
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry about that.
So, like I said, the sensible horizon is the actual horizon that the observer would see if the atmosphere was not present, or the atmosphere density was uniform as well if the Earth were flat and not round. That's pretty much what the other guy that I asked to sit down basically said, right? Yeah, of course. We get why you guys think what you think, because you probably read our stuff. Thus, the visible horizon is some arc minutes below the sensible horizon. Now, look what it says further down. If a sextant angle is taken using an artificial horizon, then dip does not have to be applied, since the artificial horizon itself is the sensible horizon. So for all intents and purposes, what they're talking about in that scenario is utilizing the Earth as if it were a flat plane with no refraction. Is basically what it's saying. But we already know that that's what they're doing, because they have a flat baseline that they're going to get the angle off of for the vertical of the star.
What else do we know about the sensible horizon?
What's its other
irrelevant,
property?
bro. My only point
No, it's
was
important.
my
It's
only
perpendicular to vertical.
my only point was that perpendicular to vertical just means you're standing straight up on a plane, bro. Now you can say, well, actually, I'm standing straight up on a sphere, and it's perpendicular to the celestial, the celestial, the equatorial plane, because that's what the model actually states. But then when they talk about practicality, they talk about the observer as if he's on the equatorial plane, which is at the center of the earth. So that's obviously not happening. For whatever reason, I don't know why people can't just use their brains to say, no, that can't be true. Like, have you guys ever played those games where it's like, this one can't be the right answer? like, like, what the hell is wrong with
No,
y'all?
but why do you have to be on the equatorial plane to
That's
stand
what
straight
that
up?
no, you don't. You're not on. You're not at the center of the earth. What do you mean? That's just what they. That's just what
No,
they
but
say.
who says you have to be so that you can stand straight? Like you have to be
That's
perpendicular
where
to
the
a
right.
plane
That's where the
tangent
right
to a
angle.
sphere.
That's where the right angles are.
No, but you can be when you stand up straight. You are perpendicular to a plane that is tangent to a sphere. It's basically a first order approximation of a plane. Portion of the sphere.
No, it's not to a sphere. It's to the celestial sphere, which is over a plane. So you can use what they call as a rational horizon. Actually, is the rational horizon is the same as the sensible horizon, is the same as the equatorial plane. All three of them are the same because that is which the point which the
Which one
person
is
who's
the just
observing.
just to
I'm
understand
sorry.
which
I'm
one is
sorry,
the
bro. I'm
equatorial
sorry,
plane?
bro. All three of the things that I said are exactly the same. So if you know what a sensible horizon is, it's the same thing as the other two. So for
I'm afraid I
practical,
have no idea which any of these are. Like it's a plane that goes.
why are you interrupting then?
No, I wasn't interrupting you. Finish
Why
what
don't
you
you?
said.
So all you
It's
have to
just
do is
I
just
don't get it.
all you have to
Which
do is
one is that you
present
are
an
using
argument.
terms that
All
like
you
make
have to
no
do is
sense?
present an argument, right? That has to do with celestial navigation when I'm not talking. Because if you're not going to engage my point, then
No, sure I did because I'm trying to
no.
get it.
Well, I was telling you, and and you interrupted me.
No, but you don't want to explain what any of these terms means.
I did. I was literally doing that when you interrupted me.
All right, so continue.
Yeah. So supposedly, it's a tangent to a sphere. No, it's not. It's a tangent, aka a straight line from your vertical, aka zero elevation, to the perimeter of the celestial sphere. That's what the model shows, not what you're saying, or any of you are saying.
So wait, it's a line or it's a plane now?
Oh, hold up. What is this about the celestial sphere?
Well, I mean, who are we talking to, guys? We just gonna keep letting new people go. What are you talking about?
It's
Like
just
what?
you, so you can go to singular for
I
yourself.
could finish that third layer that someone asked about the light going up and then going down. The understanding of that. If y'all want something to talk about.
Have at it,
Oh, it's
man.
just that I think the attention is sort of divided in the room. Daza keeps making claims, and then other guys want to jump in and back him up, and he's okay to let them just go ahead because he can't. So, what are we doing here, Globers?
So yeah, the dip correction has nothing to do with the globe at all.
No. It's used to establish the sensible horizon.
No, it's not. Not.
So how do you
It has nothing.
establish the
It has
horizon with
nothing.
a
It has
sextant that
nothing.
you get?
It has nothing to do with the globe, bro.
Des, are you going to rinse and
When you're
repeat
using
where we've already addressed this? If you're on the ocean floor, if you're in a skiff, if you're in a little buoy, you don't have to do any dip correction. You're already on the
no,
plane.
that's it. Yeah, that's right. If you're already on the, if you're on the, yeah, that's it. Because there's no dip. Your immediate horizon is directly perpendicular to you. You can't see beyond it, and there's no reflection because you are there, right? But if you're 25
You're
meters
on
up,
the
50
plane.
meters up, in
So correct me if I'm wrong. At that point on the skip, or whatever that is, at that point you have one line to the star you're observing, and where's
Hmm?
the other line?
The horizon.
No, the horizon is not. No, no. See,
Hmm.
the problem is the horizon is actually just a horizontal plane. Horizon for
Yeah,
short.
but your visible
So
horizon.
when you say no, dickhead, because if you're in a skiff,
Hey, pull your head
the
in,
visible
cocksucker.
then the visible horizon is not visible because you're already there. It's zero elevation. There's no like, bro. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I know.
Yeah, if you're
You
lying on
understand
the
what I'm. Not
water,
you.
you'll
Not
see the
you.
sky, you'll see the
Not
water.
you. You have two straight lines in reality. But if you're on the water, you're claiming that you're looking at the horizon. No, you're not. Not mathematically. No, you're not. You're just lying. Because if your elevation is zero, you're not looking toward anything.
Remember, they're not looking at the geometric horizon. You're looking at the light that's
You're not
reflected.
looking at anything if your elevation is zero. I don't know
You
what you
are,
Yeah,
guys
so
you
for
are,
all,
because
all
you're.
practical purposes, your elevation is never going to be zero, right? You're going to be slightly above it.
You don't do any dip correction when you're in a skiff, so you're on the plane. This is not
Yeah,
difficult.
that's it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. You are
So if
on
you're
the
not
table.
disagreeing with
Yeah.
him, then your point to me was irrelevant. Because like I said, if you're in a skiff, then you have two straight lines. You can't just have a line out to the star and then where's
Hmm.
the other one?
Yeah, the
There's
other one
no
is the visible horizon that you have there,
it's
right?
not
On that.
yo, bro, but why are you guys gonna let him repeat? Like, cause if
Well,
it pisses me
What do
off,
you see? What do you see when you're at sea
I
level?
can't
Just the
imagine.
sky? Do you see
This
the
is a
sea as
red
well?
herring. This is a red herring.
yeah,
So, like I said,
Elijah.
I can't imagine because
Okay, if
he
you
just
would.
says it's the visible horizon. Real quick, right?
Okay,
How can it be a visible horizon if the guy just said, "Well, what about in a skip?" Then the visible horizon geometrically on a globe would not exist.
Yeah, but you will see something, right? You will see the water, you will see the sky. Where they meet is your visible horizon, right? And if you're right
Listen,
on the
bro.
surface of the water,
Whatever.
no dip, worry about it. It's bang on.
all right.
Oh,
Manufactotum one.
there's no model other than the globe and the flat Earth. That's all there is. It's one or the other. That's
No,
what
it's a
you got
false
to understand.
dichotomy. So,
Is that what they want you to say?
so Manufactotum wanted to get in earlier, but he was looking for a space. Are you there?
Yeah, no, that was just an alternative to what Glory said with regards to your question. I think we kind of got away from that at this point.
Well, it have to do with weather conditions. Like, do
Yeah,
you
so
see, like, the worse the conditions, like fog, storm, extreme refraction? Would one see further than a geometric curve or closer?
I think it's fair to say that seeing further, if it's not aligned with the geometric horizon, is in some sense worse, right? Like it's not better just because you can see further. So anything that's not aligned with what is, I would say, accurately reflective of reality, you could say that you are seeing something worse, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be like because not representing reality or the actual facts.
Yeah, it's a little misaligned, I guess you could say.
And that's kind of why the Rumpus and the Ruhif came out with the Black Swan argument, talking about that you could see the back of your head. The most extreme weather conditions, the most extreme atmospheric conditions, you could
In
see all the way to the back of your head.
Yeah, I don't think those conditions would ever actually exist in the world. Mathematically, sure, but I don't think we would ever expect to actually see that.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you dial up the conditions to the absolutely maximum, like they can't get any worse. They can't get any more further from reality.
Yeah.
You would see the back of your head.
Have you heard
Technically.
the way the pigs sound when they round them up in the slaughterhouse?
Yeah, James, were you looking for the vegan channel? You're in the Flat Earth channel right now. Sometimes they get confused.
Oh, just said, man, something you said just made me remember that.
Yeah, James, you're in the Flat Earth channel. Can you confirm that you understand this?
Eat more rosebuds.
Yes, yeah, yes, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep it on the flat Earth for sure.
Okay.
He sounds like he's struggling to even be on talking on a microphone right now.
Yeah, are you butt dialed? Did you get into did you fall off your bike and you weren't wearing a helmet and you butt dialed the Discord? What's going on here? Would you really mean to call emergency services or something?
No. So you gotta understand. I've had a few to drink, so I'm good.
Oh yeah, so you just need to stop doing that. That's all.
Drink some water. Detox, dude. Get some detox going on.
Bet you James can feel the earth spinning.
That's the only way.
Turning up on a Tuesday.
Out of here, you piece of shit. You think Earth is flat? Probably your mom's fucking chest is flat, dude. That's why you didn't get enough fucking milk from her body.
Damn, just one line of freak shows. Okay, anyone else gonna spaz out real quick before we get back on topic? Your chance. Come on, let's go. All right, I guess we're back on topic then.
So just a confirmation from all of the globe proponents, when we go out and view reality, it is always a hologram.
I wouldn't say hologram.
Refracted, not a hologram.
Yes, it's always a hologram. That means looking at the sun, making measurements. Those are all holograms, so you can't use them anymore.
Now you need to understand them. Then you
So
can use them.
the horizon is like refracted up and then down over a hill. In fact, in a very extreme situation, you can see the back of your own head like a hologram. So it's all hologram.
No.
Right?
No, I don't think so.
No. So then it's geometric, and you can go out and shoot it with guns and stuff.
Just some days it's on days, and there's some days when everything is nice and stable, crisp lines. Those are good days to take measurements.
But there's always a 7/6, as we understand it, refraction. Always. That's like the minimum amount.
Yep, always.
And then up from there, right? So always a hologram.
Not a hologram. Always refracted. Hologram's a different thing altogether.
Like a projection of something that isn't actually there.
An image.
That's not a different thing. That's not a different thing. Like, this is the thing. People say little things here and there to throw off the audience that's listening. No, it's not. The original claim is that the distance to horizon plus 7/6 refraction will give you the real horizon because there's an atmosphere. There's a standard that is set based off of whatever it is. It's a standard. So to say no, it's not. That's crazy, bro. Like to just be throwing out shit like that. That's incorrect.
No. It's not a hologram.
So it's not a projection of something that's not there.
Projection is like bouncing light off of something to produce an image.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Wait, do we agree that the way we see things, like when we talk about vision, we're just talking about the light that we observe coming off objects.
It's always been. Always. Okay. Nothing's ever actually there.
No. The light has to come from somewhere, right?
Where's it coming from?
The object.
Oh, so everything is producing its own light now?
No.
The boat is producing its own light? No.
It's reflecting light off light sources.
Oh, so like bouncing?
Yeah, something like.
Okay.
Like, do we?
Where's that light coming from?
On that, depends. Natural light, artificial lights.
So, are you correcting the other guy that just said it wasn't a hologram then? Because it sounds like that's what you're trying to do, is correct him.
Well, I'm agreeing with the guy that said it's not a hologram. It's just how vision works.
You just explained a hologram.
That's not how a hologram works.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Not exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So what differentiates a hologram is how that light is bouncing off that object.
Okay, how so? So you have light bouncing off of an object that's like directly in front of you, and then you have the image of something like, say, I don't know, the refracted moon when there's a lunar eclipse, or the refracted sun every day, right before it completely disappears below, according to you guys, the geometric horizon. Oops, not really. So we're seeing things that aren't actually there.
Well, when
so it's projected from its physical location to an angle that you actually can see. If that's not a projection, I don't know what is.
So when you say we're seeing a projection of something that's not actually there, I think the important distinction is the thing is there, but we're seeing it where it isn't.
Okay,
yeah, like a hologram.
Like a hologram. So that's what I mean.
No, not a hologram. Holograms.
Understanding of holograms is very rudimentary. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of how holograms works is that the light is angled off in such a way that one eye sees one image, the other eye sees another image, and that produces a sort of 3D effect. That's what makes a hologram a hologram. That's my understanding of holograms.
Yeah, using diffraction.
Yeah,
a bit like a stereo sound to produce a 2D image. Hologram's the same. It's not a simple refraction. It's a complicated thing. It normally has to be backed by a laser light.
Oh, okay. So then, so actually, what you guys are describing, there's actually no term for it then, because we would just say if something's not physically where you're looking at it, but you can see it, then it's projected somehow. It's a hologram because what you're looking at is not actually the thing. But again, I don't believe that light can bend around corners or beyond obstructions, though. So, I mean, in the first place, I don't know why anybody would be making that claim and how they would actually be able to justify it. But again, we're talking about a sun that isn't there, but you can still see. You guys claim, well, that's because it's refracted, aka it's a holographic image. You're not looking at it because it's below where you can see. Well, again, how do you justify that? Like I asked Daz a while ago if he could give me some math for a 1 foot observer where the horizon would be, you can use 10 miles, beyond 10 miles, whatever you want. Because you guys have been talking about refraction and the black swan for so many years, but there's not actually one person who can come in here and say, look, this is what we're talking about. Here's my presentation. Here's the black swan that they're talking about. They're talking about the horizon being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Let me show you why it would actually appear beyond the oil rigs. That's actually where they appear to be, but the horizon is not. If someone did that, I wouldn't be saying any of this.
Dr. Bob does a good one of it.
Well, is there a citation for it, or do we have to watch like a whole video? Or is there a part?
No,
of the
well,
video?
I mean, you'd have to look through his titles, but I think, I mean, hell, what's it, 3 or 4 years ago?
When you get a chance,
can
you find it? Because I don't believe you. Like I know it's not.
Okay, well, that's up to you, man. That's up to you.
Well, you're saying it's up to me. What I'm saying is no one like you see how QE did this argument years ago, but I can actually go get it. So all I'm saying is when I say citation, if you guys are gonna say, well, it exists, go get it. Or don't say it.
Yeah.
What's good about the anti-flat earthers, if they posted some slam dunk proof of the globe 3 years ago and they're still here, I mean, I'm not going to be convinced by their bullshit if they didn't even convince themselves of their own bullshit. So kind of like, show me where's this guy who like said, check it out, here's the answer, and they're good with it. It's like that Dave McKeegan guy or whatever that he's constantly coming up with my final flat earth proof or debunk. That's like a year and a half ago now that you're on your 12th final flat earth debunk. Like it's like that business that's constantly going, out of business, going on a business sale, must liquidate everything. And like next week you're like, wait a minute, was it that was your sale last week? I thought you're what the fuck? Here, let's look at this new guy in Articus. He has something to say about tidal locking and some physics he's been doing in college classroom for the rotation and the curve of the Earth. Are you there, Articus?
Right. Yeah, I'm there, dude. So, I want to talk about like precession of Equinix. Okay, do you guys know like what? So I assume that you guys don't know what Equinix is, right? Hello.
Well, you'd be mistaken.
Yeah, that's one of the equinoxes is one of the big flat Earth proofs from the very beginning, going back to the days of yore. They got all these pagan festivals that marked how the sky is used as a calendar. So yeah, if you were to brain fart all of that, my take is
no, I'm not
you
saying
don't.
that. I'm just
you
saying,
don't know what equinoxes are. That'd be my take.
no, I'm just asking you guys. I'm being very polite, dude. I'm not being aggressive. Okay.
You don't know what
Here
they
we
are,
go.
right? And you want us to
Are
tell
you
you
being
what they are?
precise?
You want us to
Yeah.
tell you what they are because you don't know what they are?
No, dude. Can I? Okay, so you guys are not allowing me to speak.
Yeah, totally.
Is
You're
that
not
how
allowed.
you-
Yeah, we've silenced you every step of the way. You're muzzled. You literally can't speak.
As you're
So,
talking, you're
I'm
telling
being
everyone you can't talk, you're muzzled. Then you work in based on you asked a question, and as it was being answered, you interrupt to say that you can't
I
talk.
didn't interrupt you. You just started saying I was gonna fire
Yeah,
out
you
my
just
fucking.
interrupted Radwin. He was just in the middle of explaining something to you, and you interrupted him to tell him that.
I'd be a really good friend.
Do you have him turned down?
Okay.
Do you have Radwin turned down or something?
You just started like ad hominems at me. Like I'm gonna like.
Okay,
fucking.
okay. He's done.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, someone else want to talk to him? I think I'm satisfied. I'm complete.
I got
He needs a nice flat earther like Mr. Nice.
posting a picture of Arizona, won't tell me where it was taken from, won't give me any details on it, and I'm spazzing out. I'm the one that doesn't know anything.
Yeah, who was that earlier? It was.
Why do you think like season changes in like Earth? Wait, what's the cause of like changing season and like why we
Sun
have
moves.
summers and winter?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Sun moves.
Yeah, are you? Do you want to make a claim for us and defend it with some sort of evidence? You're coming in here asking questions. Did anybody make a claim about seasons in here?
I'm gonna show you my proof.
Oh,
okay, great.
Why you guys are?
I've only seen the sun move. What have you seen it do?
Sun doesn't move, dude. Okay.
Oh my God.
Hello, flat earthers. How are we?
Why do you think the sun moves? Why do you think the sun moves?
Because I saw it move every day of my life.
No.
Wow. Can't believe it.
No, because sun will move in a circle if it has certain kind of velocity, okay? And it's acted by a gravitational force, okay? When there is gravitational force and we have velocity,
New
the
Glober
thing will
alert.
rotate.
New Glober alert.
What? You fucking muted me.
Have you?
Somehow.
No one's muted you, but are you making up a new heliocentric model?
No, this is not a heliocentric model. I'm just basing the physics laws of physics, dude. I'm just saying a thing with why a thing rotates in a circle. I'm just
Okay.
telling you a simple fact. Because
What
if
things
you have a
rotate in a
thing,
circle? What rotates in a circle?
why? What's the cause? What's the cause of rotation? Okay.
What rotation are you talking about? You haven't even been specific about what's
Any
rotating.
kind of rotation. Okay. Any kind of rotation. Any kind of rotation in
Any
a
kind of
circle.
rotation?
No.
Like on a tire?
Yeah.
Magnets and copper wire and electricity, that causes rotation. Is that what you're talking about? That kind of shit? Gasoline engine with pistons, that causes rotation.
Yeah. Everything. Every rotation has a simple fact of physics. It calls
what's the physics that you're talking about?
It's called the Newton's second law of motion, dude. Okay, you have a thing which is constantly changing its velocity, and if a thing has to change its velocity.
You're
Dude,
just
I can't
tapping all
even.
kinds of bad words on top of each other.
Dude, I can't even say anything. You guys are not letting me finish.
You're saying we got a constant change in velocity and all this crap, and all I do is go outside and I see the sun move across the sky. In fact, I have my plant lights are timed to the sun.
Okay, I think I fixed that. We have fixed the mic issue. Let me tell you, that was annoying the hell out of me.
Is that Trump?
Dude, I'm just answering a simple question.
It is Trump.
Oh, Trump. Wait. Oh, we got to mute Trump because last time he was here, it wasn't recorded.
Yeah, it's just you're fucking retarded. That's it. That's how you guys fucking conduct a fucking debate.
There was no debate. You didn't even make a claim yet.
What debate? You haven't made any.
Articus,
All you said is rotation. Ever-changing velocity. That's all I just heard. What the fuck does that mean?
Hey, Articus, listen.
Yeah,
Articus,
really.
listen. It's AMA.
Dude,
hey, listen, dude. Pay attention, okay? Right at the top of the channel, I put in there, Flat Earth AMA, ask me anything, or make a claim and let's debate. So if you want to debate, you'd have to make a claim.
I was making a claim. I was making
okay, make a claim then.
I was making a claim. What's the cause of rotation of the sun?
So your claim is a question.
I'm not going to talk to you guys because you guys are not fucking doing it in a good faith. You guys are a bunch of fucking retards who think like.
All right.
I'm so upset.
My feelings.
Mom titties and didn't give you a lot of milk. Your brain is fucking screwed. Get the fuck out of here, you pieces of shit.
Oh wait, some idiot on the internet called me a piece of shit. Should I be offended? No.
Not at all. I mean, think of this guy's. Okay, which one do you want? Do you want to make a claim or do you want to ask?
His opinion.
You guys are pretty fucking
Articus, pay attention, please. Okay. Do you want to ask a question or make a claim? Because you sound like you did both.
I was making a claim. I was making a claim. Why does the sun rotate?
That's a question.
I was making.
That's not a claim.
That's a question, dude.
What?
He doesn't understand the difference, I don't think.
What do you say?
Okay,
what are you talking about?
For this
State
channel,
your claim, not ask your question.
Okay, in this channel, you kind of got two choices or two main avenues. You can ask me anything, a flat earther, not just me, okay? Or make a claim and then you can debate it.
That's how I fucking conduct. That's how I fucking conduct a fucking.
You asked a question and said you were debating.
You can't even say conduct.
Yeah, I have to do it, dude. Because I have to do it. That's how I'll move the fucking conversation forward. I can't do it, but just I can just like blabber all the things in front of you, and you will understand everything. I have to give context, okay? If I'm asking questions, I've been giving you context, okay? I said,
what?
Why you think? Yes, dude. Okay. Can I fucking?
You said seasons, and I said the sun moves. Take it from there.
Yeah. What I said? Why you think the case? Like, why you have Earth and the seasons are changing in Earth?
What's the cause? I see the sun move.
Yeah, why is the sun move? And I was saying because you need something. Okay, dude, I can't deal with you guys. You guys are
Take
not
a
letting me.
breath.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Listen.
You've had all this time to ask a question or make a claim. Apparently, instead of you making a claim like the sun is not moving, it turns out that the earth is moving, right? You didn't do that. You didn't say the earth is moving. That would be a claim, and then we would ask you to support that claim. But you didn't want to do that. Do you want to make that claim now? Do you want to say that the earth is rotating? Articus? Did he leave?
He
Yeah,
left.
he left.
Oh, what a big
He
baby.
realized that he was retarded.
May I hop in with just a question?
I don't think he had the words to explain what he was trying to say. Sure,
Yeah,
go ahead.
certainly. Go ahead.
Okay. I was at the United Nations building in Manhattan this past weekend, and I saw the Foucault's pendulum. I don't know.
Oh, Christ.
And I was just wondering what on the flat Earth model, what causes that to?
How does it work on that angle of rotation?
Yeah. So what?
angle rotate?
Listen, you got an assertion that Foucault's pendulum, aligns with the rotation of Earth, but you can't show a cause and effect relationship. But now, for a thing you can't show, demonstrate the cause and effect for, you want us to replace it.
Yeah.
Well,
cause and effect of the Foucault pendulum
Can
is
you not
Coriolis.
interrupt people? You were just mentioning that people interrupted you.
So
you big baby, you lost your opportunity, sir.
You have no cause and effect.
So I
Foucault's
just want
pendulum. You assert this happens, but you make no correlation with scientific experimentation.
So here's my question. So I watched.
So I'm not going to replace your fairy tale just because you have it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's really important that you understand this. No, nobody in here made a claim about Foucault's pendulum. Now, if you would like to make a claim, by all means, go ahead.
Well,
I think he had a question about it. He wanted to do an AMA part. So the pendulum swings because they made it to do that.
Oh,
they designed it.
You want to know how it works?
Yeah.
Magnets.
Can I ask my question?
Yes, if you're asking how it works, it's magnets.
Okay, so what I observed was they started the pendulum swinging on a completely straight line, and then over the next hour, it began to rotate slightly off of that line. And I was just wondering,
You mean process? You mean process off that line?
Yeah, its motion moved off of the
according to your
horizontal
theory,
line.
that's because the Earth rotates. Can you show me a cause and effect relationship through demonstration or experimentation? We know the premise.
Okay, so my question is, according to the flat Earth stationary Earth model, what is causing it to deviate from that horizontal line?
We don't have a claim on that.
Okay, so you don't know.
But we don't say it's Earth rotation, even though we couldn't show the relationship in a lab if we wanted to. You just have a theory, and you want people to replace your theory.
See, the problem.
Understand that.
Okay,
I'm just asking how you explain
Earth
that.
flat, replace my Foucault's pendulum theory. I wouldn't explain it because it doesn't matter on a flat Earth.
Okay, so here's another
Conservation
example.
of momentum and loss of momentum, explain that in physics, and we don't need anything else. Kinetic energy.
So what you got here is two things. If you do nothing to the pendulum at all, okay, what will happen?
So if it starts swinging,
okay, no, not start. Okay, okay.
If it is swinging in only one dimension, right?
Oh,
or sorry,
okay.
If it is swinging in only two dimensions, so it's just like following one straight line. Then after about an hour or so, it starts rotating in the third dimension off of that starting line.
No. You totally ignored Crit's question. Why did you do that?
I think you get your answer here is. Let's get to the answer, okay? And your answer will match a flat Earth's answer. That's why I think he wanted to avoid it. Okay, what happens if you do not touch the pendulum at all?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. Do you mean like if it's hanging straight and motionless, or is it already swinging like a pendulum?
Yeah, it's not. How did you observe it? You walked up to a pendulum, and what was it doing?
So I walked up to it, and it was swinging back and forth on a straight
Yeah.
line.
Well, the one you've seen is equipped with magnets so they can keep it going constantly. You know that?
It will stop. How
No,
about this?
the one
Just-
he said he seen when he first came in here,
yeah.
that one is powered by magnets.
Okay, so the flat Earth
So it
model
never
claims that.
stops. So it
So the
never
flat Earth,
stops.
so the flat Earth model claims that all Foucault's pendulums are powered by magnets. Is that the
No,
answer?
no.
No, that's a straw man.
Yeah, that's
See,
a straw man. So the flat Earth says Foucault's pendulum isn't correlated with cause and effect, so it doesn't prove the Earth rotates. That's just a good story.
Well, I'm not asking
about why it precesses. I don't care. You can go through the intricate details of how it precesses, but you can't show me how the rotation of the Earth makes it do that. That's what you can't do. So all you have is a good story. Now you want to know how your good story works if I make the Earth flat. Okay, your pendulum sits on a flat Earth. There you go.
So I'm not claiming that the Earth's rotation is what's making it do this. I'm just asking how the flat Earth makes it do what it does.
What would
How
make
does
it
that work?
precess?
Oh my
We have
God,
no
Ed, he
idea.
told you how it works.
Dude, listen.
What do you think the
Conservation of momentum, loss of momentum, and kinetic energy. That's the only explanation we need on any shape Earth.
See, what you got here is the pendulum's going to swing, and each swing will decrease how far it swings back and forth till eventually it stops. That's what will happen on the flat Earth.
So
now on the globe Earth, they said that this is a perpetual motion machine.
Hey, Crit.
No. That's not what
Arcadia-
the Foucault pendulum is demonstrating.
I just wanted to let you guys know Arcadius came back with a debate now. He says he knows what this it's because of centripetal acceleration is the sun, and he is now going to prove it. So he came in here to prove it.
Okay, let's just make sure. We'll just end up real quick with
We're just going to hop and sketch around. Look,
Yeah,
if your Earth is
who we're talking
constantly
to?
spinning and it's constantly making it precess, then the pendulum, in theory, should never stop. Right? Right,
No.
Chris?
Yeah, no, right? Is that null that we're talking to?
Listen,
here.
if the two
motion that
rotations have aligned and one is now affecting the other, then yes, it's sharing its energy with it, and it would be a infinite supply of energy if Earth was rotating infinitely.
Am I fucking?
Sound
Am
good,
I
no?
here?
Right,
Yeah, go
so
Arcadius. Just 1 second. Let the conversation is going to end momentarily. Okay, give it one. Are you good, Null? You got the answer you're looking for?
I just want to kind of summarize, make sure I understand. So if it starts,
Okay, go ahead, Arcadius. So what's your claim?
I'm not good. You guys go ahead, okay? You guys finish your point, then I'll
Okay.
make my point.
Yeah, no, you don't have to summarize
my
anything.
friend.
Okay,
Thank
just
you, my
say
friend.
check or hold. Do you understand what the answer was, or you don't understand?
not quite. So it starts swinging completely left to right, and then eventually it starts swinging.
You think you got to
into
explain
the,
that part again, huh?
No,
and then eventually
the
it starts
pendulum
swinging
doesn't
into the
start
third
swinging
dimension.
at all. No. Does the pendulum swing on its own?
We don't need to explain how it doesn't. It neither proves or disproves flat or globe. Period.
Well,
because neither one of our theories is going to be able to show a causation relationship.
Okay, I think I got a quick kill on this one.
So-
okay, how about this, Null?
It's non-productive.
What you see the pendulum do is exactly what it does in the flat Earth.
Yeah, what you see is what you get.
Okay, how about that? Does that work for you?
So
You can
what
make
is
your own
it?
story up about it and shape
So-
and rotation and all that, but you can't prove it.
So
if you
if the-
can prove it, I'll wait.
Can this guy shut up? I can't even get a
No.
question out.
Well,
Okay,
you keep
so-
repeating yourself, dude, and it's becoming redundant. Annoying, even.
If the flat
Yeah.
Earth is stationary, then what is causing the pendulum to move in the third dimension?
You did.
We haven't established that movement of Earth causes anything in a pendulum. You haven't demonstrated that through a cause and effect experiment. So who gives a shit?
I'm asking you a question
A
about the
globe
flat Earth
doesn't
model.
do it. Listen, it's not our positive claim. Foucault's pendulum is your positive claim. Now you're trying to switch the burden of proof. Well, prove how it works on flat Earth. No, we're not the one with this story. You got a nice story, but you can't prove it. So what? Next page.
We just have an observation, and I would like to know how the flat earth
No, you have an explanation that goes with it, and you even included that in your presentation. Are you really this lame?
Okay, so you don't know why it does what it
Yes
does.
is the answer then. Right. You are this
Use
lame.
magnets to run that thing once it gets started. There you go. The end of the story.
Okay,
Here's the
magnets.
explanation.
That's all I needed to know. It's magnets.
Okay,
Got it.
fine.
So
we'll
you
go with
can't
that.
prove rotation makes it precess. Is that what you're saying?
I just wanted to know how you explained
Yes or
its
no?
motion.
Can
And so
you prove that
I
Earth's
asked you a
rotation
question.
causes the precession of Foucault's pendulum? Yes or no?
You guys asked. You guys requested questions, and I
That's
asked a
what I
question.
thought. It's
That's
your
it.
story. You tell it.
Thank you
but
for
you'll
answering my
never be
question.
able to prove it, and
Yeah, no
everybody
problem.
knows it.
If you got any more, just jump in anytime. You know.
It's always replace our fairy tale. We say this. What say you? What the hell does that prove?
Bellamont, I think you missed it. Okay, he was
I do
just
have another
asking a
question.
question. He wasn't talking about replacement theory.
Yeah, I do have another question. If you don't mind.
Fire away.
We would have to replace that, Crit, if we gave a theory of what makes a damn pendulum move on a flat Earth.
Okay, so every question you have, fire away. We'll try
I just told
shotgun
him
this
how
or
it works in the museum. Period.
Okay, my other question is it's very similar. It's about the Cavendish demonstration, and I just want to know how the flat Earth explains the movement of the wheel.
Spacetime.
Is that the flat Earth answer? It's space-time?
That makes sense.
Did he say wheel?
I don't know
The
what he's talking about. Wheels.
Yeah, the movement of the wheel.
Yes, in the Cavendish demonstration.
You don't know what that is.
I don't think you know what it is if you think it's got wheels in it.
Yeah.
The Cavendish demonstration, it has a horizontal wheel that's hanging from a string, and with two masses on opposite ends. And then when you place a third mass near one of those masses on the wheel, it rotates towards it, demonstrating gravity. So I was just wondering,
Does gravity have a horizontal or a downwards vector?
it's directionless, according to the robot model.
Really?
I thought it was towards the center of the mass.
That explains why water floats away.
Well, so my question was.
Let's expand on this directionless thing.
So my question was, according to the flat Earth model, what is causing the mass to move towards the other mass?
Space-time.
Okay, that's the flat Earth answer, space-time.
I fail to see how it proved anything, Cavendish. Where was the cause and effect relationship? Who manipulated the cause?
So the wheel with the two masses was stationary; it wasn't moving at all.
The torsion rig.
And then when
is that the cause or the effect?
So I'm answering your question. So the wheel was
trying
hanging.
to establish how you prove gravity. You need a cause and an effect, independent and dependent variable. You manipulate one to prove the other.
Right. So I'm going to tell you that. So the wheel is hanging stationary with two masses on opposite ends of it, and it's stationary. It's not moving at all. And then a third mass is introduced near one of those masses on the wheel, and the wheel starts to spin in the direction where the mass was placed. So the independent variable was the mass introduced to the wheel, and the dependent variable was the motion of the wheel, which was stationary at first, and then it started to spin. So that
Is it
experiment.
because it had density? Like the object had more density than the wheel?
Well, this was horizontal movement, so it was not a matter of.
A horizontal
Does
movement
density cause gravity?
in a mechanical rig.
I mean, I'm asking about the flat Earth model. So, how do you guys explain
to be specific, we're talking about Cavendish.
Yeah, space-time pushes you into your chair.
And just like the pendulum, first before we replace it, we have to establish that it actually proves something. Otherwise, it's just bullshit. It's non-productive.
Again, so I'm asking you.
Prove I'm wrong, and it's not space-time.
I know what you're asking.
No,
Give me the flat Earth story for what causes Foucault's pendulum.
It's because of electromagnetism.
We don't know the cause, but we call it gravity. How about that?
Okay, so you don't know why it does what it does.
No, neither do
Who
you.
started the
You can't.
pendulum? Who started the pendulum? It wasn't swinging to begin with. Who started it? There's your cause right there.
Oh, so are we back to occult now? I just wanted to keep
No,
our
we're all
experiments.
done with that.
It is hard to stay focused. I'll give you that. That's a fair statement.
Yeah, I wanted that other guy to finish his up, but he left already.
But if you guys say you don't know on the flat Earth model why the Cavendish
told
experiment
you.
works, that's well, I've heard several answers, including we don't know.
Well, in
So
your
what?
model, it's a proof of something, and so you're trying to tell me what does it prove in my model?
No,
And I
I'm
told
trying.
you, it
I'm
causes
asking you what causes it according to the flat Earth model.
Space-time warping.
Same thing. Who built the apparatus? Whoever built it created the thing. Like, it's a machine.
But it starts out
I
stationary.
don't believe it proves gravity. I don't believe it manipulates gravity as a variable, whether independent or dependent. You say that the weight or the mass is the cause, and then in your theory, you say gravity causes weight, but you haven't established that gravity causes weight, and it's shown a cause and effect. So you didn't establish gravity with Cavendish, so I don't really feel the need to replace it. So it's an unknown force that nobody knows the cause of to this day. There are quite a few theories, but nobody.
This battle.
Point here.
battle mod
You know
person.
the by curvature of a space-time. You know what's
This-
like a space-time is?
I know
This
what
battle mod person
relativity
seems
is.
very, very focused on trying to argue against the globe Earth swing, but I'm just asking a question. I just want to know
I
how
know you're.
the flat
Listen,
Earth model
guy.
is playing.
Listen, we're not dumb. You're saying replace this, but I'm saying it didn't prove anything, so I don't need to.
Okay, so you're not willing to answer questions about the flat Earth model.
No, I'm willing to be specific about my claims. I'm not some little bitch who just makes vague. Just because you challenge me to replace this, I'm not going to do that. That's speculation. So nobody really knows the cause of that. We have no cause and effect relationship experimentation or demonstration. But most commonly, people call it gravity, and there's many different theories about it.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Flat Earth people don't know why the Cavendish experiment
How
works.
does that
Got
prove
it.
a globe? That becomes a question.
Space-time.
I'm not here to
you-
prove the globe. I just asked a question.
You guys are a bunch of
Thank you for
bad
answering.
faith.
Listen, I
What are
know
you here to do?
All right.
what
You're done,
doing.
y'all, for a minute. Okay,
I know.
Arcade, go ahead with your debate. You made a claim. Let's hear it.
Yeah, why you guys think like fucking sun rotates, dude? Because I said it rotates because of
Wait,
centripetal.
what? I'm going to need a
All right.
translator.
You said it rotates because of centripetal what?
Centripetal acceleration.
Okay, now go ahead and prove that. And we're going to wait. And
Okay.
Battlemod's going to ask you a few more questions, I'm sure.
I don't know. I might need a translator.
You know what is a centripetal acceleration is? Take a fucking rope, okay? Tie a fucking rock at the end of the rope and rotate it, okay? You will feel a tug in your hand. What's the cause of the tug, dude? Because of centripetal acceleration,
No,
okay?
I'm laughing
You
because
feel
you thought you had to explain this.
yeah, because I have to, dude, because you don't know about this, okay? That's why you're making the
Who
claim
told you
to spite.
that?
So you think the sun is being held by a rope and going around the planet?
Right, that's what he thinks.
No, it's held by a fucking gravitational force. That's why it's going around the fucking planet. It's not, okay?
You got it all
It's not
backwards.
going around.
You got it backwards.
It's
Whatever you think, you got it totally wrong.
okay. All right. Sorry,
Spark
dude.
it up,
Yeah.
man.
I like how their argument starts with a premise you have to accept first.
All right, that was a good debate. Now, what? Who's next? We'll go back to
Showing this argument that requires the acknowledgement of the premise
gravity in a
based on
closet.
malformed arguments and
Gravity making things fly around in closets. Things that fall down go sideways in a closet.
Listen, the
Why
Glovers
do you
on the
think that Earth
internet
does not? Why do
say,
you think? What's stopping Earth to fall into sun, dude? Earth's sun is fucking massive. Why Earth is not
Another
falling into this
claim.
fucking sun?
Another
falling
claim.
into the sun.
Yeah, it's not a claim. It's a question. I'm asking you a straightforward
I don't
question.
know. Why would
Why
Earth
the
fall into the sun? Because
Yeah,
of your
It's
go
a
ahead.
theory?
more question. It's a
Because,
presumption.
Hold
because
on. Because of your theory?
not because of my theory, dude. It's a proven fact. Okay.
What if your
It's because
proven
of
fact is
gravitational
wrong?
attraction.
You keep saying proven
Yeah,
fact, but
you're wrong,
actually
dude. Okay,
mainstream
you're wrong.
science and academia knows it's not a 100% absolution.
It is 100% absolution,
Science
dude.
doesn't
In
prove
classical world,
facts.
I can because your brain is smooth, dude.
No,
Wait,
it'll
what?
never be
Ad
100%
hominem.
because it is science. There's always room for added knowledge or growth in knowledge. You should know that.
But in class, it depends. Okay, it depends on the time scale. It depends on the length scale. Okay, in the length scale in classical physics. Okay, in things which are not really large, the Newtonian physics is it's valid, totally valid.
Cause a
Okay,
part
there's
outside
no
the local
contradiction.
universe. Who cares?
I can fuck it. Okay, you are not letting me respond. Okay, so
You're
in length
going
scale,
from
which are
one
smaller
thing to
than
the next.
because I have to explain you why the certain things are valid. Okay,
Classical
and
mechanics.
they're
Mansplain?
Newtonian physics, you have to explain that to us.
yeah. Why do you think the Newtonian physics is valid
No,
Mm.
in
I'm asking you to
smaller
validate
than
it. You think you got to explain it to me, and that's just going to prove your. Let me explain
because
to
of
him what
quantum?
he hasn't read, and people have read it. And theoretical quantum physics does. It's not going to help you
Yeah,
any.
theoretical? What is quantum physics, dude? Tell me. Okay, and I will shut up.
Oh my
What
god.
do you mean? Yeah, go on, dude.
I said
Tell me
none of
what is
that's
quantum
going to
physics.
help you.
Yeah, go on. Tell me what do you mean by quantum physics, dude? Okay.
Any theoretical quantum physics is not going to help you prove gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you know that?
it's
Are you
theoretical.
doing research?
Okay,
Yeah, it's theoretical.
because
Don't you have
the
experimental evidence of fucking
electrons
gravity, dude?
spin around. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So that means gravity. Okay, I get what you mean. Oh,
Well, oh yeah. Why the electrons are moving around the fucking proton, dude? Okay. Go ahead. Answer the question. Okay.
Magnetism,
because yeah,
electromagnetism,
Magnetism.
yep.
Fucking,
and
you
that's a
fucking moron.
theory.
Because of
This is
electrostatic
quantum
force.
theory.
This is quantum theory. Your quantum theory is mom's ass, dude. You don't know anything about quantum theory, okay?
I can't understand
Okay.
half the words you say. So that's
Yeah,
what?
you can,
What did
dude.
you say? No,
Your
you
mom's
don't.
ass, dude. Listen to
You
Oh
that,
don't
man.
enunciate.
dude.
Is English not your first language?
No, I'm saying clearly, dude. I'm putting it really fucking straight, okay? You can't fucking
Oh, that's a
comprehend it.
matter of
It's your
opinion.
fucking,
It's not that I
that's your
can't
fucking,
read.
Even
it's
that
your
sentence is
fucking
pretty
problem. You
confusing.
I can't
that simple
understand what the fuck
Yeah.
you're saying. How the hell could I comprehend it?
because your brain
If
is
you
smooth, dude. Okay, you
if
got
you
no
can't
fucking
enunciate a
wrinkles on your
fucking
brain.
word, don't use it.
What do you mean enunciate? What's the meaning of the
Damn.
word enunciate,
That's the killer. Final nail.
dude?
Speak
I'm not
properly.
gonna ask the last question, okay?
If you
Why
can't
do you
say a
think the Earth?
word properly, it's not the person's fault that's listening to you because they can't understand. It's because you don't speak proper English.
Okay, okay. I don't
I'm
speak
not
proper
trying to
English. That's
ridicule. I'm just trying to tell you I really didn't understand what you said after that. You said it too quick and it all kind of melted together. And then you got offended and lifted off with your girly voice and went effeminate. It's your fuck, fuck, fuck. And so now we're just lost. Most of
we
us.
are lucky.
Maybe you know where you are. I wouldn't doubt that. But
Okay, dude. I'm gonna ask last question. Okay. Oh shit. This is the end of the conversation. Okay. All right.
now I was waiting
No,
for you
dude,
to answer your fucking question. What the
dude.
fuck is wrong
Generally,
with these kids, man?
yeah. Like, hey, Bellman, let's
Yeah,
try
you
to
stop
just
me.
Okay. Hey, what we're doing here is a continuous conversation that happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay. So it's not going to be the end as soon as you run out of questions because other people could ask you something, and if you want to answer, if you
It's
don't
the
want
end
to
of the
answer.
conversation with me, right? It's the end of the conversation with me because you guys can't engage with me, right?
No, that's not true. We're still waiting for you to formulate a coherent question or point.
I asked you a I asked you a very simple question. Okay, I said,
Okay,
what's the cause?
can you hear me okay or not? Am I not coming through?
Yeah, I can hear it clearly.
Okay, so if you feel like the end of the conversation has happened, and it's happened because I'm just going to put myself in here, okay? Because of me, and I
No,
tell
not because
you,
of you. Because of that fucking guy who is the fucking white trash. Like the
okay,
fucking guy
well,
who's wearing a.
okay, who don't you want to talk to? Just say, hey, I'm not getting anywhere with you. I want to
I'll
move on.
take that. Go ahead, Crit.
The battle mod, dude.
Okay, so where are we
let's
at
go,
then?
dude.
Okay.
I'm white trash because I can't understand your English, but that's cool.
Okay. All right. That's the end of the conversation. We acted in bad faith.
We?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we. You,
And
you know what I
we
like,
attacked each
kid. I
other.
feel a little sorry for you, but I like.
Okay, dude. I can't, dude. Flat earthers are really smart. They're geniuses. So they're proving all of the fucking world wrong, and they think they're right.
I
I'm
was just
wrong, dude.
talking
You
about.
think I'm right.
I like.
Let's go,
Just
dude.
talking about
Hell
you
yeah,
as a
dude.
person. You're
All of
all
the
right.
physics is wrong. Okay, you guys are doing,
Are
high
you
level
okay in
theoretical
life,
physics.
man? You don't need help.
No,
You
I'm yeah.
schizo, man? Like, you need
You
a
you want
therapist?
us to send you some help or something, bro? We can get you some help.
You want us to do a group
You
hug
need
for you?
some help for believing that garbage. The
You need
thinking that Earth is
some
flat.
therapy or
Yeah, your moms need therapy,
maybe
dude.
a
For
welfare check. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you last question, dude. Okay, this is gonna be my last question. Okay.
Say
All
it
right.
real clearly.
Okay. It will be real clear. Okay.
You
We'll
sure
make
you want to
to
talk to
your
the white
brains
trash
and
guy?
yeah. I'm asking you a question, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Okay. You're not a white trash guy. Okay. You're a fucking nice guy. Okay. You're a nice guy. Okay. All right. All right. Why you think? What's holding you together? Okay. What's the force behind? Yeah, tell me, dude.
What's
Are
holding
you
you together?
hold up. Are you asking me
Yeah,
what gives
why you
matter
exist? Yeah,
shape and form? Are you asking what
yeah,
gives
why you
matter
exist?
shape and form? I would say
Why you
frequency.
exist?
Frequency. We
What
exist.
frequency? Because of frequency. Can
Vibration.
you
Yes. It gives order
vibrate?
to matter,
Yeah,
shape, and
a
form.
thing is moving. Give me a
And
thing.
we know we
Okay,
exist within a human frequency. So
okay, okay. All right.
What?
Take a box. Okay, put some rice on it. Okay, and shake it, vibrate it. Okay, with a certain frequency. And do you see any audit in there?
not that type of frequency.
Not that type of frequency. What kind of frequency, dude?
That's just the frequency at which you shake some rice, dude.
Tell me what
You've never
frequency do you
seen
exist at?
cymatics of acoustic waves,
Waves. What do you
where
mean
they,
by waves? What
yeah,
are
well,
waves?
like where you put
What-
sand on a speaker and you watch
Do you
it.
know? Do you understand? Do you
You change.
understand what when someone says there is a wave? What happens around that fucking thing? I'm asking you a question. Do you
What
understand what is a
happens
wave?
around an electromagnetic wave?
Yeah, what happens around electromagnetic waves?
I mean, can you
What
be
is
more
happening?
specific?
Yeah, what's causing the light to travel? Okay, the light is an electromagnetic wave. Okay,
Light's not the only thing that travels in waves.
yeah, there are a lot of things, but light is an electromagnetic wave. And what causing the light to move forward? Okay, go ahead, answer the question.
It'd be theoretical. We don't really know.
Yeah, a bit
We could
theoretical.
talk
Okay.
about we could talk about wave function, frequency,
Can you
amplitude.
just tell? Can you just say that you don't know anything about it? You don't know anything about physics. You don't know anything about
So a wave is
planetary rotation.
whatever. It's just
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
disturbance that transports energy from one location to another. That's a wave. It can be an
That's
EMF
that's the
wave.
only
It can
thing
be
we
a
know.
light wave.
EMF wave.
Yeah, it's going
What
to have
happened? I'm just
wavelength, amplitude, a power, a time, a oscillation. What? But to say what
I'm
causes
asking you a
it
question.
is
Yeah.
going to get
What
into
causes the
theoretical concepts. I'm perfectly
because
fine
of
with ambiguity, and I would say that we don't rightly know as human beings now, but we
because
have a lot
okay
of
because of
theories on it. But we have a lot of theories on it.
yeah because
So
of
now, if
variation of electric field and magnetic field. Because of that variation, we have electromagnetic waves. Okay, and
well,
what
we
is an
do,
electric field? Yeah.
and the
So
Schumann
what's an electric
resonance
field?
also. So it's
Yeah,
electromagnetic
what's an electric?
wavelengths.
Yeah, that's the reason. When the electric field and magnetic field is varying, there is an electromagnetic wave. Okay, and why you think what's an electric field? Okay, what's in magnetic field? Tell me.
An EMF field.
Yeah, what's not an EMF field? I'm just asking you what's an electric field. Okay, when you have like a magnet and another magnet, they attract each other. Okay, they're attracting. They're attracting because of magnetic field. And what's a field? Okay, go ahead, answer the question.
Well, that magnetic field is an electromagnetic field.
Yeah, what's the field? What is a field? Okay, when you say
Well, it
there's an
surrounds
electromagnetic,
movement of charged particles. Yeah, right.
no,
Is that what you're
no,
looking for?
that's not,
That's what
no,
creates
that's
a
not,
physical field.
no, that's not correct. No, it's force per unit charge. Okay,
Charged
it's
particles
force.
exert attraction
No,
force.
no, force divided. There's a force per unit charge. It's called in field. Okay.
That's a SI unit for fields. Yeah.
No, that's
That's
not an SI unit. That's the definition of electric field. Okay. That's how we define electric field. That's how we define any fucking field. Okay. It's a force divided by some mass unit. Okay. In terms of electric field, there's a charge. In terms of magnetic field, that's in magnetic monopole. Okay. So that's in field. Okay.
yeah. What
Where was
happens in
I?
between the two poles because it's dipole movement, right? You need movement of charged particles to create electric.
I Yeah, movement of charged particle causes a magnetic field, but that's not. I'm
It's not the
asking for you. Okay?
definition of a field, but who gives a fuck about the semantics? What's your point?
This is not a semantic. That's how we fucking define
It
it.
is.
Okay. Okay.
And saying
We
that
have
a
yeah.
frequency
Go on.
gives shape to matter and form, that's just speculation. And quantum theory does this every day. So what's the big deal?
No, quantum theory does not do that every day. It's based
It's
on
not a field
experimental
of
data.
background.
I can do.
Experimental
Thank
data
you very much for your.
on what
Thank you
theoretical
for your kind
purpose.
words and your. You guys are great at listening. Thank you very much. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna fucking leave this fucking voice chat because you guys are great. Thank you guys.
You curse a lot, you know that? Well, at least he was polite when he wasn't cussing.
Who's next?
Not me. Somebody else go. Where you guys get your batting gloves on, man?
Well, I got a machine triple counting parts right now, so I'm like watching a fire at work at the same time. I'm on here talking with another guy saying, so we're throwing a hypothesis out to the other people so they know to leave it alone till I get there.
You at work running a lathe?
No, I write automation software now for that company.
Oh hell, that's a good job. You give it to us, we play with it when we put it in there, make it work right.
We come up with ways to count parts off machines that count every single time, depending on the machine. old-fashioned machines. We use proximity sensors, air pressure switches, and pressure sensors to detect certain times when in 360 degrees we can guarantee a part was dropped because the bar was fed out and the cutoff went forward and the tray moved forward to catch a part. If those three line up, that's the kind of stuff we're
So you're giving
doing.
real-time production. This is where we're at on your order.
Yeah, exactly. Real time to the second on the
Yeah,
screen.
I got some buddies that run a lathe shop, so they got bar feeds.
Yep, I can automate all that for them and give it to them in real time. It's pretty easy. I use a lot of banner engineering stuff for that, for the old stuff, and it's pretty damn reliable.
Like Bruce Banner?
No.
Yeah, basically. They got some cool ass sensors, that's all I know. So does Keon's.
We'll sit on back and have a banana. Will I tell you about my main man, Dr. Bruce Banner?
Yeah, I know about Banner, a thing or two.
The homeboy Bruce ain't all that mean, but if you raise his temper, he will turn green.
Yeah.
His feet get big and everybody knows that he's a Hulk. You ain't never heard that? It was Run DMC, like the beginning of rap.
Old.
I still don't get that kid's point. Why is it always, we got this theory about why this works on a globe? Replace it. But I couldn't validate
Because
my
when someone has observable phenomena and it's explained by the globe Earth, they want to have that same level of explanation from the not globe.
I get that, but if it isn't an established
needy and
fact by
insecure?
cause and effect demonstration, then why do I need to replace it? That's what I don't get.
But like, what's the specific example
Needy
that
and
he's looking to have replaced?
So by the way, these are hydromets if you ever heard of these.
I
We live on a turtle.
I wouldn't mind hearing
turtles
more
all the way
about
down.
about the automation engineering.
You turtling?
Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
F.E. Warden, can you send me a DM?
Trying to slide in them DMs, eh?
DMing?
There's actually four
Yeah, I'm trying to network.
universes. There's the Michelangelo universe, and
He's
then
fucking
there's the
with the bar feeds and
Donatello.
the builds.
Networking?
Hydromat, they're the one that do the rotary machines and shit.
Yeah, this guy deserved to be muted. That was a good call.
Multi-spindle rotary chuckers.
So how was everyone's Tuesday?
Okay.
Twice as nice.
Do you hate the gods?
What?
I don't
Do
hate
you
anybody.
hate the gods? Do you hate them?
I don't hate
Which
anybody.
ones?
Right.
The younger generation mostly, but some of the older too.
Did he say guys or gods?
I heard gods.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
the younger generation.
Of gods. Oh, the
Of
demi.
gods?
Oh, the
Yeah,
demi.
but also
So
some
the
of the
Greek
older,
gods, or
some of the older ones. They deserve to be hated also.
what
does them being old make them? How does that make them true?
It's like the Titans and the.
Oh, what? That's a total non sequitur. I asked you if you hated the gods.
Yeah, which gods? I like all stories. Odin, Zeus, Poseidon.
Brit.
Can we be specific? You're one of them.
Yeah, like which one of the gods do you hate the most?
Have you been watching that show, American Gods?
Astros.
No, I've seen it. I heard about it. I didn't watch
Ahura
it.
Mazda?
Like ads or whatever.
That one? Which god? Ahura Mazda? Yahweh?
Fine.
Baal?
I once told my
That'll be
African
good.
American studies professor that Thor is a cooler god than the African spider god.
I mean, of course he is. What the fuck? That's not even a question. Thor is king of the gods. I mean,
Hey,
bro,
listen, I
he's
like
the
that
rider in the
series,
clouds with the
The
lightning and
American
the.
Gods.
Oh,
I like that movie too.
Sounds like
this is
Zeus.
better than a fucking spider. Like, fuck.
He said, "Do you hate the gods?" I don't know your
That is
god.
mighty hammer. He
Eru
thunders in
Iluvatar
the
is
dome
just
of the
objectively
sky.
better than every other gods.
Who?
Eru Iluvatar. Did I stutter?
No, I was just talking over you and not listening.
I'm gonna stick with
Who the
Ahura
fuck is he?
Mazda. That's my man, Ahura.
Your man's a whore?
Ahura Mazda.
Yeah.
Zoroastrian.
Personally, the god I hate the most is Zeus.
Release the Kraken.
Why do you hate Zeus so much?
What did Zeus ever do to you?
Everything. Like, because he's king of the gods, right? He's the one that makes. He's making sure that like his friends, they get what they want, and us, we're just slave to the gods.
Okay.
And he doesn't care about us.
You're gonna have to
Okay.
deal
Sounds
with
like,
it.
a lot like Satan.
All I can tell you is you have to deal with it.
Sit, boy, sit.
I do have to deal with it. That's accurate. That's a correct statement. Yes.
So don't complain.
You play chess?
I'm not. I'm complaining, but at the same time, I'm also looking for a solution. I'm looking for a way to lock him down somewhere in
Don't
Tartarus
worship
or
the
something.
gods. There's your solution.
So is the Earth a globe or is it flat, Rice?
Hang on. I got one more thing.
No, we gotta get back on track here. So
release the Kraken, Crit.
yeah. So Rice, is it a globe or is it a flat?
Oh, it is a flat.
You're a party pooper, dude.
Okay, I can see why you don't like Zeus then, because Zeus kicked Atlas's ass, and now Atlas has to hold the ball up for all of eternity.
Right.
So I can,
and Atlas is the brother of my god, which is Prometheus.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see why you're kind of pissed at.
I want Prometheus to reign
I don't
and
like
rule
that
over the
guy.
earth,
I don't
like
like
he
that
did
guy.
like he did in the old days.
Fuck Prometheus. Yes, I guess I do hate your god then.
Well, Prometheus is the one I like.
I'm joking.
That's okay. You can hate him. Like some people like Zeus. I don't. That's fine. It may matter.
See, Prometheus is an interesting one too, because a lot of sci-fi likes to touch on the concepts, like the Greek stories and whatnot.
Didn't he steal something from the gods, man? Any guy that is
Well,
so
he
good,
didn't really.
he can go steal from the gods. That he's all right in my book.
Well, he didn't really steal. What he did was he gave fire to humans when Zeus said, "Don't do it,"
Which was a trade secret, and it was in violation of copyright law. Come on.
Yes. Copyright laws, indeed.
He broke the divine law.
He gave us fire. We are his creation, and Zeus was kind of pissed because, like, he went a bit too far
So
with
you
us. Made
saying
us a bit too
Prometheus
good.
was
So
down here mating with mortals?
no, he fashioned us from clay.
One of the stories I like
Prometheus fashioned all the animals, as his brother Epimetheus gave them attributes such as claws and wings, and gave them ways to thrive and fend for themselves. When it came to man, Epimetheus, because he's forgetful, had a gotten a gift for men. He had nothing to give us. We have no claws, no wings, nothing. But Prometheus saw this. He knew, right? So he made us in a way with hands and stuff, right, that we could have an advantage even without those gifts. Not only this, he gave us fire, and the goddess of wisdom gave us the butterfly, which is the ability to
Is that
ever
Sophia?
transform. To yes, well, Sophia is not the name, is the literal word for wisdom, but it'd be like Athena, which was birthed out of the skull of Zeus by Prometheus when he took the axe and he opened the skull. She gave us the butterfly again, signifying the ability to ever move on, transform, create, change, adapt.
One of the stories I like is that when I watched the Wonder Woman movie, the original, or not the original one, but the one that just came out a couple of years ago. And at the end, I'm a spoiler here, but she does win. Okay, everyone knows she wins. So she defeats the god of war, Ares, and after he's defeated, she doesn't understand why everyone kept fighting. When she was fighting him, he said, "You need to be stopped. What you're doing to humanity is wrong." And he like laughed at her. He said, "You think I'm doing this? They're doing that all on their own. I haven't got involved with human like warfare for centuries, right? This is all them, you know."
Because we were created with the blood of the Cyclops, we are very violent in nature, indeed.
What?
We are like the gods, no different than the gods
Okay.
and the Cyclops before us.
Have you guys been watching that Has Been Hotel cartoon where the queers canonically go to hell?
What?
No, but I seen they passed a bill in Idaho that
I
would
did
give
see that.
pedophiles a death sentence.
Also saw it.
So, like when Zeus flooded the
Hey, yeah,
world,
back to
right?
flat Earth.
Yeah, this is flat Earth stuff. Is the flood, right? When
No.
Zeus flooded the
You're just talking ghost stories and shit.
Yeah, let's try to go like so. We got a little bit off
Where's
topic.
Heretic? Let loose the Kraken.
How about Callie? What do you got?
He ain't got Medusa's head. We can
No,
take
I don't
that.
have anything.
You got nothing. You got the whole Tesseract in your profile picture.
Well, if Wonder Woman beat Ares,
I have thoughts, but no, proof.
Everybody done beat Ares' ass now, huh? Didn't Zeus' son beat him down too?
I like the whole Xena warrior princess take on Ares. He didn't even
Clash of the
try.
Titans.
Like
I mean, there was the Zeus thing, then there was
wait,
the
Eddie's
Lieutenant Tin thing.
officer on deck. Down the weatherman.
Hey, Crit. Hey, Mike.
You gotta say carry on because our heels are locked together right now.
Carry on.
Hail Sagan. May the Carl be with you.
Or at ease. As you were.
It is what it is. Glory, did you see her? Is Glory here? Did I see Glory here?
Yeah, he was a little bit ago. He left though.
Did you see?
Wasn't it Perseus that whooped Ares' ass in the Clash of the Titans?
Hey, Balamod, what the fuck, dude?
I'm just wondering how Ares was the god of war. He's getting his ass kicked all the time.
Okay, go ahead, Dan. You said you had something for Glory, but he's not here.
The MMM site has got a Glory T-shirt that says "It is what it is."
Oh, that's really funny.
Totally. Totally. I'll find it and paste it.
Yeah, I generally call that just unconditional acceptance. Man, whatever it is, just go with it. You know, it is what it is, man.
Where you been today, Dan?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I guess offline a little bit. I was listening to Gems for a minute.
Oh, Gems is always fun.
Kind of.
Fun to listen to.
And let's see, where's the chat here? This is the a glory T-shirt. It's pretty good. Pretty damn funny. All right, here we go. Can someone tell me why the chat's different here than everywhere else? Why is it it's so
They ain't gave
people
us our
only
own
people
text
in
lobby.
the call can use it? Is that why it's this way?
What? Why is
Yeah,
it well structured and run like a professional room?
Look, he's asking why we don't have our own personalized text lobby yet, and I'd say that's a fair question, brother.
Oh, I like it like this.
Every time you click off the damn thing, you gotta click back on it and click the little box up there and go to this hidden fucking text lobby.
It's because of all the different guest rooms. They change order. We're not always in the same order. So if they were to try to put a text channel in line, it wouldn't match. Sometimes you're like they would get
Yeah,
out of order.
I'm with you, Crit. The server changes too much. They rearrange
Yeah.
stuff too much.
Well,
It
how
figures
they move them around. They move the channels around based on whatever they got going on. So they have to move the text channel to match.
more work.
Yeah, extra clicks.
You damn skippy it is.
So I kind of got something worth a fuck to share.
A lot of them.
I could write a bot that does that in one command. Easy.
Yeah, if you sync the rules with another lobby, yep. Just put it on auto sync. Go ahead, Dan, though. Finish your sentence.
So I get hassled by all the ballers all the time. And you guys just don't fucking look, and you claim this and you claim that, but you don't look nothing up. So I started thinking to myself, like, fuck off, of course, right? And so I'm like, what are they talking about? You can't just find anything, And I decided, I'm going to look up a rocket launch, in space. Like, I want to see, like, I decided, I'm trying to find a statement that I made about this is like, I'm trying to find something from the ISS that's interesting, like shooting stars or planets or, like something interesting, the moon, they just never pan around and show anything worth a shit, right? So I decided to type in rocket launch from the ISS. And sure enough, there kind of is one, kind of. And you go look close. I'm trying to find the link. You go look at it, and it's like, fucking looks like all that CGI post production stuff that we see all the time. And it's like the stuff that they never show during the day. Of course, I'm tripping out. I can't find it right this sec. Paste it. Let's see. Fine. So it turns out, here it is. Okay, so the challenge is, I think it's bullshit, and I'll paste it somewhere here. And it's just like, I decided, well, I can't just decide this is bullshit. I got to check out another launch, right? Turns out in 45 years or whatever of manned space, there isn't shit. There isn't shit at all. There's like just this. And then we look at this and it's like, there's an air glow we're not used to seeing. There's a blue air glow that we're not used to seeing.
Well, check this out. Now that you mention it, don't be surprised if we don't see something like that in 6 months.
Yeah, exactly. No, it gets worse, right? So I go to this site and I look up what's going on, and there's shit. Listen to this list of shit that we never see that I could show you right now. A huge band of satellites going by, like all the ones that are at the 22,000 mile mark, just going by like a freeway. Planets, constellations, moonsets, and it's only on this one site. And I'm like, what the fuck, right? So, of course, I look up the dude, and it's part of an Italian outreach, and everyone's like, well, that guy's just an enthusiast. And even this video, if you guys could see, I put it in chat. It's supposedly from 2051 stills, and it's not video at all. And so there's no rockets in space. It's like there's no video or film of a rocket coming up through the atmosphere. And it would be awesome, be incredible. They should, of course, they should do it. So anyway, I start looking up the rest of the shit, and I'm seeing satellites whipping by, and I'm going, "What do you mean satellites whipping by? Like we've never seen this." They tell
The
us
South
too
should
far
take
away.
over the USA and segregate again. Thank you.
So I'm like, they're proving something from these cameras on this YouTube that we never see anywhere else. You know, obviously at night they're still going black. They still they finally put an infrared camera up there, but they're not showing us.
I agree. We should segregate the blacks.
12 hours a day. 12 hours a day. They're going
that's not
dark.
gonna happen, no.
I meant to
They
call
wanna
them darks.
That's
Heinous. I think we should segregate the delusional Muppets from honest, hardworking people.
What do you mean by delusional Muppets?
I mean, you.
Me?
No one else was confused. You're the one confused.
So,
yeah, what are we going to do with them? Send them to China or something?
That'd be nice.
Still there, Mike?
I watched a video you posted. I'm not seeing anything that it was like lots of stuff like that red, like the red
Lots
thing
of
kind of
stuff we're not
appeared.
used to seeing, right?
Yeah.
Lots of stuff we don't usually see. There's 1,000 videos on the YouTube full of shit we've never seen. Like I said, constellations,
So good.
fucking planets, of course, night lights and lightning, but all this weird red air glow, green air glow, blue air glow, moon sets. It's got to be all CGI, but he says it's from stills, which makes it an animation. I don't know what he does to modify them, but the ballers are on one hand saying he's just an enthusiast and it's not NASA shit, and on the other hand, there aren't any fucking rocket launches. If I show you guys this next one, give you a timestamp, you won't fucking believe all the shit in the sky. I mean, it's just like, like what? You know, so they're always saying, "Oh, we can't really see satellites," and I'm going, "Are you kidding me?" And I'll get you a timestamp on this. It's like 4 minutes in, maybe, where the sky sort of changes and gets clear, where you can see the stars clear up. If you guys fast forward, and so from like 4 to 6 minutes, there is just a shitload of stuff going from left to right. And I'm going, whoa, what the fuck, right? What the fuck? What the fuck? And what is all that? And then somebody told me it's totally normal. Of course, the ballers are like, it's totally normal. And I go to this, he makes me go to this site to show like the tracking. And sure as shit, this video looks just like the tracking of what would be all these satellites out at 22,000 miles. And it's like a fucking freeway. I mean, like it's a heavy path like ants, like a path. And it looks like bullshit. And we've always seen the plotting of it looks like bullshit. But here supposedly is a video of them. And I'm thinking to myself, if you could see these fuckers just shining in the sun, we could see them from here. Which, whether it's early morning or, early night, we should be seeing shit gleaming in the sky. Not only that, if there's this much shit in the sky, every picture from Noah and fucking Himawari and the other one, Epic, all that shit. There should be shit in the way all the time of looking at Earth. And when we look at the moon, there should be a huge band of traffic going across. Sometimes, like I don't know when, but this supposed band of satellites in geosynchronous, I think it's, or geostationary, whatever, geostationary orbit. It's like, if they're there, we should be able to turn a camera up and see them all day long. It's hundreds or thousands in a line like ants, and not a tight line like ants, in a loose field of fucking chaos. Have you guys seen this yet? Can you see what I'm talking about? The video that says ISS time lapse Farmer and Samantha go like 3 minutes in, and you'll start seeing all this left to right behavior that I think is meteors, but I doubt it. It's probably satellites. I mean, I'd rather think it's meteors, but it's probably satellites. And if it's satellites, like I said, it matches this other chart here at the Armchair Astronaut, where you can see essentially the same thing.
Do you happen to know the specific definition of what a meteor is? And if not, could you look it up and read it to us?
No, I could tell you what I think it might be, but I don't care to do.
All right, yeah. Let's start with that. What do you think it is?
Well, if there's any kind of dome, it could be condensation, and it could be, some sort of supercharged plasma charge condensation of something.
Okay, I saw the video of the part you're talking about. So right after it gets past the Borealis, then there's a bunch of little white specks that seem to be pointing, that move towards Earth on the left-hand side.
I don't think they're moving towards Earth, but okay. I mean, they're
okay. They're moving kind of like top to bottom, if you will. Then
more left to right, and there's shit.
Oh yeah, okay.
Throughout the whole video, shit.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't frame it very well. It kind of moves, left to right.
Yeah, and then some of them aren't really.
One thing you can tell.
Huh?
One thing you can tell you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, that is the problem. And we've always said, hey, they don't show nighttime shit from the live shot. They don't show these air glows. They don't show city lights and lightning at night. So we've always said this is post-production.
This is so fake that it has to be real.
So now we're going to catch them on this, though, because this is saying that with a fucking Nikon, a Nikon D5, through the window, they can see, constellations, planets, and satellites. And it's like, really? It's only this YouTube that shows it. It's like, someone's got to come clean on this. Can we see that shit or not?
Right here, Dan, this is stuff you're talking about, right?
Where are you?
I posted in the text chat.
Yeah, I guess those are them. Not really. I mean, they're more clustered together.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what you're seeing.
I tried to pick anything that wasn't moving directly in unison, anything that was moving outside of that.
Let me get you a timestamp because I'm not sure why you're struggling with that.
Well, here, I'll cap it.
Can I share a screen here?
Yeah, you can do that too.
All right, let me just do that because we can go through it. Watch, check it out. Okay, so here it's going to come up. Here I'm going to do the share screen behavior. Over here, boom, boom, and boom. And Homeboy is at the beginning. Can you guys see?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so whatever this shit is in the sky now, I don't think is actually stars. I think it's like something on the plexiglass on the window. So in a second or in a minute here, it'll get clear and it'll look like the sky supposedly does. I don't, like I said, I don't know what this field of stars is now. It looks like it's coming over the Earth, but it's nothing like this. Okay, so now we just came into focus, and you can see one object now traveling here across this way.
Yeah.
And here's another here, and one here, and one down here.
Is this
and one here that just shined bright, one over
If
here,
you,
one over
if you
here going
if
up.
if you ask me, it looks like cartoons.
Okay,
Looks like what?
I'm getting close to the part I was looking at.
It's supposed to be the aurora borealis.
Well,
Look
but
at the-
we're seeing objects above it.
Oh,
Tons of them.
I meant the red and the green.
Oh,
Yeah, here, Dan, look on the left-hand side
Yeah,
right now.
I see those lights traveling across the screen.
And there's a shitload more, and they're consistent.
I
Here,
used to
look, boom,
look
boom,
at a
boom,
lot
boom,
of
boom,
those.
boom, boom. Look down here, boom, 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 boom. This one's going down.
I used
This
to
one's
look at
going
a
up.
lot of
This
those,
one's
and
swinging in.
I had the idea that
Here,
there were
look-
millions of spacecraft just right out there outside.
Here,
Look at
here,
look at the
here,
left side here. Right,
About
is about to appear.
20 years ago.
Yeah, there's some more shit that starts over here.
Yeah,
But,
that's what I was talking
But it's
about.
only during this couple of minutes when the sun's in the right position. They're here down low. They start to appear down low here.
Yeah, they're this. These are the ones I was talking about.
Here,
Yeah.
here.
That's when I screen capped it. I
Look at that.
circled.
Yeah,
It
I see
shows
it,
the
Dan.
satellites. What the fuck?
Yeah, look
There's
at-
a jillion of them, right?
See how
Yeah, now I see a whole cluster of movement.
Yeah, there's been clusters. I'm going to back up a couple of clicks here.
Yeah,
This
just a
one's
couple
on the
seconds.
left. There's
Then look at-
a bright, lots of them.
Yeah,
Lots
look at
of
the
shit.
screen cap I did. The spots I had circled. That's what I was talking about. If you kind of compare
Right?
this.
So I see one rocket launch in all of space, and it turns out when I go to the site, I see now the only site that's got satellites in space. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like there's lots of them here. And I'm assuming.
How do you know that ain't a spaceship? I'm just asking.
Well, I don't
For a
fucking
friend.
know. I don't fucking know. And then as an explanation, copy right here, it looks totally the same when you go to this shit and blow it up. Hang on, let it start up here. When you look at this top left part of the screen, it looks exactly the same. Like a whole fucking train of that shit should be up there, according to these guys. Then there it is. We've seen it for the first time now. So I'm tripping because there should be some pretty cool images of that shit, like the Sandra Bullock movie, There should be a whole highway of that shit that gets in the way of lots of photography and lots of trajectory and lots of stuff. I don't know. I'm tripping on that. But I will say that this plotting does look like clusters, kind of like that, irregular clusters like that other video did look like. So I'm tripping on this because NASA ain't showing us this shit. Some Italian space agency is.
Okay, so this is from the window of the Italian space station? Or they're
No,
part of
it's
the
just-
ISS?
No, it's an Italian that did the post production, and he presents it on his channel. And I was looking up the Italian budget for space, and there's like a whole bunch of people that convert everything to Italian. And this guy is one of them, Riccardo Rossi. And I look up the Riccardo Rossi, and his Twitter is called
Rossi.
It's called Ricky Unreal. It's called, and it's like, no, that doesn't surprise me at all that he's Ricky Unreal.
Ricardo.
But man, that's a lot of shit in space here that we're not used to seeing.
Got some explaining to do.
And you go to the site, and it's just fucking full of it.
Seriously,
Like,
dude's name's Ricky Ricardo?
It's just full of stuff we've never fucking seen before. Pretty cool.
Dude's name's Ricky Ricardo, though, right?
No, Riccardo Rossi. And he claims that he got the shit out of like that rocket thing from 2,000 images that were stills supposedly.
Yo, you guys think Elon Musk is in cahoots with NASA to take our money, our fucking hard-earned money?
No, I don't
our
think so at
tax
all.
money.
No, I think it's totally opposite of that.
Oh, why are you so angry, guy? And
If
who
you
said
looked
that?
into it, you'd know how wrong that is. Elon Musk had to sue just to find out what they were using. Look, here's something just came out of nowhere right there.
He's all right.
Whatever that is. Look at that. It's pretty bright. In 2014, Elon Musk has had his shit ready to go, and he's like, "Well, I can put shit in space for $100 million per launch," and they wouldn't give him a contract, and they wouldn't let him see what they were paying, and he sued. And it turns out the United Launch Alliance, which was created because NASA was a piece of shit, was spending $350 million per launch. And by the time Elon Musk convinced them to use him, the ULA is already deadbeat. It's already broken. So NASA was broken. The ULA had to be built literally by the CIA and the NRO. It's the most successful space agency in the United States, and no one's ever fucking even heard of them. 158 successful launches because they had unlimited funding because they didn't have to go through Congress. If you look further, you're going to find that Congress has always limited NASA because they knew there's military budget towards that shit. And things like the shuttle program and stuff, and NASA has always been divided between civilian and military, even though they call it civilian. And that, so Congress has always been onto them as like, stop asking us. Here's some things on the left of the screen, two things traveling together. You see that again right here? Oh, they're claiming it might be Starlink. They put a question mark. What the fuck was I saying? So NASA's a piece of shit because it's tied up in bureaucracy, because originally, and it didn't take till Space Force to fix, the fucking Air Force was furious that we stole space from them and took it away from them. And so there's always been all this contention that we really didn't notice going back to 1959. And NASA's been a puppet from the beginning. It just hasn't been the real deal kind of from the beginning. So the United Launch Alliance is now for sale, and it's got no clients because Musk not only is launching the shit for us now, but there was one today. Are you ready for this? 16 launches this year. That means the fucker's putting shit up twice a week. Here's a whole field of stuff right to left. He's putting up 2 launches a week, and they can't show us one coming up through the clouds and going past, the ISS. Not one. Just like one in all these years, all these launches. So I'm ready to call the whole thing fake again. I got problems with what they're showing us.
He's not your space savior? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I like Musk now, though. I never did, but now I think that he challenged them and that he's causing a current space race that they were sitting on their hands the whole time. So look at this. Here's the Pleiades right in the middle of the shot. It's like suddenly we can see constellations from the ISS. I'm fucking blown away, right? It's like, are you guys kidding me? Right there it is, just right in the middle of the shot. That's like, really? How come we don't take a telescope up there ever? It's so weird and so silly, and how they never pan, and we never see the moon from the ISS, like the moon doesn't exist. They don't even try and take a picture of it. Oh, except for this page. And I'll show you a moon set. And you're like, what? A moon set?
Yo, Danny.
They claim.
Hey, Danny.
I hear you. They claim this is the moon right there, too, by the way.
Danny, you still on this, man? I think I talked to you like last week. You were still talking about this, man.
whoever you are, you got your head way up your ass, so you should pull it out if you want to talk to me, because I've only been on this for 3 days. No one else has seen it, and they're capable of telling me to shut the fuck up. So you're not. Because
No, it's something new, bro. It's something new. Let him cook, bro. Let him cook.
it's like if you got something or questions, go for it. But just going, I've seen this shit before, and you fucking got. I mean, what are you? What's wrong with people, man?
You don't remember me, Dan? What the fuck, Dan?
You're just another fuckwith. You're just another fuckwith. Why would I remember you?
Blad,
the only thing that you remember is that obnoxious sniffing you keep doing. That's all.
Yo,
the
Mike.
only reason I remember you is because of that obnoxious sniffing you keep doing.
Yo, Mike.
That shit, Blad?
Yo, Mike, tell this guy. No, it's right. Yo, I literally had a really good conversation with him exactly about the same shit, right? This guy just doesn't remember. What the fuck, Dan? You know, Dan, you have a bad memory. Getting a little too old there, Dan.
It's all good.
Yeah, how would I remember Dan the Waterman, you know?
Demons.
Good luck with yourself there, Sniffles.
Sniffles?
Sniffles? I'm walking outside and it's cold,
rails, baby.
This guy, Sniffles, man. It's cold outside.
He said Civil War. No.
Dan, you don't. What's crazy is you don't even recall my voice. Like you don't even like. At least that could be like a hint or something.
You. That's all.
I swear to God, it was like, yeah, maybe 3-4 days ago. So don't tell me you've been here for 3. You've been here for like at least a week, I think.
I don't know. I ain't seen Dan here in a minute, and I've been here the last 3 days. I will say
That's what I'm saying. That's why I had a conversation with him like last week, man. Dan, he's going crazy.
It's a really good point, Deacon Frost. It's a really good point.
Well, what's the good point?
I feel like you just made a good point. I want to add on to it. I think
And what is your reasoning for showing us these videos?
Because I've always said, that they don't have satellites in space, and now suddenly they're claiming that there's resolution capable from a handheld camera out of the window. Also, we're seeing an unusual sky that has sometimes constellations and sometimes not. I'm trying to isolate what time of day can I really see stars, because they're kind of fucking with me on that. Here, look at all this shit flying in different directions. Here, upward, downward. Oh, they went away for it. I'm going to back that up. I've been always looking for shit in space, right? If it's there, we should be seeing it. I'm pissed that they don't show infrared, because the shuttle used to have infrared, and there was all kinds of shit to see at night. And now the ISS is blacked out at night, and it really shouldn't be. We should be able to see it, the infrared spectrum. So I feel that they're robbing me of 12 hours a day of subject matter.
Yeah, I feel like. Well, here's the thing, right? These dishonest globe heads, right?
Look at this
They'll
thing
say,
going upward.
for years and years, they'll say, "No, we can't record the Earth. We can't record the Earth live," right? And then they start doing it, and they don't send out reports telling us how they do it. Right? They just start doing it, right? Like, for example, if they had a report called High Definition Earth Viewing, a final report from June 2020, right? Then I would start believing it, right? But they don't have stuff like that, right? They won't release that. Okay.
Yo, Ham, you trolling or what? Ham.
Could you look at the side shot for me?
Are you coming in good faith there, Ham?
What?
Yo, your mic sounds a lot better now.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. No more cutting out. I trust. But yeah, so like if I'm just pulling names out of my ass here. If NASA, for example, were to like give a nearly 50-page report describing how high definition, viewing is actually possible now, right? Describing the various technological processes as well as the evolution that resulted in the culmination of these activities, right? Like then I would start believing in NASA. But they won't do that. They'll just say one day.
50 pages is a lot, bro, to explain something simple, bro. Get out of here.
I agree. But one day on YouTube now, they just start live streaming without any reports telling us how they do it. Wow. Wow. Globehead liars at it again.
Are you sure you're coming in here in good faith?
No, I am. Like, for example,
No, you're
again,
not. Okay.
Deacon. Well, if
I know you're
you'll
not.
see,
It's okay.
you'll see I am. All you got to do, right, is go on Google and do high definition Earth viewing NASA June 2020, and nothing will pop up.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
Nothing at all, eh?
Nothing at all.
Crazy. But here's the thing. I've seen some of these ISS quote unquote 24/7 videos that they put out, and they're all stuck on a loop,
Exactly.
And if there's so many problems with these videos, they look like CGI and shit, Pam, what the fuck, guy? Explain that to me. You don't think they could have just green screened everything, Couldn't have fucking just CGI'd everything?
Deacon.
Yeah, probably they're faking everything, man. Obviously.
Well, yeah, it's pretty easy to do that, man. Especially nowadays with AI and shit.
Yeah, like for example, the other day.
You don't think they had those algorithms in the past? They just didn't disclose them. They had all these algorithms so fucking long ago.
Yeah.
Why don't you? They probably used it.
Hey, so can I ask the guy who said, "Oh yeah, they're faking everything"? Something. But what do you mean by that? Oh yeah, they're faking everything. Can you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah. I'm saying that they're faking the videos from the ISS. I think they're recording it in some undercover CIA lab.
But you don't mean like everything, like.
No. I think that NASA, right, the untrusted government organization, company, right, whatever you want to call it, is lying about the Earth's shape and sending rockets that aren't even going up; they're going down up. So.
And like the 1969 moon landing, for all you and I can tell, it was faked with Stanley Kubrick or another director.
Of course, man. No way they went to the moon in 1960, whatever, dude.
So let me ask you this: what is your best proof that the Earth is flat? What is your best argument for that?
I had a ruler. I have a 10-foot ruler, and I measured it flat, right on my concrete.
Amazing.
Right on the concrete.
10 feet? Why not 10 feet? Why not 10 miles?
I did 10 foot. That's all I needed, man. There was no curvature at 10 feet.
It doesn't seem like
it's really big, but the Earth is really, really small.
It sounds like a troll level standard of evidence.
Troll level. Wait, what was your standard of evidence?
Well, I don't doubt that the Earth is flat to begin with, but if I did, my standard of evidence lies in, say, a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth demonstrating an arc segment measurement 5 miles long. That's where my standard of evidence lies.
You've got like a 5 mile long ruler and you measured the Earth?
No. Listen carefully to the words I'm saying. I'm saying my standard of evidence lies there. I'm not saying that I did that. I'm not saying that anybody did that. I'm saying that that's where my standard of evidence would lie to falsify that the Earth is flat.
Wait, why don't you not believe in either and try to prove one? How do you?
Well, it's not a question of belief. It's because I can observe one to be true through my own firsthand observation. I can observe the Earth to be flat. Like, take, for instance, when I climbed Mount St. Helens, I observed the Earth to be flat and stationary. With the exception of when Mount St. Helens is shaking back and forth during an earthquake, excluding earthquakes, of course.
What is an earthquake in a flat Earth?
It's just the Earth shaking back and forth for a few minutes.
So the Earth just shakes? Flat and stationary Earth starts shaking?
That's what an earthquake is the Earth shaking back and forth for a few minutes, yes.
It's shaking in its container? Okay.
So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So what experiments have you done? Other than climbing a mountain?
In regards to what? Experiments? That's a heavy word. Well, experiments would be none, because keep in mind that what the Earth is not a scientific question, it's a geometric question. If you're not talking about the composition, you're talking about the shape. Right? Yeah, but what I'm saying is experiment. You gotta remember, we're trying to be very careful. We're trying to be very, very extra meticulous with our words here. So keep in mind that when you say the word experiment, technically the word experiment involves science, and we're not talking about science. We're talking about geometry, which is a completely separate subject.
Oh, okay. You think science is not involved with the Earth shape?
Well,
No,
no,
it's
technically it's not. It's geometry is involved with
Well, it's
anything
just
shape,
geometry.
not just the Earth, but anything. The shape of anything is geometry.
What geometry have you done?
None. I'm just saying I observe the Earth as flat, and I'm waiting for a
Okay,
demonstration to the
You only
contrary.
observe the Earth to be.
Yeah, I only observe it as flat. Yeah.
Well, there you have it, I guess.
I've done some testing, and I have evidence of falsification by mainstream media. What do you think? What does that do for you?
He said, "What kind of geometry do you do?"
I'm sharing on my screen a flag that was sent out to prove the curvature of the Earth, and Nat Geo says that a stripe and a half were missing, which would be a total of, I don't know, maybe 20 inches. But you can see it; it's not. And when we go out and look across 10 miles here at the Salton Sea, we've done it with lasers many times. We've done it with mirrors. We've done it with infrared. The point is what you can see on my screen right there. The idea of taking a boat and sending it out from a standing position and showing that the obstruction is the curvature of the Earth and not some weather or miraging has never been done. There is no curvature of the Earth because the curvature of the Earth mathematically is McDonald's close. It's 3 miles away max when you're standing here.
Did they send a boat out there?
Yeah, and this is part of Nat Geo, and I can give you a link to it. But it's sad because this is all it takes is show curvature of the Earth where it's measurable. You meaning a few miles away. Don't go out into the weather and then say, "Oh, look, there's bottom-up obstruction." The bottom-up obstruction is supposed to be at the horizon, which is measurable. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but in this spot in particular, you're looking at a 10
What is the
mile.
bottom up obstruction then?
In which case,
When like a boat starts, it has a bottom up obstruction. What's the answer
small
for that?
waves in the foreground, moisture,
Waves.
the angle being low to begin with, and of course, different things, classes of refraction. There could be a vertical refractive issue caused by
Well, no curvature,
atmosphere.
simply flat,
The
horizontal, but it's
atmosphere.
just like obstructed a little bit by like
Sorry,
clouds and
I
whatnot.
wasn't done, but that's okay. The surface also will probably radiate heat off, and the convection that you see in a curly Q motion off of warm water, for instance, causes obstruction that I can show you here in the infrared spectrum that you're not aware of. Would you like to see it?
All right. Let's go see it.
Well, it's over here, and you'll see that what looks like water coming up to these cars is not water at all, because in fact it you'll see, for instance, these waves in the desaturated view right here are huge, and that entire lighter band is moving air, not moving water. There is no right to left or left to right motion of water here. What you're seeing is a little breeze and a lot of convection air, and you're not used to seeing it. And in the without infrared, you won't see it, but it's obstructing the view. So that's
Got it. I mean, it still looks bottom up on the infrared, but yeah,
right. But if you go back to what I was saying, which you completely ignored, is that I tried to explain to you where obstruction should be. For instance, we're at a 10-mile
where
span.
obstruction should be.
Yeah, see, we're at a 10-mile span here, but you won't get to 10 miles because obstruction from a standing position, as done in this experiment being shown here, if you were a 6-foot observer, the obstruction will be at 3.2 miles. If you put the thing on a bench at a 3-foot, it'll go down to 2 miles. And if you see the way they worked here at a 1-foot camera height like this, the obstruction's at 1.2 miles. So their claim during this Nat Geo production, it ended up being on Nat Geo, is that 1 1/2 stripes are missing, proving the curvature of the Earth. But in fact, at 3.2 miles, there's nothing obstructing but some tiny wave in the foreground, which is, clear to everyone that cares to look. I'll give you the link, the full episode. There's your observer. Those are unbiased observers, by the way, trying to prove us wrong. I've got this on news cameras and 5 other different camera shots, including Nat Geo, as well, infrared. I've got me working at this distance at nighttime as well with lasers. And I can promise you that you're looking directly across here shore to shore, 9.7 miles, because this lake is flat.
Ah, it's flat. Got it.
Well, you can see it here. See, they're talking about it. They're claiming this and they're claiming that. But in fact, you can see the horizon beyond the boat. You can see the shoreline beyond the boat. So if you can explain to me how they're claiming obstruction when you can see the shoreline beyond it, well, you let me know. And it'd be great.
They must
if
be
you ever
lying,
watch
man.
it.
Think you're onto something.
Well, in this case, the experiment was pretty cool. The narrative used its preconceived notion that it must be flat, and that it must be a curve. So I feel we've done over 35 observations at this location and others with laser light, incandescent light, mirror reflections of the sun over land, water, and ice. And I haven't found the vertical gradient to be the answer in terms of refraction. I found that there's a lot of other things, and in some cases, definitely not a vertical gradient that's causing refraction. For instance, in this case, I got a superheated, thermally heated lake. So I don't really often have variations from air to water. I'll have equal temperatures. So the assumption that the water's cold just isn't there. So you're looking at a wrap up of something that was done by Nat Geo. So the narration's going to be on the bias side here towards flat Earth. What you see, the words on the screen. In fact, they did a balloon test here because 2 or 3 years earlier, PBS Discovery went out to the same location and also lied. If you've seen the helicopter test that's been debunked, they claimed that they couldn't get a helicopter up. We wouldn't see a helicopter until it was 34 feet in the air. So the beginning of this observation was a balloon observation, which you can see at the bottom of my screen here, which Nat Geo had the sense to cut out because we had spotted the balloons on the ground. And this crew claimed that they had to be 43 feet in the air to see them. So the lies here are pretty rampant. And I challenge anyone to stand on a beach, launch a boat, and show the curvature of the Earth, because it happens really close. It's not a far away phenomenon. All the bottom up obstruction happens in the weather, or whatever else you want to call it. But a couple miles out, you're not going to have.
Yeah, but it disappears over the horizon, dude.
What appears over what?
No, the boat. If you do that, even if you did that experiment, right? Eventually, the boat's going to disappear over the horizon, then thereby proving the curve.
But you're kidding me, right? Damn. There is no horizon. You can see the shoreline 10 miles away.
But the boat disappears regardless.
It didn't disappear at all. Nothing disappears here. I'm not sure what you're pretending.
We're saying eventually it will disappear over the horizon.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't?
The curvature of the Earth is not a distant thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Huh? But you're saying the boat never disappears in this example?
No, they were dumb. They didn't take it any further. They claimed success at 3 miles.
We're speaking in generally, though. Like, generally, boats disappear over the horizon eventually, right? Like, even big boats.
No, you're using the word horizon very liberally.
What word would you like to use instead of horizon to make my point?
Well, you know that there's a difference between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. So if you said apparent horizon, I'd be with you.
Okay, it disappears over the apparent horizon. How about that?
Yeah, but you should pay attention to the geometric one because that's exactly what we're measuring with this setup. You know, we're looking for the geometric horizon to be in the way of an observation in the distance. In other words, you can't see any further because the shape of the Earth would deviate away. So when we're doing laser stuff, there'd be a difference between our. If I showed you the laser stuff, you'd see the level laser and the assumption everyone says. I guess I should show you some laser stuff, but the assumption is the Earth's curving, so the laser must be curving, and that's where the story of refraction comes in. Is you need an excuse now, and that's kind of fucked up that you need that kind of excuse, you know? So what I've shown here is that we've worked underneath the temperature gradient at the bottom of the pressure gradient, and we're really only dealing now with horizontal. We were told to go back and to prove that it was level, that our lasers were level. So this is a second or third trip back to the Salton Sea showing the process of leveling out something. And this is going to be a 10-mile observation across the same span with some of the same people, the blue-shirted independent investigators, whoever they were. But I can promise you, we could see 10 miles and the 16 feet that should be between us and is never impeded. We've worked at this same location again and again. We've done 17 miles repeatedly with mirrors and lasers. I can show you all these spans with your bare eyes because you can see it. You don't need special tools. The end of this shows a flashlight doing it, so you don't need special tools. This is 70 inches off the water, so I doubt there's a vertical gradient in the atmosphere. I think what people are underestimating is the transfer off the surface, because that's not part of the vertical gradient of temperature. It's something else. And so there's many things you're seeing on the water line that aren't the curvature of the Earth, because the curvature of the Earth is 3 miles away, dude. Not 15, not 18, not 10, not
3959.
12. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're really measuring the actual curvature of geometric curvature of the Earth, it's at best 3 miles away from your standing position, maybe 5 miles if you're on a dock instead of down by the beach. You know, that's a like a dramatic reality. Is you can see if you go out somewhere like the ocean or lake or a river, you can see far. You know, there's really no doubt about it. And when we take lasers out, we're told again and again, well, if you're paralleling the Earth, like you see in this picture, it must be curved because the Earth is curved. So I ask you, do you see a 10-mile curved line here?
Yes.
Why? I know you're saying it, but
You
why?
can't be serious, bro.
Yeah, he is.
I'm serious as a heart attack. I guess you can.
Well, there's no reason for you to pretend, because you need mathematics, you need cause. You need cause for one thing.
Mathematics.
See, now we know the Earth shape gives us the 8 inches per mile squared. But for me to achieve 8 inches per mile squared with this, you need mathematics that have to do with temperature variation. So if I do this 3 hours later and it's colder, I'm not going to hit the same spot because you're calling for temperature to bend this light. First of all, you're imagining it's bending, and I'll show you repeatedly in this particular location. This is 10 miles. I'll show you 17 miles. I'll show you 27 miles. And you can pretend it's curving all you want, but it would have to have different cause. When we go back and do it during the day with mirrors in different temperatures, I don't know how we're hitting the same targets again. But I'll tell you, we never find any curvature. Not any, not 1 inch. And this is the test. This is it. This is it showing you. Here it is. We're getting across. Here it is coming back at you. Here it is with a little bit of time lapse where you see the entire coastline 10 miles away. I mean, there's no doubt that those are homes 20 feet off the water. There's no question about it. Now, to be honest, our beam's pretty fucking big at this point. It's like 90 feet wide. It really kind of fucks up any accuracy. You're inside a cone of light, which you could see here. The bright part is the source, and you can see it going around you on all sides. So I think I have evidence of something being wrong in the mathematics of the geometric horizon, which is never there when we go to measure that.
Hey Dan, sorry to interrupt. Can you link to that video? I missed the original link.
Which one? I've already shown.
The one that's on the screen share now.
Copy. Paste.
And is there any written information backing it up? Just to have a look at what your methodology and stuff like that. Because you're going to a lot of effort. It'd be nice to see what you're doing in detail.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've how in what order to show you what on that.
Yeah, that's cool. No worries. Thank you.
If you were to, I mean, I could show you there's a 2-hour video entirely setting everything up, or I could show you a whole playlist full of all the stuff. What would you like?
Yeah, if it's in that channel, I'll have a look at it anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all there. It really is. And if I briefly show you 17, I mean, I have a few numbers, I could show, but mostly I just want you to see that there's, different observations at different distances and different temperatures. And most of the videos contain, setup and some numbers, some other stuff's in writing. But it was, it's complicated to do this work. I don't think I'm showing you the. You want me to show you some of the best shit we did? You can see my screen. This is driving out over the salt flats and starting at like 5 miles, then 10, then 15, and continuing to show that you could still have line of sight in what I would call the horizontal gradient. So this is basically starting off at a 5-mile test next to railroad tracks at the Great Salt Flats.
Yeah, you did a great job, by the way.
And so this is fun because you see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 miles. They're not great observations. It wasn't, it was a little moist in the air. But you can see the difference here. The exciting thing about this is what people never see is lasers in 2 directions and lasers missing. Like we have to guide them in. We'll be like, lower, lower, like you have to be on the phone. And people think that we just like pretend we see the source, but you can see here targeting, and that's really exciting to show. Okay, there's the setup on the map. I'm going to go down this road 5-mile increments, pretty much. Setting up a tripod each time as the guy jumps out of his car, showing you his elevations and such. This is only like 5 minutes, but here's where you get to see stuff coming at you and stuff. Like he's trying to, you can see how loose it is to try and target. I guess I could bring up the sound if you guys want.
Whoa. There, now turn it. There, hold right there. That's it. Yeah. Don't move it. That's it. Right there.
So in that case, you can see the difference between a miss and a hit. Like, you know,
Whoa. There, now turn it. There,
boom.
Right there.
That's when you know it's on you.
All right, 5 miles. Okay, we're at the 10-mile mark after a little hiatus there. So this is showing 10 miles, and there is the altitude, 4206. So it's very close to what we were, and the date and time, and of course the coordinates of ground position.
You guys bored with this? Should I keep playing it?
No, I'm fine. It's good.
10 miles, got it. Yep. Very, very bright. All right, 10 miles. I already. Yep. Oh yeah. Look, yeah. That's okay. Do it again. So this is great. We got a two-way blue. Oh, we see the blue and the green. Yeah. It's beautiful. Is that picking it up? Oh yeah, definitely. It's you can see it better even with the eyes. It's just it's way cool. It's totally beautiful. Are we getting video on what we're doing here? Yeah. You can see you. Yeah. There's sound. Cool. There's sound. You can see. This is great. 17.5 miles, man. Yep. Setting up at 25 miles. It's the altitude showing 4221. Tell them to turn it off. Yeah, I just turn off the laser. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's. Turn off the laser. Wait, which? Turn it back on.
Sounds like a movie night.
Oh, there it is.
The big white lights on the freeway are throwing off.
Yeah, well,
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so I'm going to say that we are not finding obstruction, and they're going to say that those lasers must be bending to get there. And I just don't see, we've been through enough varied conditions that we didn't have to, it's nice when it's cool, it's nice when it's dry, but we've done it when it's, freezing and when it's boiling, like 110 degrees and 40 degrees or 30 degrees. So that shit doesn't make a lot of sense. And what you just saw was a prelim because we're really went to go do 35 miles down the railroad tracks the next night. And that's this is the achievement of that 35. And it's not as interesting as the other stuff was. So that's a problem. Sometimes the success isn't very interesting. One of those lights is a laser. Okay. It's not that interesting. It's over in a second and it doesn't get anyone excited. So that's why going out inch, mile by
Yeah,
mile.
I mean, of course, because it works already. There's nothing new.
So I don't know. I feel I'm one of the few people that's really got something to still stand on with flat Earth because I've actually gone out there with these guys and tried to do something to show it. And the Nat Geo thing, it's pretty fucked up. The Nat Geo thing. I mean, really, they fucking lied. Just straight up lied and said here that they can see 1.5 stripes missing is the quote. And they go, well, how could that be? And they go, That can only be due to the curvature of the Earth.
So this can only happen why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
No, again, you can see past the boat. So how on earth can you see past the horizon?
Okay, so the task is starting. The test is starting right now. At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, stripes begin to disappear one by one. Pretty amazing. You can actually
That's
see
proof
it
of
right
curvature.
through this camera here. And
Really?
you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has
Have you
completely
listened at all to this whole video? What he was talking about and showed?
What's your question?
I mean, I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing, man.
But what's your question?
I didn't have a question. I just pointed out
Somebody-
something I saw.
Somebody did.
So if there was an endpoint, right, you can see the, what's it called? You can see beyond the boat. I mean, not visibly, but you can see something behind the boat. And why isn't the boat also easily visible? Why are the stripes disappearing at all?
They didn't. There's a red stripe on the bottom that you can see most of because the small waves are in front of it because this guy's so low. And
The waves are in front of it.
well, it's visible no matter what the fuck you're trying to say. There isn't 1 1/2 stripes missing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If these people could count to 6, they would never say that because there's 6 stripes, as we saw here, as they go into the water with it, or wherever the fuck that was. You can see there's 6 stripes. There it is. There's no question about that. So I don't know how their claim of 1 1/2 stripes missing is going to be claimed at any point. Also, you see how wavy it is? They're going to tell me that there's refraction in the distance because it's waving. And it's like, well, that there could be distortion, but it's not refraction. And I've done many observations across there. You can see buildings across there now. So we're seeing across this span. It's 9.7 miles. There should be 16 feet of a hump in the middle of what we call a 66-foot drop. 10 miles is 66 feet. But the obstruction's only 16. There, you can see shore to shore here. You can tell right there that you can see shore to shore. But they went and did this anyway. And they flew Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer in to try and make it like something
Yeah,
for
their whole documentary, what they put together was they set him up basically by inviting him and doing this. You know, it's like
yeah, but they didn't put this document. They didn't put these experiments together. They didn't. They had nothing to do with this. They're just documenting what we were doing there.
yeah, but they twisted it anyway.
Yeah, they twisted it bad. And here, just listen to this 30 seconds here. It's all lies. I mean, just first of all, that guy is in the boat. And this image of him right there is from another experiment. So he couldn't, when I showed this to him, he goes, well, the first thing is that can't be me saying, let's go, because I'm in the boat. So that was the first thing that's wrong with this.
Okay, so the test is starting. The test is starting right now. At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. Sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear one by one. Pretty amazing. You can actually
That's
see
unfortunate.
this camera here, and you see the red stripe that was at the bottom.
So they can't count to 6.
And it's now getting closer to stripe that is.
Ooh.
So this can only happen why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
You got like 4 left, man.
Yeah, I mean, talk about boom. You know?
I don't know what you are seeing, but I see 6 stripes. I don't know what is going on.
No, I
Well,
mean
But
the first stripe is like really almost completely covered.
yeah, of course, because you have waves in front of
it's
it.
not almost completely
It's
Oh,
covered. It's
wait.
multiplicative
So
with
where
the
were the
waves that
wait, hold on, hold on.
barely.
obstruct.
If the
It,
cause is waves, then where were the waves before?
look. It's barely halfway covered. Just get real, or I'm not gonna like play with you. Okay. There
Okay,
is
just let the video keep playing. Let the video keep playing.
and I have plenty of other footage of this as well.
I
Plus,
want to see. I like this one.
Green stripe that is.
So we've lost about 1.5
it's a black stripe. It's not green.
stripes
Right. So this
You
can
can
only
see
have
the
one.
water above them behind it.
the Earth. So here's what we're shooting.
But Mark Sargent and the other flat earthers.
So
to
yeah, you have to look at. You
All
have
the
to
flat
look.
earthers are puzzled.
Yeah. Well, nobody's puzzled. No, we're wondering what their claim is because if 1 1/2 stripes were missing, this would be up to the dark stripe. Okay, because the 1 1/2 would take place through the middle of the light stripe, which is completely unobstructed. You would never be able to see beyond that point. You wouldn't be able to see the shore beyond that point.
Yeah, I guess my guess in this point is that they stop the video for a moment. Um, when you look at the black stripe, right, it is almost aligned with the horizon onto the next shore, and the reflection of it would certainly be accommodative for something disappearing, which I guess are also the guys here in this channel right now saying. But
And you
if
can
you
see
look,
the
but yeah,
shoreline.
but if you can look closely, even beside the boat, there's nothing disappearing. Even the motor, you can, and on the left side, you can still see the motor. The motor would disappear completely if it would be reflected.
Why do you keep saying reflected? You mean refracted, or is that what you mean?
No, reflected for a reason.
But
Because
the word reflection.
the longer, the longer
no
the
reflection.
distance.
But
No,
there's none of that here. This isn't a
yeah,
great.
I know.
But I mean, I have.
But I'm saying that this is the reason why they're saying there's 1.5 stripe missing, because if you reflect it or would put a mirror to that side, it would look exactly like this. They should have used a different flag for this experiment, but okay.
Oh man,
We
I
have
agree.
plenty
It's the
of
flags.
we have plenty of other footage, from this location, and plenty of other angles of this work, and plenty of other analysis of it.
The boat at 3 miles out.
And there's news coverage that has better cameras.
We did lose, I think, a party of one stripe at the bottom. Here they come. Okay, so I'm zoomed in as far as I can, just barely see the red. So it was about what we expected to see.
Okay, this frame capture is from right when James was saying the boat was 1.22 miles away. You could claim that half of the bottom red stripe is hidden behind curvature if you wanted to. But since we are supposed to be able to see everything at that distance on a ball Earth, no such claim is made. This shot is at 3 miles out, as the boat is maneuvering to point the banner towards the observation area. Does it look like any more of the bottom red stripe is missing compared to the 1 mile distance? Here they are side by side. Is there a detectable difference between the two? Could argue that there's actually more of the bottom red stripe missing in the closer one. One thing's for sure, there's nothing here that would suggest Earth curvature. This one is after they've successfully maneuvered the boat so the banner is facing the observers. At 3 miles with a camera height of 1 foot, over 2 feet should be hidden behind curve. Yet we see all but about 6 inches of the bottom red stripe, which is clearly only hidden behind.
But nobody sees these
Yeah,
analyses.
that is what was said. Yeah.
What people see is Nat Geo claiming that they proved.
What people see is okay.
I mean,
they-
you said previously, I see it, but I don't know what you are seeing here.
Well, what are you thinking that we're saying we're seeing that you're not? Because I think we're all seeing the same thing and agreeing. It's we all know what we're seeing. It's the narrative that's strange. They're claiming 1 1/2 stripes are missing, yet there is only a portion of one slightly in the waves. There isn't 1 1/2 stripes missing. So the only thing wrong here is their deduction of what they thought they were seeing, or they're directly lying. And I could probably go further in this to show the experiment with the balloons to prove that they're directly lying.
One question is, this view we are seeing right now, is this from the telescope they were using, or is this from you guys recording it?
I would say the two on the right are from him recording it, and the one on the left is from Nat Geo. But I'm only guessing that because of the grain. You know, I don't
Yeah.
know. But there's tons of video of this from many cameras, and I have many stills. There isn't, much to contend because we have many other observations at this distance as well, and most of them are doing the entire span. And what we really find is that there's a convection line and a mirror line in the distance, but neither
Yeah,
are
but you have to
neither
have
are
a
reflected.
specific degree where the light is starting to mirror the objects so that it's being
Oh,
distorted and
well,
not
yeah, but
recognizable anymore.
the mirror you're talking about is demonstrated here. You keep saying mirror, but we haven't shown any of that. So I'm always surprised.
Yeah, because I know already about this. It's like,
Okay, so there is a mirror line here in the middle of this toilet house thing,
yeah, you
and
can see it. Yeah.
there's a big mirror line here, and when the vehicles go by, you can see it. And also at the base of this pole in the middle is someone standing trying to reflect light to us with a mirror, and we couldn't see him. So there may be more than a mirror line in the way here. But right there is somebody standing that you can't see at all. Here's the cars, so you can see how big the mirrored band is. But I think
Yeah, the angle is too steep to see the person behind it because the light reflecting in the distance is too angled to represent what is actually in front of it.
So yeah, huge mirroring. I mean, we have real problems, but with different shots, I'm starting to narrow down a line of air um, that we're picking up in infrared that I don't think is there, and I think that much of the obstruction claims that are not refraction of any kind are from that, and you'll see it here in big waves that I'm really no one's really analyzed with me yet. So of course we have.
I mean, it could also be that the person who tried to put up the mirror to reflect back light maybe hit the same angle in which the light would refract. Okay, there we saw it for a few seconds. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And so the
Yeah, so
question.
it depends. He held it
So
with his hands.
I just want to orientate you with this. It looks like they're at a water line, but they're 20 feet above. This parking lot where you see cars and buildings is 20 feet above the water, but in the infrared, it looks like wave motion all the way up to the mirror. But it can't be water waves. This will stabilize, by the way. It's
The
got
light was stable. The mirror was stabilized, not held by hands. Well,
no,
because it looks like he is.
the mirror. Yeah, he's waving it
But
about. He's waving it. He's
yeah,
rocking it.
okay,
To and
yeah. This would make sense because of the motion.
Well, also he doesn't know how to hit the target. He can only sweep past you and wait for you to yell on the phone, "Stop!
Yeah.
Stop! Stop!"
Yeah.
And what happens now that's quite interesting is the guy's calling it out now, and he says, "Hey, I see both your mirrors." Well, not this, but in a second, he says, "I see both your mirrors," and they go, "Well, I've only got one," and he says, "Well, I see two round lights distinctively," and it turned out to be someone's headlights. So that's interesting to note that, like I said, this is 20 feet up on the road, not down by the water at all. And yet it looks like the water line is up there. So either it is curvature of the earth, putting the water line up there, or in many other shots where I can see across, I think that's moving air that's causing a different effect than refraction and a different effect than mirroring, and a different effect than weather. There's the headlights. So that gives you an idea of what we're seeing, the clarity of what we're seeing at 10 miles. But what is at that movement can't be water, if you ask me. It just can't be. And when it's desaturated a little further down the road here, you'll see the waves are too big to be here.
So the people who stood on the other side on the shore, they talked after you mentioned or someone mentioned we see two lights. They looked in their surroundings and possibly adjusted what could be possibly be the second source.
No, you see it now. This is headlights on a car, not the mirror.
Yeah.
And what happens now is we were doing a triangulation this day. So he'll switch to another shot that's 18 miles and another mirror. He's going to pan across there. That's an 18-mile shot. And then just before
I guess it's still the two lights mingling together.
No.
What's the mirror right now?
The mirror looks like this.
Yeah, no.
And so it's just interesting when you see it here desaturated, whatever that means. Those waves are not water waves. They're
No,
huge.
it's distortion because of the heat.
Yeah.
That
So
magnifies also.
this is what I'm calling your bottom-up obstruction. When they say, what's bottom-up obstruction? I'm going, well, there it is, baby. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's before mirroring. See what I mean? You kept saying mirroring, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's something else. That's something else. So we've worked a lot at these distances of 10 miles, 17 miles, and 27 miles.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do make
There's a mirror line.
such tests, you have to have on both sides. You have to have the same, almost the same temperatures to do this. Because if one side has a margin of 2 or 3 degrees, you see exactly that effect. Usually, you cannot really make out things unless it's controlled, or you try to seek a controlled environment to do these tests.
You see, this mirror test was lost in mirror. This balloon test ended up being lost in a mirror line that you see here. So when they were trying to measure, they don't know where the surface is, right? Because it looks like it's down here, but the surface could be way up here. It's a mess when you get everything mirrored on top of everything. So early in the morning before you get the temperature helps a lot. Helps a lot. And we got repeated work in these locations. And other locations, Monterey Bay, pretty good stuff here. And you can see how low in the water we get and how it's done here. And because of the wiggly nature of this mirror, you don't have to be very accurate. You just have to flash. You don't have to be very focused. Otherwise, targeting is impossible. 13 miles here. Targeting's fairly impossible. But this is another location, and you'll see in some of these different elevations where it starts up at a higher point. I don't think all the narration's here. Oh yeah, here it is. So he starts up here, looking across there. There's a power plant there, so we have towers behind her, so we can tell where to point because we can see behind her.
30 miles. 13 miles. Okay. I mean, technically speaking, we could make a certain what is the temperature? So temperature recording on that day.
It may not be written here. We have it elsewhere.
Okay. Okay.
But each one, I mean, we've got like dozens of these, like just dozens of them where we move up, we move down, and we do go back, we go forth, and it's exhilarating to see. It's exciting to see sunlight, for instance, looks like a star in the distance when you do it. Like it looks like sunlight, even though you've put it on the water. So there's a little narration here. It's not that interesting. During this, a shark breaches out of the water on camera. That was kind of exciting for them. And the different views with the different camera filters are confusing. But you get the gist of it. It's just another test at another distance. This should be impossible because open ocean should give you more spray and more problems, But we got real lucky. That's the view, 13 miles. That's bringing the camera down to 3 feet from the original 19 feet.
What was the magnification on this? For what camera?
P900.
Okay.
And this is questionable. Like Bob the science guy will say, we're just hitting the top of the waves and we're seeing the shining light from the other side. So this is a questionable shot, right there.
I mean, look at this.
I would not call that a success.
You can really technically make a formula based on different temperatures, how they react after each mile. It's like you can even see it in the video. It's like it's
So
lines, different lines.
So when I tell you, when I tell you that we've done it over ice, that we've done it 100, when we've done it, for instance, at the Salton Sea, where
you not have a computer at home or what?
Hot mic.
Oh, that's why you're on the phone all the time, right?
Yeah. So you'll have a.
You just moved in, huh?
Ibam,
like
you're hot micing.
So we'll have in the Salton Sea where I was showing you before. Sometimes it's been as low as 63 degrees, both air and water, and sometimes it's been as high as 84 degrees, both air and water. And then there's been variations of temperatures when they didn't match, yet we still achieved the same amount of what you would call curvature of light. But we've had varying conditions of some 60 degrees, and then varying conditions of watching it throughout the night where the temperature should increase or decrease, or during the day when it should increase or decrease. And they don't seem to be factors as described. As a matter
that
of
one
fact,
observation you said was 13 miles away from a 2-foot or 3-foot elevation.
That's what we're looking at right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be maximum on a globe with the radius that we're given. Only what, 3 miles or 2 miles? Yeah, 2 miles. Yeah.
Her video was better than this guy's video of this, but somewhere a shark breaches out of here. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, we're gonna watch. Is that going to be an illusion shark or an actual shark?
No, it blew him away. He's like, "Oh, dude."
Is that a mirage of a shark or an actual shark?
Anyway, this is just going to another location, proving that it wasn't just about a specific place, and of course, different temperatures and shit. I didn't really show you good laser stuff. Well, I did. I showed you the 35. So I don't know
What
else.
When's your foot? When is this foot? When is this from? Recent or this older stuff?
Couple years for sure. A lot of 2018, 19, and 20.
Nice, nice. I mean, that should put it away for most people. 3 foot elevation, 13 mile away. That should do it. But
This one's 18 miles at the same spot where we were doing the 10, just by turning to the right a little bit and going towards a what they call Bombay Beach. So I'll show a map of it here of targeting. So this is actually like late, so it's kind of like a drunken effort. The guy holding the laser, and it was still easy to hand hold lasers at 17 miles. That's ridiculous that you could do it by hand. The deduction is that our beam is fucking big when it gets there, wide.
do you have like a like how much further can we see at night than versus during the day when there's less absorption of the light? Do you have any kind of number on that or?
I don't think there is a difference between day and night.
Okay.
If you're using sunlight during the day, it's going to project. Like, you need to see it. So during the day, we use sunlight. Okay, you're going to see me climb up on this dude here while he's pointing the laser, and there's a green laser coming from the other side and a violet laser coming from this side. It's not very clear video. It's not your screen, but you get to see the angle and shit. Or actually, you should hear it. It's cool to hear. Because the guy was just playing around.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Nice favorite fight right here. Water level. You want to talk to that green thing on the top of flat water? You guys like so fucking.
How the green flash from the other side is the other team 18 miles away. So what I usually do is I show people the 10-mile shit and they go to shoot it down with their math, and then I just switch over to here at 18. I'm like, okay, time to change your math. And he's right. Temperature variation may be able to bend light, but I don't think that's what we're seeing here. For instance, you have to have a greater variation than their claim. Their claim is you only need 0.03 degrees to get to get around the Earth to match 8 inches per mile squared. And if that were this case, your vision would be distorted everywhere you went. I can show you just dozens of videos from this location where you can see directly across. And that says a lot. That they're claiming this and that, but you can see shore to shore. I can show you that at that location, and then we've moved to other locations, and pretty much trying to say, somebody wake up. Here's a mirror flash at the same place as Salton Sea. Same place as Nat Geo with us. And this is quite doubtful. This is for French TV. And that's what it looks like in the distance, 9.6 miles away. That's what a mirror looks like. And it shines like a star. It's pretty interesting. It's impressive. You're like, whoa. So I know those guys are on the sand, man. They're not, they're not high. And then our guys go down into the sand here with cameras on this side to make sure that it's not the elevation. And then when we walk through that and continue to have line of sight, I think that we're walking through the temperature gradient. And their claim that temperature must be doing it has to be layered. It has to go through different, what they call medium or gradients of temperature. It has to go through different temperatures, and I don't think you're gonna find evidence of that. Here he is going down to the water to make sure he's getting the shot from there. That's caused confusion. If you see on the video, we're way up here 20 feet up in the air, but on the claims with the numbers, I'll say we went to 4 feet, and then they're going to go, well, your video's not from 4 feet. I'm like, yeah, but we made the observations from that. So anyway, this is for French TV. And they made us look like goofballs in the final project, in the final product.
Niggers are goofballs. Nigger, 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 nigger.
That was like so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, so anyway, this is why I think the Earth is still showing to be flat, because of these observations and because these straight lasers, I don't think, are achieving the bending that they're claiming. I think we're paralleling the surface over and over again.
Even again with a 20-mile elevation or 20-mile, 20-foot elevation or 20-foot eyesight. That should be about 5 miles away. The Earth curve horizon. Nothing should be observable beyond 5 miles.
Exactly.
Am I unmuted? Sorry, guys.
You are.
Can anybody hear me?
No.
Affirmative.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Good to see you, Alpha and Crit, always.
I got lucky she didn't see me because I'm out of alphabetical order.
Honey, Dan, I know you, Waterman. What's up, man?
Oh.
So my cat died, Dan.
So did your marriage.
It's all in God's will, and I'm very thankful for it, yeah.
I'm scared of you. I'm truly scared of you.
No reason to be, sir.
Okay.
None whatsoever.
I'll take your word for it.
Good. You're my friend.
I'm sorry about your cat, Ben. Definitely sorry.
She died in my arms, and that's all I mean, like, I couldn't have asked for a better. I knew it was coming, you know. Thank you, my angel.
No, that's good.
Perfect timing. So I love this room. Who's here? Who's talking? What's going on?
Dan was I guess he's putting on his presentation showing the geometric Earth curve horizon is non-existent. And
Perfect. He was doing some like still frame work and testing like 2 months ago. Last time I talked to him, is this like an expansion on that?